town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
And it's all down to poor Jib in this 1v4. And oh no! With a ghost on the other side and just exploded. But here comes the defensive stage. Well, DP is gonna get to halfway. But the shot from that's insane! BD picks up one as well, and now it's a 1v1. The wall's broken. They're trying to get through. The bike is ticking away. They get the frag. Is it enough? It's plenty. This was just on classics.
See, back to an A take here for Astro Crutchers. And
wow, they're bad shape.
Yeah, and we do have a little bit of a mistake here on the scoreboard. It is 9-5 in favor of Down to Earth still. But right now, Down to Earth, down to the last member in Tillo. And
Then gets one before falling, but the rest of the team is exploded. Drone Kaz gets two, immediately gets a third, goes to the fourth, gets the shot, gets the clutch!
Is there no other way to find peace?
Welcome, everybody. Here we are on this wonderful Wednesday afternoon here with the GLG Pit of Valor. And I'm the Doctor, being joined by Vincent on my side here. And we are super excited to be bringing you the first matchup of the evening tonight, which is going to be Agogi going up against Rat 9.
And it is. And well, listen, Agogi, not only our first matchup, but our absolutely amazing sponsor for this evening as well, bumping that prize pool up to $100 dues, as we've had a couple of people do here and there for our Pit of Valor. Really awesome of them. Really excited for that. And I think in part because of that, we have a wide array of really solid teams this week. 64 teams checked in, which means we are a full house. Doesn't always happen, but does happen pretty regularly, and especially when that prize pool up to $100, it always gets people a little bit more interested. Who knew? You throw a little bit of extra cash in the bag, and people turn their eyes and think, oh, hey, I want to be involved in that, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, it doesn't make it any less special when we do reach that team cap, because it wasn't so long ago that we were, capping at 32, and now the teams have decided that they do want to play for the pride of winning this Pit of Valor, and so now we get 64, like you said, quite regularly. So it's a huge thing to see. We love to see it week in and week out, and we really can't get enough in it. So right now, we are going to be heading into map picks very shortly, but for right now, we do have some time to talk about all of the map pools available. Obviously, Breeze is legal now, technically. We actually saw it last week in the last week's Pit of Valor. It was in the grand finals specifically. So it was very interesting because it was the first time I had ever commentated the map. And so, we knew garbage chute call out, and that was it. But I mean, it was just a splattering of teams, going back and forth on that map.
Well, I mean, I was here for the Breeze Bash, obviously. That was a lot of fun. So I got a bit more familiar. And actually, I got to cast it in the Sunday Showdown this past week as well. So, by the way, shout out to Illusion Black, who I think Illusion Orange is in Pit of Valor today, who actually picked that out, gave us the opportunity to get a bit of familiarity there. But it should be good. It's going to be interesting. And the fact that there's that extra map just kind of throws a wrench into all of the picks and bans. And that's what I've been saying the whole time, man. Just that we need something to throw that wrench in there. And listen, as crazy as Breeze is a little bit, I'm okay with it. Let's just roll with it. That works for me. But by the way, if you were wondering maybe about what Agogi are doing, what they have going on, well, guess what? They're running a giveaway right now. If you type !giveaway in chat, you can see all about that. But they're running a Arctic 7 headset from SteelSeries giveaway. By the way, that's an incredible headset. If you didn't know, I had an Arctis 5 for a long time. It's a really solid one. Definitely want to check that out. And you can, like I said, do !giveaway in chat to find more information out of all about that one. But it's not the only giveaways that are happening here at all. That same !giveaway will give you even more information about our drink control giveaway that's happening tonight. We're going to choose a winner between the semifinal and the grand final intermission. All you got to do is comment on Twitter and post what you think GLG can improve on. We want to hear your feedback. We want to know what we can do better. We want to best serve you guys, our awesome audience. And so just comment on Twitter. That'll entry. Geez, that is a hard word sometimes. Enter yourself to win the giveaway of a large bag of Fruity Flakes and a shaker. Absolutely beautiful stuff. I think that you definitely are going to want that one. And by the way, drink control is absolutely banging. So don't want to forget about that one. But Doc, I'm so very excited for this one. We've got, like I said, a whole lot going on today. We had that 15 Kings tournament a little bit back. That was absolutely amazing.
That was a ton of fun.
Lot of stuff going on here at Great Lakes Gaming. So make sure to tune in on those Twitters in order to get all the up-to-date information about all the amazing stuff that we're doing left, right, and center.
And so we do have our map selection in as well. If we go along the whole process, Rat9 was the winner of the coin toss there, so they banned away Icebox. Then we saw Agogi ban away Split, with Rat9 finally banning Breeze. So that left, a couple maps still available in the pool, and the map choice was Bind there for our first map of the day. So everybody's OG favorite. It's got the teleporters, it's got sand, it's got a hookah shop. Everybody loves it, and it is going to be Rat9 starting off on the defensive side here.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, I think that obviously the defensive side just a little bit favored on this map, but when it gets down to it, it's quite it can really be rolly. Basically, if you get a nice start to, you can continue that start and really turn that into something bigger and bigger. The snowball effect very much in effect on Bind, in my opinion. But regardless of how that goes, Doc, I think that we're gonna have a good time here. Bind, I know, one of my favorite maps to watch, as you love to see it.
Yeah, I really do love Bind. I know that for the most part, we've kind of like shimmied away over to Ascent for most of our best of ones, because it is that much more, consolidated map. Everybody can do the very simple tactics there and still be able to, show off their individual plays quite nicely. Whereas I think like on Bind, that was like the original version of this map, was that you could get away with some pugginess, but then we started seeing the strats come out. Ascent became a little bit more puggy, and I think we're flip-flopping back and forth now, where Bind is back to kind of that like pug style map where wall plant with Sage is a pug strat now. You just pick a Molotov character not named Phoenix, and you can just wall plant on the A side, and if that doesn't work, you just teleport to B and hookah rush.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously with the impressive usage of the Viper and whatnot, like you said, grabbing a Molly character not named Phoenix, like that's one of them, and she's got two, and those last are 8 seconds stock. They're a long time, that's gonna cut your retake time in half pretty much, and it's really interesting, right? There's a lot of different scenarios that I see going back and forth, but what I actually think is quite funny is that we haven't really seen like a solid meta develop in the tier 3, tier 2 scene. I feel like maybe like top tier 2 we have, but tier 3, I've seen everything left, right, and center. Some teams electing to go with that Viper, really loving it. Pardon me. Other teams not so much, but and kind of sticking with the more normal compositions, or more normal controllers, I'll just say. And the same with the Astra. Some teams, they're just like full Astra all the time, which I think probably the objective right decision, considering the amount of utility Astra has. But others really shying away from it. It's just been a lot of interest.
Spike down A.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
Silence. Cage triggered. Planted the spike.
Fun, and that's why the players definitely enjoy coming back. So, I mean, right now, look at how aggressive they're being here over on B. Show's able to get one before exploding from Pineapple. Scythe also going to get a Boomba kill there. Pretty cheeky. And so now here comes actually trying to get something done with the paint can, but it's just too far, too deep. Not going to pan out. Let's see if Scythe has a little bit better luck. They don't need it because they got the frag.
Yeah, and actually, by the way, that paint shell did a great job of just splitting the two players. One went close, one went far, and it allowed for Scythe to just kind of take two 1v1s instead of a 1v2. So, whilst I don't know that it was on purpose, it certainly was an effective way to easily make that pretty much a much simpler
Need a drop.
as Gogi taking that easy 2-0 start. But here's where things get a bit more complicated, don't they, Doc? You got to have those rifles on hand for Rat 9. It's the bonus weapons for Gogi Gaming.
Yeah, so, I mean, right now it's been kind of steamrolling. Like, there was the first round where it was 4v1 and then 3v1. Round 2, bit, decisive well with Scythe getting that 3K, but now it's full rifles on the side of Rat 9, like you were saying, so it's a different beast entirely when you're trying to force these objectives. And so you do see many, many members here up in the shower area. Here comes the Paranoia and the smokes, but what can they get done?
Oh, well, I mean, the answer is taking the easy frag onto fast, and I mean, that's super well done to find that kill early on. Tapping does get Damascus one, but is immediately traded by Torko, so relatively even across the board, though tagged down relatively heavily is Torko. That Paranoia doesn't seem to connect on too many players, as its site was ready and waiting for the reaggression, as the retake is coming in 3v3, Doc.
HP bar is definitely favoring, up until that point, was definitely favoring Agogi. Now Rat 9 able to heal up, make it a little bit more even, and so now they can take advantage of the superior weaponry. But these cheeky peeks are working out. Stick's gonna get the headshot there on the Scythe, and now it's a 3v2. The flanks are coming through eventually, but are they gonna be too slow is the question. Stick's able to get a second. The Sheriff not gonna connect, and Show closes out onto Trunks.
Yeah, and Trunks getting maybe a little bit too jumpy there. Not quite able to connect the headshot. Don't know if that was just, some early on, you just not gotten fully warmed up or whatever, but unfortunate nonetheless. That said, Agogi, they're not worried.
I'm on my way.
They had that force buy, right, and on the back of that, the bonus round. And now they've got full weaponry available to them in their hands, and this is where things are going to start to get a little bit more interesting. Because Rat 9 going to have the same deal, full weapons available, though one SMG on their hands as well, just to keep the money healthy.
Yeah, it does make it a little bit more interesting. Sticks gets caught in transition by a nice headshot from Pineapple MD. Scythe is going to trade out instantly with the very first part of the paint shell. The Lear does a great job on the Scythe as well. This is looking very scary for the Agogi squad. If they lose here, they're in a bad spot.
Yeah, but look at this, Doc. Pineapple coming up around the back side, and with Mask getting this kill on A, this just complicates things even further. There's just one player left alive, and they're realistically caught out in the middle of nowhere at A, and so it allows for Agogi to just get the bomb, despite rather planted down here at the B site, and well, then you can easily play the 2v1, you would imagine. That said, the low HP on the Cypher might make things a little bit more difficult for this Agogi gaming side.
And they're quite split too. Obviously, we do see the player hanging out in Tin Can there. The camera is going to get bopped, so they do know that actually is somewhere close, whether it is in Hookah. They definitely know now, and they just take him out of the sky.
It seems a bit of a questionable decision, if you ask me, just to be entirely honest about it. Like the blast back in there from actually dumb, like there's not a real good reason to be that forceful with it, like because if there's a guy back there like Mask was, it doesn't matter that he's low HP. You just lose that fight because you're not accurate in the air. So if you're a Jet, that's a bit of a different story, especially if you have Blade Storm. But with the Rays, I just think that's a bit of a questionable decision. So Rat9's suffering from that questionable decision in that round. And Blade Storm, speaking of which, popped here by Trunks as Agogi Gaming look to open the B side up.
They've done some good work here. It's still a fairly expensive round for them last time, so they're not feeling super hot this round. The tripwire broken up by the Owl drone does pop just in time, so I don't think I saw anybody behind green boxes, but they're gonna whiff the dart onto Trunks, so knives are safe for now. Pineapple's gonna get one. Sticks taking some damage, not too much. Scythe and Trunks are trading. Trunks is staying alive too, finally gonna fall to Sticks. The Sheriff could do a lot of damage. Oh, the look away at the wrong time.
Yeah, unfortunately, just getting a bit distracted by that sonar dart. And it does leave just the one player left alive here for Rat9. It's going to be Fast, who does have weaponry available, but against two that are now playing quite together unlike before, this is going to be maybe a bit troublesome. That Nebula popped, but not really going to be finding much effect as it only stalls out the retake for just a moment.
Retake attempt could happen. There is a Sheriff, and it's actually the Phantom being picked up here. Dashes forward, gets the kill, is trying to heal up, was not expecting the Vasquez to be in that same spot, basically. So looked the other way, expecting the trade to come out, but the trade was already there.
That it was, and I mean, maybe a bit unfortunate not realizing the possibility of the second player from that second angle, but look at the ultimates available in this round. Full weapons across the board, and 8 of them across this map. As I mean, big name value ultimates I think we should be looking for, probably going to be something along the lines of that Cosmic Divide and the Showstopper, of course, as well as that Hunter's Fury, but regardless, lots to play with in this round for both of these teams.
It is still quite a lead for Agogi, though. I mean, they are definitely looking to take some advantages here, as actually does follow their paint can through the teleporter. Different sound cues, so Scythe knows there's somebody in here. She's couldn't do anything about it. Trunks is going to get the kill. Scythe also picks one up there. Mask, oh, the whole team's popping off. Trunks gets a second. Fast finally going to trade one back on a Mask, but they're the only one left.
Yeah, these Rat9 songs, they're going down pretty darn fast. It seems that said Fast has certainly grabbed a couple of fast frags, making this a little bit easier. Look at this crossfire, perfectly played. Pineapple MD is the one to take that player down, and whilst it got a bit dicey there at the very end for Agogi, they certainly solidified their position, only using that Neural Theft. And again, that's probably one of the least valuable ultimates available. That said, same number available on the scoreboard overall as is now 5 for Rat9. They have not really done a good job of being able to utilize those ultimates to effect.
No, I don't think we've even seen one. I don't think this is the round to use them either. I think next round is when we start seeing those actually get used. You know, this time they're on pistols and sheriffs, so the tactical advantage that the ultimates would offer just isn't being backed up by the economic situation of the team. So hold on to them, use them next round when you have full rifles and stuff, and you can actually get something off of your tactical advantage. I mean, because look at that, Trunks just pops Show right in the face, sprays down, gets a second one on the Torco, reloads and dashes into 3 people. Oh no.
That's what we in the biz call a bit over aggressive. That said, it's you were talking about not necessarily needing to use the ultimates. Well, just style points on that showstopper, 2-for-1 deal. The rifle to follow it up. So, like you were saying, though, probably wouldn't have been ideal to utilize that any of these ultimates there in that round for Rat 9, but now it is. It's exactly the time that you would have wanted. As we take a look once again at this prior round, but like, yeah. You definitely want to use those ults in a round like this where you have a potential, you know, real weaponry available to you. That was a nice shot, by the way, from Trunks. And just finds him through the smoke. Poor guy, Torco.
Spike down A.
Bad that we cut out the part of them dashing in the middle of 3 people, but we come back just in time to see a double kill from the side of Rat 9 using the showstopper and that ultimate on the 6 there. Not ultimate, the operator, excuse me. Pineapple is going to catch the flanker, but it's interesting that the operator is currently on the Sage of all characters.
Yeah, we've kind of seen that happen a bit more often as of late. Utilizing that wall, obviously, especially with the lack of a you know, of a jet or even a Reyna using the op, right? Like, you can definitely get yourself into interesting positions with the wall, and I think it's certainly viable. It's not as effective, sure, as the jet, but it can work. Is all I'm saying. As a bit of a trade back and forth there in Showers. Doesn't ultimately net much of anything. Oh, a big spot from Mask, but was unfortunately reloading, and it's Dumb who gets a double there in the Showers. 3 on the round, and maybe even more.
Goes to the paint can, looking for the 4th kill. Falls away, though, and Show, holding the angle, is going to be able to close out the round for Rat 9. Comeback season might be upon us, Vincent, and that judge did work. Getting 3 Ks already before basically anybody even saw them. It was interesting how they clipped through the cyber cage, and I don't know if that was a spectator-only thing or if Mask had actually been able to see that as well, but they just weren't able to respond quickly enough in getting out of that corner.
Careful.
I think Mask saw it, just saw it a bit too late, right? Like, it obviously we know what's going on there because we can see through the wall, but Mask wasn't really prepared to look in that direction and just only saw it at the last moment. If I had to take a gander based on what I was looking at, but regardless of what happened, the round going the way of Rat 9, and well, the opening pick is going that way as well. 6, as soon as this operator get pulled out, has certainly been effective at finding the picks. As we see an owl drone coming around in this position. This is a nice little bait and switch, though. Unfortunately, it doesn't net Trunks anything at all. I like the idea from Agogi, but they're all falling, and that seems to be what Rat 9 have been doing a good job of here in the last 2 rounds.
That said, Pineapple pops off and gets 2 quick kills off the site there. We are going to see Nabascus with the spike. May get caught by the Boomba. They do, and actually is going to pop off with 3 more kills added to the title. Only needs 2 more for that showstopper once again.
Yeah, put them together quite well, and like you said, I mean, I was feeling that the comeback call might have been a bit premature in the prior round, but not premature at this point in my thoughts, as I mean, back to a 3-round deficit. As nice job there by Pineapple to kind of try and pull things back, but ultimately not effective enough, as it was a double kill from Dumb. I mean, that was nice, some nice shooting. You would have to say.
Out of my way.
Regardless,
The Boomba was also super well placed as well because it went over and actually caught onto the default planter spot, or that default planter spot, and so it forced them out of position and still exploded too. It didn't get the frag, but it's a very big distraction in that case. Fast gonna pick up 2 kills. Nabascus trades out, but it's still a 3-on-2 now with Pineapple's kill on a Fast.
Spike
Indeed,
planted.
it is. And I mean, listen, Rat 9,
Last player
they've had some
standing.
good ideas, but this one, these are falling apart. As soon as the A hit comes through, it seems Rat 9 were unaware of how to contend, and it sticks alone with this operator that is left to ask what the heck happened. And what a great find by Nabascus, playing the wide angle there, just ready and waiting for the player to come around the corner, recovers the operator as well, just for good measure.
Yeah, even if you're not going to use it, which it looks like they are actually going to choose to use it, it's a massive pull away from the enemy team. It's 5,000 credits, so if you're not going to use it, it's fine. You can just chuck it into the bushes and, you know, you're still plus 2,100 credits over your opponent if you rebuy a rifle. But if you do choose to use it, like we're seeing here from Agogi, then, you know, if Mask gets a frag, that's another 3,900 credits just down the toilet here for Rat 9. So we are going to see the rifle get pulled out, but Scythe, how do you still hit that shot? They were stuck in the weaves.
I mean, I don't know that was the right play from Rat 9. I feel like it was maybe a little bit better on paper than it was in reality. It just seems so obvious, right, with the wall the way it was. But regardless of that, it is still a huge advantage for Agogi. And this one is they're up 2 players up 2 players, 4-2. And well, I mean, there is a retake attempt going to be coming in, but it's quite slow. And on top of that, this might be stalled out immediately. And oh my goodness, it is. Trunks, what a nice little one tap there.
He's gonna go for another one. Catches the Lear timing. Oh man, that hurts if you're fast so much. That was such perfect
Last
timing.
round
I think they
before the
might have heard a
switch.
footstep too, because it did look like Fast like quick moved to get the Lear into the hookah entrance, and it was just that perfect timing coming in from Trunks there, and it was a huge punish.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been that slight audio cue or whatnot, but regardless of what it was, Agogi, you know, they kind of looked like they might be struggling for a couple of rounds in a row. It was when Styx really got that operator, you know, moving and started singing for him. But beyond that, it's just been Agogi once again. But nice opening here by that showstopper. I'm actually Dom getting that kill, and it certainly gives an advantage over to Rat 9, one that has been missing for the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, probably since the last time we actually saw the showstopper, believe it or not, was when they had such an advantage. This time, though, it could be very easily equaled out as the paint can comes out. It's definitely going to land on somebody's head, but it's not enough to actually close it out. But Show, super duper low, actually is super duper low. Torque's vulnerable for a split second, but I don't think this is the call. They need to, I think, rotate back over to A. We're seeing some counter rotations here from Fast, but largely, I don't think either team really has that great of an idea of what's going on right
secrets.
Ooh, well, I mean, Pineapple has a great idea of how to shoot through the canister, but yeah, I would agree. Nobody really too sure what's happening, especially with that cosmic divide. But it's just so much, so many players, I should say, being kept over here on the Rat 9 side. Like all this is Pineapple. He gets 2 kills, keeps all 3 players there at B for upwards of 30 seconds. I mean, you just can't allow that to happen if you're at
One
9.
enemy remaining.
Agogi taking just brilliant control of the situation, really doing a good job, and it's a quick one and done there on the end of the day to pick up that 9th round for Agogi.
Switching sides.
The Cosmic Wall was super big brain from the side of Agogi as well as we swapped half sides. Because, you know, yes, we did see the player there able to keep the attention, and so it wasn't just the wall going up and being like, oh, well, they're probably on the other side. It was like they were getting shot at, they were getting poked down, they were being scanned, and so it really made them think that that was the play. And so even once that spike was fully planted and the timer appeared at the top of their scoreboard there, they can't just full disengage, right? Because the wall was expiring at that point, so they couldn't even use that as like the safety feature to get out, and they still lost a member in trying to get that rotation off. So it's just really well timed between the ultimate itself and the player protecting the ultimate.
Yeah, I think very well said right there. It makes a lot of sense. And well, beyond that, nice opening. Speaking of openings, oh my goodness, that just falls to pieces. Torko does get one in the turn eventually, but it's elsewhere. Just Rat9 players falling left, right, and center. That said, Dumb getting a nice shot, maybe equalizing things just a little bit. So one player at disadvantage, but these rotations are fast and a little bit too strong. Coming through from Agogi is through the teleporter there to support was another player just in case as they take that pistol round, and this is looking like a one-sided affair, Doc, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, things have really gotten out of control for the Rat9 squad. You know, even when they were down 6-1, when they won those 2 rounds in a row, it was like, all right, maybe they can get back into this. Maybe they can frag out with Agogi and be successful here. And then they lost the next 4 rounds in a row now. So, yeah. I mean, they even lost the pistol. And look at this. They're not that force buy squad that, you know, buys up on round 2 because they lost the pistol in the second half. So they are well behind the 8 ball at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a frustrating scenario at the moment, and well, they're starting from behind as well as they started in the pit lane because they're down a player. Make it 2-3 now.
Down, B.
As this is just remaining. One and done here, as Dumb does find one, but is quick traded back out by Trunks.
Keeping 4 members alive as well means that coming into this bonus round, they're feeling pretty good. They'll have to buy 1 for Nabascus, but you could buy him a Sheriff realistically, and it's fine because it's the 3rd round of the half. Your opponent has full rifles. You're just here for a bonus, so the Sheriff buy is the choice here. And I mean, it's probably the most impactful possible weapon with the economy at the moment, right? Because you're not buying a full rifle in round 3 in case you lose, and the Sheriff still has 1 tap ability, so it's just for 800 credits. It's a no-brainer.
Well, and Trunks could also get this orb and pick up a Blade Storm, so that's another possibility. That said, it's a fast A play. Scythe looking to play close, and he's playing beautifully with that. The Judge doing work. It's not so much for Nabascus, but still, trying to dislodge it. Scythe in this angle is going to be maybe a bit tricky, but back and forth, it's fast. He finds a double kill, though the attempt of through the attempt of Trunks with that Blade Storm, and it does just leave 2 alive. But it's Scythe, one of them, kind of playing in the back lines of the team. As Pineapple kind of ekes their way back in.
Last player standing.
Fast though, gonna pick up that quick frag onto the rotating player, and now with its Scythe, 23 HP, 2 blast packs, and a dream. We're gonna have to see what they can do. We're hearing the slow orb connect down onto the spike as well. Take it away. I think that'll just about do it, and it's just what does Scythe do here?
Tries to get an exit or 2. That's the best case scenario, surely. And well, what feels like the 3rd camera committed in that position, I don't know. But well done from Rat9 to kind of get everyone out alive, and in fact force Scythe to die as well. So pretty much the best case scenario, though, playing up against that bonus round, you limit your losses if you're Rat9, and you also make sure to play that passively. That said, this is where the rubber meets the road. Agogi back on rifles to operate Trunks, and well, this has been the times that the Agogi gaming side have simply looked better.
Yeah, I mean, they've been out shooting Rat9 for a large portion of the night, and in a game where shooting matters, heck, it matters a lot. So the sniper rifle is going to come out. Trunks not quite able to connect the shot, but is able to escape with their life, thankfully. Only a little bit of damage coming their way. So now the tripwires are here. They're going to jump over them for the most part, but Pineapple gets one.
Oh, and well, Pineapple, another one as well, making a third from back behind, doing wonders. Out of bullets, though, tries to pull out the pistol, but doesn't really work. It's left to two players for both sides. Agogi coming from both the same angle, as as the heal, my apologies, comes down to help out the teammate of Sticks. So, retake certainly could be viable. Lots of utility still available for Nabascus, and some of that being used right this moment. Nicely found, and it sight finds the other whilst that's happening. So, this is an easy round for Agogi Gaming as a retake is successful, and that's number 12 on the board. That means we're at match point.
And that animation there from
Match
I
point.
believe it was Porco. It almost looked like they were trying to teleport, but maybe they were. They just got popped though, which is a really interesting one. Oh, here's the replay. So yeah, let's take a look at this again. So this is when you're talking about the retake being a possibility. They get scooped in.
Yeah,
that is the teleport animation. So just very unfortunate timing for that one, but it ends up costing them the round. And like you said, Vincent, it's set point here for Agogi. It's a one winner takes all matchup in a best of one. So if you win, you're good. If you lose, we'll see you next week.
Oh, and that's an unfortunate find. At least if you're a fan of Rat 9, it's everybody really finding big value. That said, Dumb does pick up one. That's kind of been the story of this game for that raised player. You know, kind of getting one or more, but never able to actually take advantage and turn the situation fully around. Left in the 1-on-3, and
Defenders win.
Falls at the first hurdle. So it's Rat 9 going down 13-4 to our to Agogi Gaming, who, like I said, are our amazing sponsors for this evening's Pit of Valor.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really great showing from them. Rat 9 had like some glimmers of hope sometimes, not necessarily in rounds that they won specifically because they only won 4 rounds, but they still had some like good plays going on, some nice little duels and shootouts that kind of broke their way even if the round didn't. So, I mean, it's sad to see them go so early in the night, but I do hope that we'll see more of them again next week.
Yeah, that I do. And I mean, listen, I'm not the kind of guy, I think you can win on any composition, really. But I do think they got a bit compositionally diffed right there. Like, realistically, the Astra utility was quite effective from Agogi Gaming. And sure, if you play the Astra and you don't have effective Astra utility, you might as well just play an Omen. But the lack of a gravity well is a problem. That's just a reality in the current meta of the game. And in addition to that, right, like I thought there was great ideas from the Sage. Was there a single effective res? No. Not a single one. And on top of that, the only time that the Sage got good value out of their Sage utility was when they were playing those TikTok walls and playing it all on their own with the with the operator. So it just felt like it was all individual whenever it was happening. So Rat 9 maybe need to head back to the drawing board, play in the scrims a little bit more, and figure out what went wrong and what went right. But right now, it all went right for Agogi Gaming, didn't it, Doc?
Yes, and so they will be moving on here tonight in the tournament. They're moving into round number 2, which we will have for you guys in just a couple minutes. But for now, we are going to kick it off to a short break. So stay tuned, and there's much more Valor in action coming your way very shortly.
Teleports as well. It's going to be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're going to be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse. Now. You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zim, no! He pushed up too much. That's going to tell you exactly where the bomb's going to go. And that's going to be the plan. Surely you're the one. It seems like most of the shots in this. You're going to go down. This is the off shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find him? No, through the smoke. He's able to find him.
That's true.
Another quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's going to switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. I do love that. But yeah, That the actually is the actually matches effective together. Because when the seats are opening up, here we go.
Invincible.
freak, yeah. I just wanna rise to the top, yeah. I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see, yeah. You don't see that I will get it, cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious, yeah. In my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way, yeah. I got no time that I can waste, so I've been sitting in the space, yeah. Making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane, yeah. I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us start first if we go and you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
Can you dig it?
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid.
What is going on, people? We are live, and you know what? Shocker! Guess where I am? Endless and I are just chilling today. We decided, you know what? It's been a hot minute since we've casted, and what better way to do it than to, you know, do this entire gig from Endless's room? And it's actually kind of cool. The way we got it set up is we mirrored his setup on my side. So he's like literally right behind me right now. But in all seriousness, guys, welcome to the gig. It's happening. It's a Wednesday. Endless. It feels like it's been absolutely forever. So I'm happy. I'm happy we're back.
It's definitely been a while since we've casted together, and I mean, what better way to do this on the 41st hit of Valor, and this time sponsored by Agogi. And for those that don't know, they are doing a giveaway as well. So exclamation mark giveaway. They're giving out, I think, the Arctis 7 headset from SteelSeries. So a very, very nice headset, and it's given away for free. So if you guys haven't already, enter it as soon as you can. Exclamation mark giveaway in the chat to find out more information on that.
Yes, sir, indeed. And we are going to be going, as you can see by the dead giveaway below, we're going to be going to Split. So I'm happy. A bit of a shake up here. Split, one of my favorites, all-time classic. and it feels really, I ain't gonna lie, it feels like I've been doing a lot of playing and not a lot of talking. So I guess with all the things that are happening with the whole Iceland land, all these pro players popping off, and like honestly picking up so many cool tips and tricks and seeing amazing plays. It's nice to now come to a Wednesday Pit of Valor where we're going to be able to see, how sweaty people are feeling and just what we're going to get into. So this matchup is going to be La Familia versus Mystic. So it's going to be looking good, man.
And these are two teams that we haven't really seen a lot. I don't think I've actually really seen any of these players for that matter. Some kind of ring a slight bell, like Jimmy 64 Chick Tron. And I mean, aside from that, not really a lot of people that I recognize here. So it's going to be an interesting matchup, and it looks as if the map is actually going to be Ascent.
I thought we were going to split, but I'm not complaining either. So it's all good in the hood, man. End of the day, hey, it is what it is, man. It's Valor at the end, right? It's gonna be one of the options. So we're gonna get down to it. Looks like the picks are more or less done here. Stay patient and see, because I have something's not 1 and 1 is not adding up to 2 here, Kevin.
Yeah, it's Ascent.
Agent.
Okay. Are we gonna back out of here? I think we're going for it.
No, I believe I just checked the match chat, and it is going to be Ascent. So I think there was just a little bit of miscommunication on our end. But the map is going to be Ascent, and I'm liking that both teams are going with that Astra. Interestingly enough, I think it's La Familia that has the Cypher instead of Killjoy. So I'm curious. This has been one of those maps. Is it more Cypher or is it more Killjoy based? And I mean, Killjoy, we already know, does a very good job delaying and causing a little bit of havoc and being a pest on that B and A site, depending on where they choose to play. But Cypher, I haven't really seen a crazy amount of usage from him.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I'm having one of those moments like it's okay. What's better, a Cypher Killjoy? To be frank with you, I think they're both fantastic. End of the day, I could give 2 hoots if you played 5 Phoenix. As long as you drop a 36 bomb, it's kind of irrelevant to me. I'm just keeping it honest with you here on a Wednesday, Kevin. This is Pit of Valor, right? It's maybe not always going to be synergized teams in a way. There might be some, pugs going on, people just getting together. End of the day, you got to frag out and have fun. But if I had to pick one of the two, I'd say for me on this map, Killjoy is just super strong. That utility, the turret, nano swarms, everything. It's all, it's all good news for me.
And to start things off, La Familia will be on that attacker side. Recon gonna go ahead towards that A site to get this orb. And just like that, they have an orb advantage. And Mystic Dagger, you can see playing up close personal towards mid, spotting some aggression towards that short, and does tag one, but gets tagged down himself, has his teammates to kind of help, but he is down to 30 health, not a lot to work with, and Slip able to get that first kill. Maybe he can get that 4K just like in his name, but to start things off, he does get that one.
And with that, my dear friends, La Familia in the driving seat, gonna swing on over back to B. They've kind of, shifted, rotates over, but they're getting resituated. Mystic are gonna hold steady on site. Shady at logs. There is a dog coming at him. He gets tagged and gets fully swung there by Cryptic. And with that, it's up to Kaiden. Holding steady on stairs, blows that up, gets the one, but no more bullets to support. That would have been a stunning slap fest had he had another 6 in the mag there, but hello, an airbag to the moon, along with Dogecoin. And on that note, that is Slip gonna pick up the final, and La Familia earn their first round here.
I mean, a little bit disappointed in Slip, only getting 3, not living up to his 4K name, but that is okay. 3 is plenty enough, as Cryptic able to get 2 as well. So to start things off, I mean, you're right. If they had, I think it was a Kaiden that was close up on the stairs. If he had those bullets in the gun, I mean, a couple of them did line up, so he could have had a very, very crucial round there, getting potentially 3, but unfortunately that was the last bullet in the chamber, and he was not really well equipped for that situation. Oh, right away Joshi gets taken out, and Shady forced to fall back as Kaiden getting another as well. So now, I mean, situation is evened out to a 4 versus 4. Kaiden trying to hunt for a few more, having the Marshal in hand does a lot of damage, especially on that save round. But there's Jimmy getting 2, and just like that, Cryptic and Feeble, just come in and finish things off.
Momentum is good, my dear friend, as they pick up their second after that really strong pistol round. And again, for me, that Kaiden situation round 1 leaves me wishing there was more bullets in the mag. But all good here as he is committing to go with not the Jet Pro up main. Oh, no, he was selling. So he's going to go all the way through with the rest of his team. They're all buying in with the exception of LeViper, who is doing what all Sovas love to do, which is pick up an Odin on Ascent. So happy times here. Going to be a critical matchup, though, to see if La Familia can hold off the weaponry.
Well, this is that official gun round now, right? I mean, they do have a light buy in terms of Guardians and stuff, but Slip getting the best of Kaiden right now, which is not where you want to be up close mid by yourself. And now they have an opportunity to upgrade to that Guardian, but I mean, thankfully it's a 1-bullet gun, but Joshi getting Feeble to start things off to even it out the situation yet again, but Cryptic right away gets it onto Dagger. And it's not looking the best right now for Mystic, as right now La Familia, they haven't even fully committed to a site and they're down 2 members.
It's going to be a troubling situation to see what Mystic can pull out. They've got the bomb as well. La Familia now in a position to execute as they're creeping their way oh so patiently towards mid. Shady, though, has a hunch there's some activity. He's going to keep his crosshair pinned towards market there. Joshi spots one, and he's going to make a calm and dip there. Going to use the Nano Swarm to kind of zone him out. The Suction Cup to support that, and all's okay. No one really falls to the mercy of that as they're going to bounce away. But Joshi holds steady and catches Slip on the way out with LeViper on one as well.
30 seconds
brings it down
left.
to what was a La Familia oriented round. Down to a 3 versus 2 in favor of Mystic, but Silva is very, very lit here, Endless.
He's extremely hurt, but he does have the Odin, and it does go Burr, but it doesn't matter. Hyunseo getting him instantly with that Sheriff in hand, and bomb's gonna go ahead, get planted, and Shady
I cannot.
choosing the wise option to wait for his teammate in Joshi to clear B main. And I mean, that was a very good that was a very interesting play, to be honest, from Joshi, having your full knife out, trying to walk at B main when odds are there's usually a player playing there. But right now, I mean, gravity wall activated doesn't get anyone, but that showstopper comes into play, but Cryptic doesn't have enough time to send it out as Joshi getting that pick, and now his teammate there to help. Joshi finishing off the round, able to secure their first round with a 4K, but the issue is Mystic. Look at them, they full bot for the most part, and down to 1 member left. That was an extremely insane amount of value that La Familia has just gained.
And we're going to see as we watch that demo, you can see Joshi here working on to sight around Sawa. Cryptic pops that showstopper, but the hesitation, despite that ping, Joshi drops down and he's looking all the wrong ways towards stairs. And that earns Joshi the opportunity to get control of the back. He does a bit of a situation there, baiting Shady, but, you know, you got to do that sometimes to get the grounds. And he makes the magic happen and, you know, gets Mystic on the board with their first round. And La Familia now, we're going to have to see what they can pull out of it. I mean, like you said, good value definitely for them as they were able to take out so many members. But with this, bit of a, how can I say, the brakes here on the gas pedal of La Familia. I'm expecting Mystic now to keep on pressing and pick up another 1 or 2 as La Familia are going to be hunting for this next one.
I mean, right now, Mystic is kind of just stuck, right? I mean, they lost all the rounds so far, except for 1, but that 1 round cost them all the guns, and it just makes it all the more difficult now that they're kind of on a save with after winning a round, and that's not the situation you want to be in. Right now, Shady hearing a lot of noise towards that market, and here comes that lockdown from the side of Mystic in hopes to delay La Familia from taking this site, but they're gonna go ahead and swarm that site and try to break this lockdown, in which they did. And just like that, finally losing a member from LeViper.
Planted.
But still, bomb is planted. 3 people up, and they are gonna continue to hold this post plant.
And with that, Endless down to a 3 versus 2 now. Kaiden, man of the hour. Knives in the roll. Tintron gonna send him to a different dimension with a 1 clap to the forehead as Kaiden is gliding down from the heavens. Down to LeViper. On sidewalk gets the 1, but not before Jimmy64, the man, the myth, the legend, with the sharpshooter is able to get another 1, and that earns La Familia a bounce back round and their 3rd.
And that's just I don't know what's happening right now, but Mystic really needs to start picking things up. I mean, yes, that was an eco, but the amount of value they're getting per round isn't the same that La Familia is able to get, and maybe it is a defensive-sided weakness that Mystic has right now. But on the other end, La Familia doing a really good job so far, just absolutely taking each site by storm whenever they please, and Mystic has yet not really found a solution.
Whip open the good old encyclopedia of plays here. And I'm curious to see what Mystic's going to do, right? We're going to need a bit of a shake-up. I don't know if early aggression is the play. You know, getting some early intel on a pick is going to be a solution. Getting up on Jet to do some magic. Not quite sure what it's going to take, but if they continue down this this beaten path here, La Familia is going to pick up, you know, more and more traction. Their economy is just going to build and build. And you can see Cryptic now fearlessly picks up that orb. Dagger, timid, sits towards Wine and patiently waits for more information. And, you know, a bit of an orb and dip situation too, Emma. So it looks like a bit of a fake altogether, but no one's really rotated or commits yet. Ample time on the clock. We'll see what they choose to do here.
And I really like what Team Mystic has been doing this round. They're playing it a lot more passive. They're not giving up early picks early on, as La Familia has kind of just sat back and waited for them to overpeak and overextend, and they took complete advantage of it. But this time around, nothing to really work with, so they're just gonna have to use brute force and try to enter a site, as now they've smoken up CT spawn. They're gonna go ahead, enter that B site through market, and that nade is gonna push Joshi back. Does take him all the way down to 39 health, so that's absolutely crucial. And all that's left in sight is Shady, able to get one, but gets traded off instantly. But the time is running down. They're gonna have to get this bomb down as soon as possible. But that Hunter's Fury from the Viper, able to get bomb down, and they don't have enough time to get this planted, and that Hunter's Fury came in clutch. Mystic able to finish off that round. Dagger getting Feeble as well, and that was well played.
Superb job there. That Hunter's Fury, like you said on this, was a massive differentiating factor. With that, the delay, it looks like La Familia had a plan, but they did not expect that Hunter's Fury equalizer, I guess, to show up in the way that it did. And they sent it in all the right ways. So good for them as Team Mystic earned that second round here, counteracting the rally that we're seeing of from La Familia. I mean, with the disruption in the one. Still anyone's game though, honestly speaking. Ample opportunity here as we're only sitting on round number 6. This time grouped up towards what appears to be the A long site, not giving any control up. Oh, Josh goes for the nice and early pick. Wine out of the question in this case, as they're still holding steady with that one way. So peeking that is a whole bunch of bad news bears, my friend.
It's not the best scenario. Dagger opening up the round even more this time for Team Mystic, getting another kill here, and now down to a 3 versus 5 situation. Joshi stuck towards Wine, able to get Slip before falling out. But that leaves La Familia at only 2 members left to take a full site, with 4 members left remaining on the side of Team Mystic. So this is going to be a little bit more difficult. Shady entering Astral Form, going to be placing out some stars towards that A main. And right now, it's just a waiting game, waiting for any sort of extension from Team Mystic to somehow open back up the round in La Familia's favor. But like I said, they're playing it well. They're playing it passive, so they're taking their time, waiting for La Familia to get that aggression. As you can see, Kaiden already on that flank, so they are pinched.
You said it well. That's the flash opening up there from Sky. Shady pin in the corner, gets swung on. Heinzo gets the one. Dagger with the 1 and 2 piece combination. I mean, if Dagger wasn't enough, you had Kaiden in the wing there at the back end, ready to go for the flank, which made it very bleak there for La Familia. And that earns Team Mystic an even up 3-3 situation on the scoreboard. Good bounce back, good mobility, and a nice and quick rotate. They got the information towards A and said, you know what, guys, or B rather, and it's time to get over. So all things said and done, that it's looking pretty healthy here for both these teams.
Yeah, it worked out really well. I mean, both teams showing a little bit of fight here, as right away we saw a little bit of a kind of a one-sided match from the side of La Familia, but right away Team Mystic picked it up. Although their first gun round cost them quite a bit, they have now fought their way back to tie things up.
They're going right on through, and it looks like Sight's a complete give up here. The door is now closing as well. No one's in heaven, no one's in hell. That nade, of course, was critical to get control of that and, you know, understand who's kind of hiding in the wings. But with the door now closed and a good post-plant situation, you don't get to see this too often unless 5 versus 5 post-plants can get pretty slippery. We'll see Oh, and that's the Cosmic Divide. So good usage to block off long. That's going to do a really good job of segregating the defense on the post plant. We'll see if La Familia can make the magic happen and keep it holding.
Right now, Kaiden and Feeble getting some trades. Jimmy getting another as well. So now puts themselves in an advantage, but instantly gets equalized by LeViper and Shady. LeViper continuing on his trend, and it's all left down to the Rays in Cryptic. But Satchel gonna come out. Actually comes in clutch. But Dagger there to help his team after the fact. But hey, that Satchel came in absolutely clutch.
I apologize. I low-key had flashbacks to, like, I think it was like 6 weeks ago. There was an awesome kill of an airbag that won them the round. It was similarly on that same site too. I have vivid memories of it, and we're getting a replay now, watching Jimmy trying to work his magic. LeViper denies that, and of course, should be able to catch the tail end of the airbag that will send LeViper to a different dimension. And just when you thought you have the bomb, you don't. But all good. Dagger watching all the right places. That Cosmic Divide did its job and delivered there. So earning them their fourth. Endless Mystic are on top once again.
And that's what you want to do, right? You wanted to turn the situation around and now regain the lead, and they did exactly that. And right now, La Familia, they're starting to figure out what is going wrong. How do they win these rounds? But right now, it doesn't seem like they're ever having a real issue in getting that bomb site and getting that bomb down, as they had 4 ults to work with, but Dagger getting Feeble, which now leaves La Familia at only 3. And here comes that defender lockdown. Joshi with the lineups of the Nano Swarm. Kaiden looking to start to make their move towards that site, and lockdown gets destroyed right before. But the issue is, do they clear hell here?
Patience now. Cryptic holding steady, gonna get swung there, dinking Kaiden to the face there. He's getting pinged out as well. LeViper now out of heaven has to make a play. He knows there's people long. He knows there's one at hell. He's going to commit to it. That's the showstopper. Does not much at all. They swing on Cryptic. Cryptic gets the headshot. Amazing job with low hit points at all. And as they do their magic, that earns Cryptic 3-piece combination and La Familia their 5th round here, Endless.
That's absolutely crucial. And I'm just surprised that he lasted so long in hell. I mean, Cryptic absolutely huge, and only had a Spectre in hand, able to get 2 that dropped on him, but at the same time, no one really peeked together. They just dropped one by one. Everyone was looking at different angles by themselves, and that allowed for Cryptic to really clutch up that round, and just like that, back to a 4-4 tie.
Yeah, I stand corrected. I said 5. It's definitely their 4th. And listen, they've managed to even it back up, and it looks like Kaiden is muscle memory, getting used to shooting that dart that comes nearly in the same place every single time. And on that, with that, he has support from Dagger, which is nice to see, considering he himself is only sporting a Sheriff at this point. But La Familia now are being very patient, which is nice to see. I mean, all things considered, both these teams are exercising fair amounts of discipline, and Mystic is sticking to their guns. It seems like they like to play the retake opportunity on A, and you can see they set Killjoy up, and the rest of the team starts to get pretty mobile. And with that, we'll see if Cryptic's nade here gonna absolutely clap Dagger. He gets a tickle, as they're still holding steady at mid here, unless, and with the second ping coming out now, they're gonna get spotted. Slip's gonna capitalize, get the one onto Dagger. Kaiden now, shock dart, 93, still holding. That's the second one, 56 now, and he gets swung fully. Ray Charles, as Feeble, gets that, and with that, markets a free space, and they're gonna go for it.
Well, there's a man named LeViper with a big gun, and it goes burr, and right away 4K on to Team Mystic, which, I mean, for Team Mystic, but now
30 seconds
Jimmy
left.
finally getting him, gets that bomb, is able to retreat. And I don't know if Mystic is ready for that rotation. It doesn't seem like, well, actually, it does seem like they think he could have gone towards that A. So Jimmy with the double back towards mid now, and the timing works out absolutely perfectly.
10 seconds left.
And he's gonna go ahead, get this bomb down without any sort of resistance here. And now it's up to a 1 versus 2 post plant. Dog's gonna be activated to clear up close spawn. He does spot 1. Will he expect 2? Oh, he gets 1. But Joshi, with a little bit of an off angle, swings instantly.
Super job, and I mean the double up situation, the buddy system, as always, Endless comes out on top, and that earns Mystic a round to their name. So let's start it off looking a little bit of an interesting matchup, all around the board, is kind of seeing some disparity. And, you know, I felt Team Mystic was kind of lacking. Looks like they've really rallied back. Their mice are getting warm, hands are warm. All's looking good here as we are basically neck and neck in this matchup so far.
And I also think that Viper's Odin is looking a little bit warm too. I mean, 4 kills right off the bat when they're funneling into market. There's no situation where he loses that fight, as there's just way too many bullets. It's a small corridor. Where else are you gonna go?
All right.
Scanning ahead.
We'll see as we're now sitting on a pistol buy here, unless La Familia are grouped up heavily towards A. The Shock Dart, or no, sorry, Shock Dart. The Recon going to keep Kaiden at bay. Pop flashing and swinging. Oh, slip with the massive one clap. I don't know what Kaiden's plan was there, as the Viper is going to earn 1. Can he get a second? Gets a bit of a tickle onto enemy Sova, as he's got his favorite weapon of choice. No one's really peeking him though. The rest of the team contributing, and they brought it down to a 3 versus 3 now. Anyone's round thus far, and I think, honestly speaking, yeah, makes total sense. La Familia going to fall away here and try and work another part of this map before committing.
I also want to kind of talk about La Familia and their ecos. I mean, they've gotten so much value onto Team Mystic. Already tied 2-2 here in terms of members dropped, and Feeble able to lurk his way onto this B site, which... Does Joshi know he's there? I really hope he does, because it doesn't seem like he's even aware that he's in sight. And right now, Jimmy trying to work this B main. Feeble gonna come back.
30 seconds left.
Try to make a play happen, but will they clear logs now?
Oh boy, Feeble gonna absolutely one clap the Viper there. Joshi with the 1 and 2 now. He spotted out. Oh, beautiful crosshair placement, and that gets it down to a 1 versus 1 now. 13 on the board. Feeble gotta go. He's got time though. He's gonna find a happy place for himself, as we're gonna see Shady having a bit of a existential crisis, unsure whether he wants to go left or right, and he decides that Mark gets his pathway, and rightfully so. Going big flank is not the play, considering it's only down to 1. Kind of expect Feeble to be in sight as he watches his cam. Tags him. Oh, actually, he didn't get him on the tag. Oh, hello, Shady. Struggling on the scoreboard, Endless, and he puts a crosshair right on the head. So the camera play was the right play. He didn't get the tag off, which I think would have made a massive difference, but all things considered, that earned Shady a clutch, and if I'm not mistaken, he's pushed his way up the scoreboard a little bit too here, as we're going to see it in a second. Really good. Team Mystic up to 6.
See, I don't know if Feeble played that how I'd like it to have been played. I mean, it's unfortunate to begin with that he got that kill and he had to fall off and get that bomb planted without being able to pick up a gun, which was a bad advantage, well, a little bit of a disadvantage in his favor. But afterwards, I mean, he had the cam up. He didn't have to play behind sight. He could have played anywhere, and I mean, I just don't think he should have been over peaking there.
I can agree with that, unless there's a lot more opportunity there. Oh no, Kaiden misses the right click. That is troublesome. Disaster has struck as La Familia are in the driving seat with a 1-member advantage, and I will agree with you. You know, like, the positioning was not ideal. Peeking it, maybe not the best play. He could have maybe finessed down a little bit, done something to, you know, read the room a bit. He knew he was on that side. I'm just at awe here at La Viper's Odin skills, man. He's super flexing and he's able to even it up. And with the 2v2 now, there's opportunity on the table for either one of these teams to take it away. But I'm still kind of torn about that last round, you know, unless we watch Shady work his way through heaven. Could have played into, you know, the back of sight. He could have finessed him on the boxes. There's just so much more he could have done.
There really was. And I also want to mention just now that flash coming from La Familia from Sky. It just went to that box in B main, and it just missed them. And the fact that La Viper was able to capitalize on that breaks my heart. And now Jimmy gonna be inside, able to get Shady to start things off, but now still 1v1, and La Viper, again, too many bullets at too fast of a pace. And now Team Mystic starting to build a little bit of a padding, up 7-4 right now. Can they close it off 8-4 half?
looking healthy. I mean, there's some interesting choices being made. I don't know why Shady went for the hero play with the, what appeared to be the jumping right click classic idea. Could have been played a lot better, and considering his scoreline, I think a bit more disciplined that way to work with the Viper. But I mean, he got it in the end, all things considered. There was probably a comm that maybe Jimmy was lit. I'm not too sure, but that hero play for me, kind of questionable. When things get tight, you don't want to be doing those kinds of plays. That's not how you push and really keep margins down to a minimum. So it's all good. We're in the last round. Mystic's goal, of course, to finish off with the 8-4. We'll see if they can make that happen.
Yeah, you really don't want to jeopardize rounds, and right off the bat, the Viper getting that opening pick, and Kaiden gonna continue to push as he does spot where Slip is falling off to. Will he get that pick? He doesn't. But who else is gonna be there to trade? And it's obviously gonna be the Viper, the man with too many bullets and too fast of a pace. But right away, La Familia recognizes that aggression towards that B site. They're gonna go ahead, get that bomb down towards A. They're all stuck towards Generator and Hell right now, which I'm not sure if it's gonna be the right play, but it looks as if they're gonna get a little bit of aggression going towards this Heaven. And just like that, I think that is gonna make the difference this round.
I think so too. And with the double up situation, they're also lurking for kills, which is a great thing to see. They're doubled up, they're buddied up, they're watching each other's back, which is critical. I think it's going to be a good opportunity for La Familia. It's a matter of, so this is exactly what you want to see. Mystic said, guys, we're not even going to bother contesting Heaven, go right out of door and let's push. But they're taken away. They get the diffuser down to just 2. Cryptic plays it so well, Endless, and that earns La Familia the 5th. So, and he also blows himself to a different dimension. On that note, we end away this half with a 7-5, respectively. Team Mystic in the driving seat.
I wasn't sure what Cryptic was doing there, but I think he ended up just having fun knowing it's the last round, activated the showstopper, maybe tried to get away from that explosion radius, but I think it just wasn't hitting the right spot. And I mean, 7-5 half, very, very respectable. And again, this is one of those maps that could go either way, regardless of the side you're on. I mean, we've seen strong defensive sided rounds, and we've also seen strong offense sided rounds. So it really doesn't matter. It just overall depends on how your team plays and what side you're more favored towards, and whether or not your opponents can counter it.
Certainly agree with you there, Endless. And as we progress ahead here, we're going to see what can be done as Kaiden is down to a whopping 36 HP. Joshi, though, taking hits, but of course, Friendly Sky is there to give everyone hugs and get them back to full hit points. With the drone coming their way, I think Mystic are going to be just being patient. Pop the drone, get out of sight, and regroup and recalibrate what their plan's going to be. But there's already information gathered from the side of La Familia. They're kind of feeling their way through here. They're very much grouped up towards Tile. Slip, though, is watching it, spotting it. They're going to commit. He's going to give it up by the looks of it, and he won't have much info as to what they're going to do. So the only thing they got is sound cues on short, and this is it now. It's up to Jimmy to push and keep him away. Cryptic supporting from the behind.
Go get him.
Right away, I mean, Cryptic getting one, even though he's flashed, but Dagger there to trade things off. The paint cans don't go far enough as Slip gets another, and now Team Mystic down to just 2 players left against 4 on the side of La Familia. And B site seems completely open as they're gonna just be able to run in with a little bit of force towards that spawn. As right now you can see Dagger, well, Josh essentially baiting some time for Dagger to get this bomb down. They do get it, so that's an extra couple of credits there, but La Familia ultimately wins that round.
Happy to see it, and they do it near flawlessly. Endless, and on we go to what's panning out to be a really good match number 2. Very even across the board.
And that's what you want to see, right? You want to see even matches, and ultimately it's the most exciting. All the members on the side of La Familia, though, right now, kind of popping off. You can see Cryptic at 15-8, Jimmy 12-10. And on the other end, you got La Viper 17-10, but Joshi at 11-11. And right now, Kaiden and Shady really need to start picking things up, especially being on that attacker side now. They need to assert dominance.
agree with you 100%. If there's one time to put the foot to the gas all the way to the floor, it's now. Cryptic, this grenade going to be huge. He's going to swing off. He gets the one, continuing to burr, and he has Jimmy, and he gets the nade kill. So good support, good buddy system, and you can see Slip there in the wings is contesting. Oh, with the jumping classic as well to seal the deal. And with a what appeared to be 20 seconds elapsed, we rounded up, and La Familia are back on the board yet again.
I mean, tie game. That's exactly what La Familia wanted, to start this defensive side strong, and they did exactly that. Winning pistol, winning that bonus, and despite losing 2 members right now, it looks as if they might just continue to hold on to their bonus guns here and deal a lot of damage. I mean, they've done a very good job doing that on the first half, right? So you got to expect that they could probably do that even better on this defensive side this time around.
I certainly agree with you, good sir. As you can see, Jimmy on the opposing end is able to get one nice and early. Cryptic gets his fair share as well, down to 10 hit points. And of course, we still have Friendly Sky, so keep your eyes on the board. And there it is, raises his hug and heal right up in the top. Pop flash at mid. They're going to try and gain some control. Spotting away towards short, down to market as well. Kaiden spots multiple, but they push right through B. So any opportunity to cross here at mid is going to be met with a ton of resistance, and he's going to walk into 3 members. Swinging, gets the one. Can he get more? Traded, and alas, that is Dagger. Of course, they're the support. And on that note, what is originally a 2v1 after La Viper's attempt gets denied by Feeble, and that earns La Familia their 8th here, and on the board. A good set of kills back and forth in a very short period of time, battling and contesting. But was that the play? I'm still a little bit perplexed. You know, they pushed right through B. What's the motive to do that and then be in that position to give it up? It just didn't make sense to me.
I mean, just like that, they're able to now upgrade all their guns, and Mystic left on a save.
I'm going up.
And they have taken the lead, so this is a good opportunity now. If they play that range and just understand that Mystic is on that eco, they don't play too aggressive, they can close up this round, as it should be absolutely free here. But the paint can's coming out to Cryptic, and it does deal a lot to Dagger, but it doesn't matter. Kaiden down to 45 health themselves as well. And now Jimmy, ready for this flash and peek. Able to spot one towards the left side. Does flick onto Kaiden, but Joshi there to trade things off. But now, I mean, still 3 members left on Mystic, but they don't have access to any guns still.
And with a minute 7 on the clock, 4 versus 3 opportunity, there's still plenty of chances here for Mystic to get onto it, as they're still contesting. We know La Viper can make some magic happen when he has the good old Odin, but he's going to work that with a Spectre. Joshi fade away onto Feeble with the drive-by, and earns them that 2 versus 2 scenario. As Shady now up against Slip. If he can swing this up close and personal and one clap him, it would be marvelous. As that op is a 1-hit, 1-kill, so let's keep watching and be patient. This duel and bit of information that Shady's going to pick up here is going to be pivotal to his
concealment.
success.
You can see the smoke being activated here by Shady. There's a shot that goes out, actually, and right away Joshi understands, okay, the rotations have gone towards that A site. He's going to go ahead, grab this orb, activate this lockdown to clear out the entirety of B site, but unfortunately just no one is in there. And they only have 12 seconds, so they're going to have to work a little bit faster here. And now I think they have all that information that no one is going to be at the back of site. Bomb's going to go ahead and get planted. Shock Dart is going to reveal one, and that's a tough situation there, as he could have gotten walled completely. But Shady already in the back of Boathouse with Joshi stuck in sight. Right now, Slip just trying to hold an angle, waiting for an overextension. Spot Shady, so now they got info that one is back sight, and that Nanosword coming in. Did he get that in the air?
I think he did. That was, I think he slapped it right at the right time. It kind of like was about to land, and I saw it kind of poof. So he did get it, Endless, but it's down to a bomb taken away. He wants to get maybe an exit or two, but he himself has a massive investment in his hand. 5,000 bucks he wants to save, and yeah, he chooses to run away, rightfully so, but he's getting chased. Hot on his end is Killjoy. Slip gonna hide. He's gonna go for the peek as well. Oh! What?
Wasn't paying attention, I guess.
Okay, then.
I guess he just wasn't understanding or focused on the radius of the bomb and got a little bit too close to that wall, not expecting it, and I don't know.
I mean, all things considered, I mean, it's an 8-8 scoreline now. That is detrimental into the economy, right? We've thrown $5,000 in the dumpster. He was getting contested. Part of me says maybe he should have stopped, got the frag, and kept going. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Like, but, I mean, back to a tie game here. Mystic showing some signs of life, winning their official gun round, but now it comes the true test. La Familia on that defensive side with full guns this time around. Can they prevent Team Mystic from really gaining any sort of map control, as they've done a very good job so far? But this time around, it seems like they're playing a little bit more relaxed.
Certainly, and they've grouped up nicely towards A here. Cryptic, though, going to be a massive player in this resistance. He gets the one before getting traded out, or yeah, respectfully traded up by Le Viper. To no surprise, as that evens the scoreline. We have a Hunter's Fury available. We have Sky Ultimate pending for La Familia as well, which is going to be fantastic to get some intel if needed. As we patiently wait for the attackers to regroup one more time, we'll see what Mystic wants to do. Sova towards short, they're spotting, but of course Cypher pushing from the wings there. We're going to watch him contest with Shady momentarily. If he crosses at the right time, and there it is, Feeble patiently waiting outside of B. Shady does not expect that aggression.
30 seconds left.
And that equalizer is something you can't blink at, right? Now you can see they're back in the driving seat now, and Mystic are going to have to fight back with one less member.
4-3 situation. La Familia done an excellent job. They got those opening picks they wanted, and they fell back instantly. But right now, Feeble coming towards mid, getting Joshy and Jimmy, getting Le Viper, and everything for the side of Team Mystic just completely fell apart. And La Familia get their 9th round, and they regain that lead. So a lot of back and forth coming here, and it seems as if there is going to be a little bit of a tactical pause here, as right now I think they're just sitting around trying to figure out, okay, we don't want this lead to get too big for La Familia. We need to sit down, figure out what is going wrong, and how can Shady and Kaiden start picking things up to help their team out, essentially.
I think Shady is just having a rough time. I don't know what Kaiden's vibe is right now, right? All things considered, you have, Kaiden, who is in some cases, I'm not going to dismiss it, a little bit more critical on this defensive side, right? We're going to talk about getting early information, getting a quick pick and falling off. That's where Kaiden can excel. I'm not seeing that type of aggression and, really slippery, aggressive plays, and I don't know if that's the equalizer. Shady's utility is critical. His survival is also impactful to the team. So we want him to be alive, but rightfully so. He also needs to frag out. He's got to be picking the right fights and using his utility not only for, let's say, holding the pushes, but maybe for peaks, right? Putting the suction cup down and going for a wide swing on long, or even at B. These types of plays are going to help them, get early intel. So I don't know. It's tough to say. It's going to require a bit of, in this case, maybe a bit of attack pause just to realign the team and get everyone's head back in the game.
It's an excellent time to start that attack pause too, right? And you don't want any type of momentum on the side of La Familia to really start building. And I mean, after just winning a round and then losing the next to La Familia, I think it's the perfect time to just figure out, yeah, it's a save round, but hey, everyone regroup, understand everyone is on the same page, and just do something together, work as a team.
Certainly well put, and we'll see at this point now with the regrouping opportunity here from Team Mystic. They are very much grouped up towards long. Now the rest of the team in the wings there, and that's the Hunter's Fury to go for the denial. The one-ways are so clutch there as Kaiden goes for exactly what we wanted, the big brain push right through. Le Viper is able to open it up with a beautiful Hunter's Fury pick. It doesn't get this much better right now. It's a good pushback from Team Mystic. We're going to see if they can capitalize and keep the gas on them.
And you can see the nano swarm towards heaven. I don't know if that still works. I think that's been patched, I believe, or whatnot.
But patched to the point endless where it's usable, so I think it's okay.
Maybe as Cryptic coming in with that showstopper, able to get one. Do they continue to clear? Hell, they do. As Dagger, nothing but a sheriff, trying to hold down the site, and La Familia just doing an excellent job. I mean, it is a save round. And Mystic tried to get as many guns down as possible. They were able to get 2. But nonetheless, La Familia able to clinch their 10th round here. And, I mean, back to a full buy for Team Mystic.
So for me, analysts, considering the situation, Jimmy 64, of course, has fun. Slip is also looking okay. Hyunso also is looking pretty healthy considering he's been Odin'd up. So there's opportunity to rebuy back in, but for Mystic now, who have fully committed to the buy, this is going to be a critical round for them. A near do or die. If they give this one up, they're going to be on the eco for the next. And I don't know, it's going to be tough for them to get back into it, but this is it. For me, a massive teetering round.
And we talked about it before. We talk about it all the time, really, where once teams get to that double-digit score line, that is when teams start to struggle, right? Whether they can close it out or they can't close it out, it adds a little bit more pressure to the team that is down. And on top of that, I mean, Team Mystic, they're only 2 rounds away, so it's not impossible to come back from this. As Kaiden working his way up short, does catch Feeble, catches a little bit more of his body sticking out, and able to get a pick to even out the situation right now. Still 4 versus 4, but the defensive side is spread thin. And right now, as long as they regroup and try to take something by storm, there shouldn't be any problem taking that site.
Certainly, and you can see they've heavily shifted over towards A, right? You can see on the mini, Raze and Astra are looking at Heaven. They've sent over support towards mid. That's Jimmy in the wings, deep down towards spawn. And they're going to go right for the pinch here through market there. Hyunso picks one onto Joshi as he also gets the turret out of the way. That is a recon, as you know, it lands kind of in front of the table. So Kaiden is in the safe zone as Astra's utility is keeping him safe as well. As we see in a 4 versus 3 scenario, La Familia looking healthy. We're gonna see if they can capitalize on the retake.
You see Kaiden with the Cosmic Divide close up towards Market Door. Is he able to get one? No. Cryptic coming in with a burst fire with that classic in hand, and that is a gun on the side of La Familia. And Cryptic, another. Oh, actually, he's just gonna stick with that classic as he gets Shady as well. And Team Mystic starting to fall apart as that was their buy round. And now La Familia 1 round away from hitting match point. And Team Mystic really less and less room to really work with here.
And the straight jacket is definitely tightening up here for that team. They're kind of falling down, and you know, this is it. We talked about it, right? Look at the economy. It's an absolute shambles, endless. For them, this is going to be tough. They're basically going to have to save for last and hope they can come back and equalize. It's not a far stretch, right? Don't blink at the fact 4 rounds is very much attainable. They're just going to have to really contest and play very smart.
And I feel like right now, Team Mystic has just been taking things a little bit too slow because they're allowing La Familia to set up every single time. And by the time they try to take a site, La Familia has already basically rotated to the site. And I mean, there's just so much time, and they've done a very good job getting info, which allows for a harder take for La Familia, but they really need to just stick to one plan and try to commit to something, but all together.
So with you is Dagger, and Kaiden works so well. Cryptic, I think, looked right up there, but he got his head absolutely annihilated as he went for the peek. Now Slip is denied opportunity to contest towards market as Kaiden is holding steady on Pizza, goes for the swing. You like to see it, unless Kaiden is awake. He goes for the aggressive peek onto Slip and earns them an advantage here finally in a 5 versus 3, but we've seen them fall apart in cases like this before. But no, Kaiden definitely had his drink control as he is on the board with 2 frags this round. Leaves it down to just 2 members of La Familia now, as they're going to press right on over to A site in a 5 versus 2 like we said. This is fantastic for them. We'll see if they can make it happen there. They spot Feeble spamming away and leaves it down to just
30
1.
seconds left.
I mean, just 1 member left for La Familia. This is exactly the round they were looking for. Getting that early aggression and just working together at a faster pace as Hyunso able to get 1. But I think he's going to go ahead, choose to save this gun as, I mean, he is in a 1 versus 4 situation. He wants to ideally get as many guns down on the side of Team Mystic as possible, as their economy has already been hurting. So the more he can get down, it's all a bonus.
Most definitely. As this is rounding off to be a bomb explosion to the moon, as Hyunso is going to be looking in the wings for a frag. And yeah, he's going to get spotted out. Gets the 1. Good job. Fantastic value. Can he get more? Flashed. If he peeks it, there is availability. There is another. Can he get another one out of this if they're going to swing him? And it looks like Mystic realized that this is a bunch of bad ideas. Ooh, good spam though.
He's able to do quite a bit of damage there to Slip as well, or actually to Shady. But, I mean, losing 3 people, I don't know if that was the play. I think they should have just stayed passive as their economy is relatively hurting. As you can see, Shady right now looking to Spectre up with light armor. I'm not too sure why he didn't go with a Vandal for that matter, or even buy his teammate, but I don't know. I'm not too sure.
I mean, either, and this is as good as it gets, right? Mystic now fought back, and I think Kaiden was a pivotal factor in that endless, right? He got 2 early frags, really contributed to a strong round, and now we're on our way with just a 2-round deficit there. The turret spotted out. Cryptic has his big boy pants on, going for the swing, gets the one on to Dagger, and Jimmy's there to support, and they've got full control for the most part here. La Familia one more time in the driving seat, it seems. As Team Mystic are going to have to regroup and make up a plan here. They do have a lockdown. They do have a Hunter's Fury. There's opportunity. It's just a matter of using that kit and committing.
And what I find kind of odd is the fact that Mystic won that round earlier because of how aggressive they were, and then all of a sudden their aggression just disappeared yet again. And it's now they're just peeking one by one into Feeble, and he's able to get the best out of the situation, getting 3 huge kills there. I mean, now by the time they can fully take that site, they have 2 members left. And once again, like I said, La Familia doing a very good job early on to get early info. And right away, the rotations are already there as Team Mystic finally gets into that site.
My dear friends, we are now teetering on that match point here. La Familia are absolutely wafting victory. It's been a tough round here, or tough matchup for Team Mystic, but I mean, all things considered, they're botting as much as they can. A tough situation. Some full buys, some armor and pistols. It's kind of in shambles, but we're gonna make it happen here. And hopefully Team Mystic can weasel out another. If they can weasel out 3 though, I mean, this is, we've seen some now, sweaty stuff here. Anything is possible, but so far La Familia are looking very, very healthy.
You're right. Anything can happen. I mean, I wouldn't count them out just yet. I mean, yes, it is the final round of the game if they do lose this, but they have found a way to win before, and they had that early aggression, but this time it's going to be a little bit harder. They're all on force buys, and that dart is going to catch Feeble out in the open, but it doesn't matter. He peeks at the perfect timing, gets Dagger, who is completely unaware that that's even a positioning that Feeble could be at, as Jimmy getting Kaiden as well, and now it's looking very, very grim as Cryptic getting to Jimmy, closing things off, and La Familia are gonna go ahead, take this match 13-9. And I can't necessarily say, Strive, that was a very close matchup. I mean, the score was even closer than it seemed, but at the end of the day, La Familia just came out with better teamwork.
Absolutely. Everything looked good for La Familia. They were on top of their game. Everything was synergizing, and I will say it's tough. I mean, Kaiden and Shady had a really rough game, right? You can't dismiss the 4 and 5 frags in the bottom. It's really tough to shake that off, and it gets to you, right, mentally. And I think not only for those 2 players, but the rest of the team feel bogged down in some cases. So, you know, the emotions and mentality play a key factor in any competitive game, and in this case, it was just tough to close out. So, I mean, still very respectable. They put up a really good fight. They had a good push towards the end, but the economy and just their aggression as a team and the unity, it just kind of suffered all across the board. But I'm happy to say for match number 2, really good job there on Ascent, and I'm looking forward to more to come.
Yeah, and more to come is exactly what's going to happen. Guys, take a break, grab a drink, grab some snacks, and if you guys don't already know, grab some Drink Control, because Drink Control, one of our proud sponsors here at GLG, and I mean, for those that don't know, it's a meal replacement, right? When we're gaming hardcore, we know it's COVID. There's not a lot of time to go out, get any type of food. Who has time to cook anymore, right? Let's get some Drink Control. It's a meal replacement, and on top of that, you can drink it while you're gaming, so you never have to skip a beat. Just keep playing and keep yourself hydrated, and on top of that, there's a lot of nutrition in it, so why not?
It's quick and easy, man. And, you know, of course, this is a critical time endless for us to do one thing. We got to say a big thank you for the opportunity for the giveaway. Agogi is giving off SteelSeries Arctic 7, which is baller. Amazing headset, guys. If you haven't already and you're watching, now's a good opportunity. Exclamation mark giveaway in the chat. Be sure you get down to that fun stuff. Don't miss it. It's just enter. It's a Gleam.io entry. Takes all of 2.2 seconds to do. I'm kidding, but it's an awesome giveaway. And if you haven't already, be sure to follow our socials here at GLG and on tonight as well. So we're going to send you off to a very, very snappy quick break. We're going to come back to more. Don't go anywhere. It's a good time to get situated. There is still ample amount of games to come. So sit tight. You're going to see more of us very shortly, guys.
rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. Find you in my I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
Midnight, and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. And this time around, whoa, Strive, which amusement park are you at, man?
I'm at Canada's Wonderland for all my Toronto and Canada friends. Rep, whoop, whoop.
I thought you were at my
Gotta have
house
some
just
fun.
now. I didn't
Bro,
notice you left.
We're quick up in here, man. Like you blink twice and I move, right? Game to game, I'm gonna be in a different place. Next thing you know, I'm gonna be in your bedroom. I did not say that. Proceed,
Whoa.
and let's go ahead, bring us in.
Okay. Now, aside from my bedroom and you being stealth, there are going to be two teams that are coming up in this matchup, and it's going to be stealth and power mode. I haven't seen stealth, so I'm not too sure how good of a team they are. But I definitely have seen power mode, and I mean I've seen them since the Counter-Strike days, and now that they've made that move into Valorant, and I mean, couple of familiar members on the team. I expect good things from them. They've made it far in a lot of our tournaments, and now I mean the matchup is on a Haven, so I'm excited, man.
Okay, I'll stop with the weird eyebrow stuff. I'm sorry, I'm having way too much fun. Yes, sir, Haven. So it's a change up for us. We had a nice matchup on Ascent, a good way to get things going and get back to some good old Valorant on this Wednesday, guys. I'm looking forward to it. Good matchup. We're going to see how it pans out here as we get situated and wait for everyone to get in game and get ready to go to Agent Select. This is an opportune moment, one more time, of course, to thank Drink Control, guys. That code is always available to you, GLG10. Get yourself some Drink Control, a fantastic meal replacement opportunity. And you know what? If you're not in the mood for that, at least you can be in the mood for an awesome giveaway. So enter the giveaway here, ! Giveaway is the command in Discord, or not Discord, in Twitch. Be sure to slap that. Enter the Gleam.io, get in there. SteelSeries Arctis 7 headset is up for grabs. So I think one of the best. And hey, you know what? Endless, we forgot to say, thanks to Agogi, we are doing $100 this week. So we get up the prize pool, we get a giveaway out of it. It's all good here.
Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to them for upping our prize pool and sponsoring this event. And I mean, going into Haven, with this being a 3-sided map, which is not traditional in any other FPS game at this caliber, I mean, thoughts, Strive? I mean, what are you expecting? Who are you taking? Because on my side, I think I'm gonna have to stick with power mode. I think because I do know the players and what they're capable of, and just the run they've been having. I think they're gonna be taking this matchup.
You know what, man? I'll say it. I always support my fellow co-caster, whoever it may be, and you're near and dear to my heart. So I'm gonna stick with you on power mode and gonna ride the wave with you on this one. I have faith in your choice, and you know, all things said and done, it's going to boil down to really who can get, like, here's the thing, right? You said it, and let's talk about it, right? 3 sites, a lot of opportunity to get in and get slippery here, and map control is critical here. Early aggression, getting a pick is valuable, right? It helps get, you know, but forget picks aside. I think composition on this map more than a lot of other maps is super important, right? The role of the Sentinel is something that is very important because that allows that, you know, the Sentinel to almost solo a certain site and go with a retake opportunity. And as we say it,
where's Sloppy Derek real quick? Because every single time I cast with this guy, he's asking for a Yoru, and I was kind of hoping that Stealth was gonna just play a little bit of a roulette there. Maybe they're just showing him some love with a little bit of a hover on Yoru, but look at that, Derek. Once again, no Yoru.
I'm Sag. Yeah, that one was for Derek. Derek's spirit will always live on as we're gonna be basically locked in here and getting into this matchup. Endless Haven it is, my dear friends, as we are gonna progress. I'm looking forward to it. These first couple rounds are going to really set a nice tempo and give me that warm, fuzzy feeling of what's to come in the rest of the match.
Yeah, and I mean, Stealth able to start off on that defensive side, but from what I've seen in the past, Power Mode has been able to get really aggressive early on. And because they are starting on attackers, this might be... Oh, actually, no. They are starting on the defensive side, it seems. So Stealth, I mean, they have to get aggro quick.
We're going to see as we boogie right on through. As we get a nice flyby. A flyover. Appreciate the map here. The three-sided map of doom.
So it seems, I think we have it mixed up here. I think Power Mode is on attackers, if I'm not mistaken. We just have to switch it up on the top there. As, yeah, Power Mode is on that attacker. So they're going to get on aggressive right off the bat. And look at Koziak's already towards this B site. And that's something we rarely see, right? I mean, pistol round attacking that B site, it's really rare to see as Koziak's already dashed into the back of site. Bomb is going to go ahead, get planted, and they're going to be able to fall off and play this post plant.
On that note, yeah, you're right, Endless. It's definitely unique to see people aggress so quickly onto B Peachster with the 1 and 2 combination. Florg, nothing but headshots here so far. Out of stealth. Make that a near flawless round. And yeah, forget near flawless. It is absolutely flawless. Cypher survives with a tickle away from death, and that earns Power Mode a strong round one in the books. And looks like that beat Overwhelm sent Stealth for a bit of a wild ride.
And that's what I was saying, right? I mean, early on, Power Mode just gets overly aggressive, and that's exactly what should be happening on that attacker side. But oh my goodness, Peachster on the Astra with a Phantom in hand, and earlier on, Florg looking to do the same, but
right here.
Hey, luckily he went back and toned down the buy there back to a Spectre. So look at this aggression coming towards this long C as Peachster able to get one as well. And I mean, that buy ended up working well because they were all stuck there.
And that is a 1-to-1 scenario. So looks like Stealth doesn't want to give up too much too easy. They counter slap the marbles out of Power Mode and say, you know what, guys, you tried beat it that round. We got an answer for it, as they've now bought up here. So Stealth equipped on round number 3, fully equipped. Now we have to be careful. Power Mode are kind of a bit of a disparity on the buy. If they lose these guns, Endless, it's going to be an absolute slap fest the next round, as they're going to lose so much value.
And they will. And I mean, now that there's a buy and Peachster still has a Phantom in hand, so he can be the one that opens up the round for the side of Power Mode, as I think it's up 2-0 right now, but we have the scoreboard a little bit broken right now. It's going to be 2-0 for Power Mode right now instead of the 1-1. But looking at this take here, Blues with the flash coming into Garage, able to take this control here, and they're gonna go ahead and split up into that C side. And look, once again, Koziak's using that jet to the best of his ability to be able to just get into sight, and the teammates are barely up Garage, and you see, he's just that point of view. Koziak's already in the middle of sight.
And that is it now. Blues holding steady on Garage. Flood, though, goes for the swing. The bigger weapon is going to be Triumphant here. Leaves it down to a 5 versus 4, evening it out there. 4 versus 3 now as the trade comes up from Ignite. They're going to press onto site here. Wick is going to contest 3 versus 1 down to the lonesome Peachster, finessing it with 27 hit points at logs. But Gucci there is one step ahead of the game as he picks up that Vandal frag, and that earns Stealth their legitimate first round here in this matchup.
And see, Strive, I mean, that was good, but the issue was most of the players of Power Mode were on a light buy, right? They were on bonus guns. They were able to get 3 members of Stealth down, and then in which now look at the situation they're put in. Power Mode on a complete full buy with full armor all across the board. Meanwhile, you have a Judge on the side of Flood, which not really fully able to buy, and even then, the rest of the members, I believe, some are on light utility.
Yes, sirree, Bob, as we are now going to be patient and see what Power Mode's going to do on this attacker side. So far, looking like they want to take things nice and slow. No funny business whatsoever. And they're just going to work a pick by the looks of it.
And you can see Wick up close in garage behind this double stack and just playing patiently, having the owl drone bait out. But here's that run it back coming in. And Koziak's again gonna go ahead, dash into sight with both sides fully smoked out. Tries to spam ignite, does get lit down to barely any health. And look at Mando
Spike down.
somehow coming from nowhere in the front of B site. Able to get 3 right now, and now Power Mode in a very difficult situation as Blue's finally able to get Mando, but Wick there to get that double to finish things off, and we're back at a tie game.
You want it fast paced, Endless. I mean, this is really, really fast paced. When things get going, it looks like it's full steam ahead for both of these teams as we are, you know, kind of plowing through these rounds. And looking at a 2-2 scoreline, we're gonna see Stealth now are so well equipped, you know, financially and weapon wise, and we're gonna see Power Mode go for the big old save. A massive round for them, a good turning point as well if they can pick this eco up. So I'm expecting them to do some funny business nice and early, but they've left Spike and Spawn, so no, I'm gonna eat my words. They're probably gonna work a pick and see what they can get from there.
I mean, they all have sheriffs, so I don't know if they're really working a pick. Maybe it's an oversight that bomb is still down. Otherwise, the Cypher might be just making some presence towards A, but it looks like there's a little bit of an aggression there. He's gonna go ahead, fall off, go towards that spawn to pick it up, and it's the rest of his team. Again, Koziak's in C site already, but now they have to wait for the bomb, so the timing might not work out in their favor, as it just buys so much time for Stealth to be able to rotate and shift all the way to that C site for that retake.
They're ready to go endlessly, are yearning for that is Wick to open up with one on top of boxers. Koziak's gonna eat mud, make that a 3-piece combination so far for Wick, as now the guy tapping away up close and personal with the ghost. Can he get a second? No. Ignite comes with a 1-2 whammy with the shock dart to bring Blues down, and of course earn them that retake. So like you said, that early shift was so good.
Man, I mean, 4 people still left standing on the side of Stealth, and I think that is all credit due to Power Mode there. I mean, they took that C site, but because the bomb was down, it allowed for Stealth to just really over-rotate and just swarm the site when it all came time to do so. And Power Mode, not sure if that was still a planned take without the bomb, but it really did delay it just a bit too much, as they had full control and they could have found themselves in a good post-plant situation, but instead had to hold that site, wait for that bomb to come in late.
Indeed, and now this is where things for me start to get a little bit ugly, right? Stealth have got some really strong presence here. Oh, Koziak's that dash so good. It was looking very hairy with that suction cup. I thought he was gonna get pulled in, but he didn't go for it. The runner back there, Gucci, gets denied there, and he's sent back to his body. Flood, in the meanwhile, is opening up a nice pick and is getting some traction for Stealth nice and early into the round with minute 20 to go. Let's see what they can do. They're grouped up towards long. Koziak's gonna try and spam away. Nice job onto Ignite. Superb work there. And that's an evening frag respectively. Gucci flashing a swing. Ooh, Crosshair was right in the neighborhood though. Nothing really comes out of it. And with 58, we're approaching my favorite point on the clock, that 50-second ticker, where usually some action starts to definitely pick up here.
You can see still a 4-on-4 situation. Power Mode looking to group up towards this B site, which they've had a good amount of success so far, despite losing the one time, but they're gonna go ahead, try their luck again. Wick already at that A-Link, ready to get posted up for any type of push, but Gucci trying to push out of garage, and Blues there and ready for the lurk and flank, in which now they have the entirety of mid control still. Bomb is planted, and Peace are going to choose to fall off as well, leaving Koziak's the only one in sight, but he's going to be patient. He might catch a couple off guard as they're not expecting him to be there. He gets 1, gets 2, but Flood finally able to take him out, and here's that Hunter's Fury.
He's gonna go for it, sticks it. He knows there's one more charge. The guy now gonna have to come through. Blues in the wind. He gets the one for the 4K. Can he get another? He's got the half done. The ping. The Cosmic Divide is there. The guy gonna wait patiently. He sees him. He's gonna have to swing, and he makes it happen. The guy clutches it big time. Flood in a very, very troubling situation.
That was tough, but at the same time, it was a very, very good attempt. I mean, sticking that last tag from the Hunter's Fury, being at full health, understands that, hey, because of that, he can definitely get that bomb halfway, and he does exactly that, and at the same time, almost clutches up the round as well. So, I mean, very good attempt. It's still a tie game. 3 ults on both ends to work with. And again, Stealth being on that defensive side, they can just wait for that aggression that Power Mode is going to have.
Yes, indeed. And now a heavy set of aggression there. That's Flood gets the one, getting up close and personal, though. They get frags. That's Flood and Mando and Gucci. The guy gets his 2-piece combination. Ignite Hunter's Fury now. Leaves it down to just 1. In a 3 versus 1 scenario, Power Mode emerging kills here as they're going to leave it up to Blues to swing. He gets the 1,
I know exactly
and he's unscathed.
where you are.
That's the neural theft as well. So he's got the info. He's got a spike. And if he goes to A, it's more or less clear. But no, he's going towards grass. There's an ignite in the wind here.
Oh, here's the owl drone. Tries to hide from it, but gets spotted last second. So they do know exactly where he is, and now his destination is somewhat limited as he doesn't really want to be lurking towards that B site. But look at the rotations on the side of Stealth, all towards this A site, expecting Blues to just fall off. But now Wick pushing down short, getting some good controls. Blues gonna go ahead, continue to try to work his way towards this B site, but that alarm bot does get spotted, which activates the nano swarms, and now that delay comes in. And it's going to be extremely difficult for Blues to try to take this site. Does spot Ignite. Gets that bomb down anyway. But has no more utility to work with.
And we'll see now, Blues. That dart lands right behind him, so this is in his favor. This is huge. Ignite gonna peek away. Oh, Blues. Okay, he tests him and he gets it. I thought Ignite was gonna swing heavy wide on that. Now down to a 1 versus 1. The spike planted in a really good spot. Blues is going to have to be patient, but this angle is really, really slippery endless.
It's going to be good, but pros do not fake, and Wick gets off the bomb as he hears the footsteps come in, and Blues somehow makes the situation work and saves Power Mode their 4th round here. And a lot of back and forth here, despite being down in the round. Surprising to see. I mean, somehow makes this work. As you can see, Wick had no intentions to let off on this defuse, and I honestly think if he had kept it, he could have gotten it. I think he would have gotten it. There's no way he would have gotten it. And Blues, luckily, Wick hears the sound cues and chooses to let off. Otherwise, it would have been a round for Stealth.
It was a tough angle. I mean, that plant position really doesn't leave too much opportunity. So it's interesting to see how it played out. I mean, yeah, you're right. I think it would have worked out. There was a hesitation there, and Gucci goes up for Blues and kind of punishes him. Flood as well with the Sheriff. Ignite with 1 and 2. This is an absolute gong show for Power Mode. And they leave it down to just 1, but not before Wick is gonna flex on that Sheriff. So it looks like Stealth are a bit of a Sheriff-based team as they come out on top there on that eco.
Hey, they got all the guns down, and look at their economy right now. Aside from Flood buying up that operator, the rest still sitting at 4K or more with full guns in hand, and Power Mode's economy has just completely shattered. Right now, it's up to them to come back with the Sheriffs in hand and hopefully somehow gain some rounds. It looks as if they're just going to force up here, buy whatever they can.
And you see Gucci fearlessly gonna go for that orb one more time, and that's gonna earn him his run it back. And with the Killjoy lockdown also available, Stealth are in a good position to finesse here and really retake with a bit of aggression, because that run it back for me is a massive equalizer. Astra Stars all across the board. Killjoy utility setup here outside of B. I think we might get a repeat of round number 1 here. Endless. That pistol round about to unfold here. Gucci holding steady out of the Astra. Smoke cloud, here they go.
But you have the run it back here coming in from Gucci. Koziak's able to get into sight again, getting 1, but Gucci coming in huge with this run it back, still in it, and gets 3 kills, but now returns to his real body. And Wick closing things off, and now Power Mode is absolutely broke. Stealth up 5-4, looking to get it 6-4. due to the economy of power mode. But again, I don't want to throw it out because sheriffs. That's all I can say. Sheriffs.
We should like get some GLG gear and just says hashtag sheriff diff. Because honestly, Stealth look like they definitely know how to make the magic happen. You said it before too. Look at the economy, man. Like, this is huge. They are so well funded for this, the next, and even the one after, depending on how it goes. And unfortunately, power mode are just hemorrhaging. But there is an opportunity for a little bit of you know, slappage with the good old sheriff, as you said.
Definitely, and on that side, I mean, we should get a shirt that says hashtag Bucky, hashtag Judge, and hashtag Shorty, because those are also guns that we've seen turn these rounds completely in a 180 fashion. And right off the bat, Mando this time around getting the first, getting 3. I didn't even see that second kill.
Yeah, that was a, you know, went by in 2 blinks of an eye there, and Mando's gonna get swung on. He's on a 4-piece combo, and it's all down to 1. Mando would definitely love to get it, but good old Ignite says, listen, man, I gotta make this happen before things get out of hand. No mercy, as we're gonna finish off flawless, and Stealth are holding on to 3 ultimates now. Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide, and that Lockdown are on the board for Stealth. On the same side, though, power mode, they have some good gas here to aggress onto a site. They just gotta find the right opening and commit to it.
I mean, Florg having to run it back this round, I'm expecting him to be creating some sort of space for power mode, as they are all grouped up towards the site. But will they attack it fast, as Florg really has that opportunity to push it back for them?
With the Hunter's Fury being used up nice and early from Stealth. That's the run it back as well, coming through to Garage. Mando denies that, down to 30 hit points. He gets spammed through Garage door by counter Astra. The guy gets his own kill with his Hunter's Fury onto Wick. So good exchanges, good usage of kit there. Ignite comes in big with the 2-piece. Florg has a response, but it's oh so little too late in a 1 versus 3 with Flood now to contest power mode. He's going to be dealing with a lot of pressure from both ends here.
There was just that spray control there was just perfect, and I mean, able to get 2, but now, I mean, like you said, all down to Flood with an operator in hand, which is going to be very difficult. Tried to stick around, get some opening picks in that situation, but right now power mode playing it really well, playing together, playing far back, waiting for sound cues for this defuse. And I mean, now they kind of understand that Stealth gonna go ahead and save their guns, and Flood, I mean, posted up towards spawn, hoping for a potential push. The power mode smarter than that right now. Don't want to risk anything, as their economy has been struggling already. So this is where they start to try to build it back.
Last round
as
before the switch.
it is last round. 6-5. Can they tie things up before the half?
That's the end goal, endless without a doubt. Of course, power mode want to be putting up as many rounds as possible, and it's nice to see. I mean, this map for me is a very troubling map to attack on if you're not coordinated. So I have to respect power mode's 5 rounds, and if they can get the 6, that's just marvelous. It's a really good joust against Stealth, and it sets us up for a, you know, very interesting second half. It's honestly anyone's game at that point, so it's nice, really nice to see.
It really is, and you want to see matches as close as possible because it's just all the more entertaining. But at the same time, both these teams, they don't want it to be close. They want to be the one that's dominating each half and just ending the matches as soon as possible. As you can see, the gravity wall being activated, but the molly coming in forces Mando to fall off, and right now he is just getting revealed time and time again, as Blue's just gonna go ahead and work their way up into sight, but they get detained in sight. All 5 players are detained, and what were they thinking?
Endless. If you watch Mando on that situation, he wasted so much time. He idled and baited so much, and he was wise, right? He was contesting Phoenix, the suction cup was there, and he had a feeling he was going to get mollied or something funny, so he didn't swing on it. Then he fell back to sight and activated the smoke, and it was history at that point. And you can see off of that too, Koziak's now is able to pick up a frag. Knives are out as well, and they bring it back to a 2 versus 2. Mando's play there was really commendable despite falling, but now you said that lockdown too was just detrimental, man.
1 enemy remaining.
And, I mean, somehow though, power mode able to bring it back down to a 2 versus 2 situation, but Ignite gets the best of them this time around, and Stealth gonna go ahead and end the first half 7-5, but I don't know, after 5 players getting completely locked down, somehow, I mean, they still kind of came close.
So respectable, like you said. I mean, this is going to be an interesting second half. We got to get power mode to come out of the gate swinging nice and heavy. They're going to have to be very adaptable. That round 1 B push for me was really, really greasy, and I'm looking to see what Stealth is going to do as a response to that. Are they going to go down that same path or shake it up? And by the looks of it on the minimap, looks like they're kind of yearning to hit that C site. So we won't see a B pinch by any means, but it's still going to be a really nice take. I hope Stealth can come out of the gate swinging here and earn that pistol.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it before, right? And B site is one of those sites where you can really just get in and get out, and that's the ideal goal. It's not really something where you want to try to hold control of the entirety of site. You want to plant in one of the nooks there and just back up, play that range from mid. And there's just so many different post-plant things that you can do, as this time the guy opening things up, getting one, but Peachster getting another as well before Gucci. We're right after Gucci gets that trade, but now Florg entering that party down to a 3 versus 2 in favor of power mode with Ignite stuck in Cubby with 49 health. But do they know he's up close? He has
standing.
the frenzy in hand, but Peachster a little bit too much with that classic, and now Blue's finishing things off. 7-6 power mode is down 1 round, but now they have that bonus to potentially tie things back up once again.
You betcha. This bonus round, critical endless. They're going to buy into it by the looks of it. They're going to understand that this is a major turning point for them in this matchup. If they can earn this round and put it in their pocket, they've not only evened it up, but they've, really set themselves up for a strong following round. And the momentum itself is critical, right? Obviously, Stealth is going to be able to buy in as they are full saving on the next. So this is just a matter of bringing it home and evening the scoreboard for power mode.
Yeah, and honestly though, remember, we do know that Stealth is a very good eco team, but I mean, right now, power mode winning the first Kozias, getting another pick, and this is one thing that Stealth might not be ready for, is that aggression and randomness coming from power mode, getting aggressive on this defensive side, because sure, on that attacker side, you're expecting it, right? You're expecting that aggression, you're expecting them to get that control, but on the defensive side, can you predict that they're going to be aggressive basically almost every round as they have been so far?
I think the aggressive play from power mode is a style that lends itself very well to them. And on this situation here, considering they are on a Spectre buy, I think a buddy system, yeah, see, this is what I wanted to see. They're so well centered towards A. There's a plan here. There's a bigger plan in play, as they're going to go right for the short push endless.
And that's what I'm saying, right? I mean, does Stealth expect this type of play style from the side of power mode? I'm not sure if these teams have ever matched up against each other, but it definitely is one to get used to, as they've gotten that aggression towards A, they've gotten control, and now they're falling off because they haven't gotten any type of information. And now, I mean, Koziak does get spotted, forced to fall to the back of sight, and now Koziak coming up with that stinger, able to get one, but gets traded out instantly by Flood. But here comes the utility from the side of power mode. And I mean, they find themselves in a lucky situation, still up the numbers game, but their Jet has little to no health.
Placing swamp.
3 versus 2. Jet, like you said, lit to Mars here. Ignite gets tagged down as well by Florg. This is huge endless. If they win this round with Spectres, it's going to be a disastrous scenario for Stealth. They gotta swing together in unison. The guy gets the one. They get rid of that turret as well. The Nano Swarm, they're gonna push right on through. W keys away, and that is a good job from power mode.
And see, when I was saying that, yeah, sure, they got the bomb down, they got some sort of value, and again, B site is not one that you really want to be trapped in, and unfortunately in that scenario, they really didn't have a choice. They got that backside control, but now they gave up complete control in mid, so they weren't sure whether or not any power mode members would be coming from that A flank or whatnot. So again, to regain positioning there, they would have had to fight for it. But not knowing that, they chose to play it the safe way, sticking at the back of sight, but due to the health, it just didn't play out in their favor. And just like that, I mean, power mode able to win that round in a huge fashion. And on top of that, they have full guns, and now Stealth is on yet another save.
This is troubling for Stealth, right? The save is going to be a matter of just survival, maybe get some value, some kills, and then determine what they're going to do in the following and buy into it. But at that point, Power Mode is teetering on that, you know, double-digit factor that we always talk about, Endless. Now, on this situation, I would not expect Power Mode to get too pushy. They have full control, and they're in the driving seat in terms of weapons. Giving that up would be detrimental because they do know for a fact that Stealth can frag out. If they start turning weapons over early, it's going to be an absolute slippery slope.
It will be, and you can see how passive Stealth is. They're being patient right now. Now, finally, running back and activate towards that A site. The cage is going to come up, but it doesn't really matter right now. As look at Flood worked his way all the way close towards spawn. And keep in mind, they do only have shares, but at such a close range, does it really matter?
Oh, it does, but Endless, that cam is so slippery. Look up top there. It's still sitting way, way up high towards short. Blues gets 1 and 2. He still is alive on the board. That camera is still doing its part too. Now Peachster contesting in sight. The Molly's coming out to keep them away from the defuse, but oh, she with the one onto the guy. And that's it. They're going to go for the stick. There is not a lot they can do as they're being stared down the barrel by Koziak's and team. Wick now gonna come up above to the expectant, gets the one, but gets swung by Peachster. Tough, man. Had he swung on that diffuser, I think we'd have seen a bit of a different round.
Honestly, I feel like that was still a very winnable round from Stealth, and although they lost it, they were able to get down 3 members of Power Mode, which is good. And I mean, they're only 2 rounds away, right? So there's not like it's a huge padding between the 2 teams. And Wick, if he had hit Koziak a little bit earlier, it would have been a 1v1 situation against Peachster. And I mean, I think that was still very possible.
Yeah, I think so too, but you can see now Koziak's picking the high ground, Endless. You get a free pick there. Oh, what? Oh! Hello! Question marks in the chat there as Gucci goes wide. I think Koziak shot right in between his leg, Endless.
Yeah, I feel that that shot just absolutely missed, and I mean that little bit of a wide swing made all the difference as Gucci able to just one tap him to a different realm. And right now they have that man advantage, no health lost at all. And keep in mind, look at Sova on the side of Power Mode, little to no health to his name as well. So they have the complete advantage here to secure their 8th, but they just need to stick together and just take something fast. And once they get that bomb down, I think they should have no problems holding the site.
I would say that is more than accurate. Endless, and you can see Blues is going to flex on his camera that was so pivotal in the last round. Everything looking pretty good here, respectively. Powerhouse, Azalit, Sova down to 4 members as well. They're going to smoke on through. Gucci is already in sight. They have full control. And as usual, there is Heaven presence from Blues, who is not going to have his camera on the board this time. Gets spammed away there by Flood on sight. And now 5 versus 4, spike planted. Blues evens it. Anyone's round here unless they're going to go for it. Floor committing.
Flood able to get Peachster on the entry into site, but Florg and Blues coming in huge, puts themselves in the advantage, and I don't know how that situation kind of overturned here, but 2 members of Power Mode still absolutely hurt as the Hunter's Fury gonna come in, tag Florg as well, but he does have that wall, and they're gonna work their way up towards Long. Mando getting one, but it's a little bit too late. As Stealth took a little bit too long in their rotation towards Long, and they were just able to stick that bomb, and now Power Mode up in the double-digit territory, securing their 10th round. 3 away from finishing and closing out this match, but I'm expecting Stealth to be a little bit upset after that round, but nonetheless, I expect them to bounce back.
I think so. I mean, I think Stealth had a bit of a bitter taste from the last round where they were trying to hold from short. They couldn't make the magic happen. And I mean, they were up against 3 in sight. They tried to swing and got denied. And this time they said, you know what, guys, let's go for the wraparound. It was a little bit too late as it just kind of fell apart. So Power Mode now are sitting on that marvelous double-digit 10th round that we talked about endless time and time again. Let's see if they can bounce back. Like you said, we have knives active there from Jet. Still, Cosmic Divide and Lockdown is available. And with the bomb planted, or not planted, sorry, dropped very far away towards spawn by window area. I think Stealth's game plan here is to try and work a pick slowly before committing to much of anything.
You can see right now, still 5 versus 5. No one has really shown or extended too far. to be able to allow either team to kind of open up the round in any sort of way. As you can see, 2 members of Power Mode close up in this A site, posted up. Koziak's with that operator on short. And it looks like they're just going to be committing here, but that lockdown going to force them back as that Molly does come in, does get Koziak to force him back. But now, lockdown destroyed. They're going to go ahead, continue to get this bomb down. And Paramount just waiting together for that free take.
This is going to be a slippery slope of events, endless in a 5 versus 5 retake. These are the rounds that I live for. I love to see how they execute their Flood. Knives out, getting suction cup and denied there. Gucci has gotten a frag there. Ignite one apiece as well. Leaves it down to just 2 members of Power Mode coming around. Knives, Flood, not connecting on anything. Koziak's and the guy, 1 apiece there. Mando is able to clean up the mess there with Wick's support and earn them that round. So Stealth, with 3 members alive, have earned that round, a critical round at that endless, and they are still very, very much in it.
I mean, 8 to 10, only 2 rounds away from tying things up, so I wouldn't say they're out, right? I mean, now Power Mode on a save, so if they win this, 1 round from tying it, so it's very, very doable, right? But on the other end, we've all seen what these guns can do close up, especially that Bucky. But I don't know if Peachster is going to stick with it. But if he does and he's playing up close garage, this could be a world of danger.
Definitely, and you can see Koziak's now going to go up close and personal on short with the Frenzy. The rest of the gang here grouped up as they narrowly avoid death with shock darts coming their way. That is Wick and gang. Now regrouping back towards what is A site and Jet presence now, as they're posted up here with Mando support. Koziak's and Blues there have a hunch. There's activity here. They probably called for some rotates too. You can see on the minimap, Silva has laced up those Jordans and he is going over to help on A as they're setting up for the execute.
Oh, look at Blues up close, but just a little bit too close for comfort there as Ignite takes him down instantly. But it's still a 3 versus 3, so Power Mode done a very good job so far. Getting those trades and evening out the situation despite being only on pistols. As you can see, Mando stuck in sight still, holding towards heaven. Doesn't really get to spot anyone, but the flashes come in. Floored, getting Mando, which is absolutely huge, and that's another gun down. And right like that, there is the flash coming in from Gucci, but Florg absolutely huge right now. Gonna go ahead, Molly off this push towards long. It's all left down to Wick. Oh, misses the shot, and Florg repositions in front. And I don't know what just happened there. That retake just completely fell apart. Everyone on stealth played for themselves, and there's just no trades to be found.
No, Florg was massive on short there. He fully committed to the push. His firewall was massive. He swung with it despite his, I think, 20 or 30 hit points. Fearlessly connected and was there for his teammate. And you have to understand that that's critical, right? That type of support and swinging and duoing, buddied up, pays off. And you can see now Power Mode are at my favorite 1-1 scoreline, kissing victory here. Let's see if they can keep this momentum going. Tough situation. You said it yourself, found this really well, that playing for yourself mentality, being the hero is not the way to win rounds.
No, especially in the round like that. I mean, you've got to be hitting yourself in the back right now because they were on pistols, Strive. It's not like they were on full guns. Sure, they allowed for them to pick up guns by the end of it, but I mean, that's not what you want. You know they're on an eco. You don't want to get up close. You want to just play that range game, use your advantage. But instead, they gave it up, and this time around, the guy getting a shock dart kill onto Gucci, which now opens up the round even more so for Power Mode. And I mean, I don't know if that was the right recon there, but hey, nonetheless, Stealth trying to make something happen, and on top of that, Ignite only at 26 health with Flood at 6. So right now, in a very tricky situation.
The Cosmic Divide activated as well as Flood is going to finesse his way around on the side of that wall and get in a very slippery position. If anyone chooses to swing on that angle, they're going to be met with some really odd positioning. Koziak's up close and personal. Where are those knives at to Wick? Flood, though, in his happy place by that wall, gets the 2-piece, but Koziak's finally trades that out. Leaves it down to just 1. This is Mando against 3 to earn Power Mode that 12th round here. Some stars to tickle the map here as Koziak still sitting on knives. Florg gets his arm shot out with the fire in hand. Does he know there's a Peachster behind him? He does not. Counterpart Astra picks up that frag, and this is it now. Match point for Power Mode and a fantastic showing on this defensive side.
That was still a very close attempt there, but remember what we were saying. Koziak, with it, by the time you even realize it, he's in the middle of sight, and that happened on the attacker side, and it's happening on that defensive side as well. I mean, trying to get that bomb down, I believe it was Wick, trying to plant, and next thing you know, a dash and updraft comes in, and Koziak is right in front of you with a Blade Storm activated, and I mean, the rest was kind of written.
Most definitely endless, as we are now sitting on that match point. You like to see it here. Stealth are going to be gripping on by a thin wire and a slippery thin wire at that. We see, of course, the knives active. We still have Run It Back and Cosmic Divide available for power mode, and that is a huge set of kit. There's so much retake potential here for them. The survival of Florg there on power mode is going to be pivotal to make the magic happen here on this round.
You can see Flood with the Blade Storm activated this time around, gonna try to make some magic happen towards this Long C, as you can see 4 members grouping up towards Long C, trying to take this, as there's only one person in that B side, and the guy able to get one, and look at this lurk from Ignite, able to catch one off guard, but it wasn't, I mean, that little bit of a jiggle just caught him completely off guard, and the guy completely holds down C site. And 13-8, power mode take this victory, and hey, Strive, we were right. I mean, this is what we were voting for. This is what happened, and hey, we're one for one so far today.
It's a tough scenario, man. I'm kind of heartbroken the way that panned out, to be honest with you. I thought there was a lot more in the tank for Stealth. There was, you know, so much more they could have done. They gave up a lot of very simple and elementary rounds, and they played hero in some cases where they shouldn't have. But really and honestly, it seems like power mode was just so much more well refined, right? We had a hunch coming into it. We said Stealth was going to be our happy place. We thought they had some gas in it, but it just seems like they got shut down. They got shut down on the rotates. They got shut down on the takes. There was good utility usage coming out of power mode as well, and they capitalized on the rounds that, like, losing against a pistol round on an eco, I can't comprehend it. It didn't make sense to me. So it just all kind of fell apart here, like wet newspaper. So power mode, of course, earned the win, and they're going to progress ahead here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, no, I wouldn't be upset if I were on the side of Stealth. I mean, they did play a very good team. Power mode has been around for a while. So, I mean, nonetheless, you guys put up a good fight. It was close, but it came down to the little bit of mistakes that, you know, didn't really allow it to get adapted to, and power mode took advantage of that. And nonetheless, I mean, it was very well showed game from both teams. But nonetheless, I mean, you have power mode able to take this game in their hands and assert their dominance here with the last couple of rounds. Absolutely dominant holds towards site, especially that last round. The guy, I mean, having 4 members of Stealth pushing up C site, and the guy staying in there, being the only guy in C at the time, holding down 3 kills before getting assisted with teammates. I mean, that was very well positioned play, and I mean, it shows it. So kudos to them. They're going to move on to the next round. But again, don't go anywhere, guys. There's still going to be a ton of more Valorant to come. Grab your drinks, grab some snacks, and maybe even grab some drink control. You never know. Well, we'll be right back.
Sit tight.
Talking about nothing. Then you said something
sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Force him off the side out into garage. And straight to come out back and forth.
You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster.
town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Boom, we are back, guys, and we are going live. This is going to be another matchup here. The last for me and Endless before we disappear into the win for the evening, but there's so much more to come. This matchup, we're going to get a repeat of history one more time. We're going to be going to Ascent. This is HitReg versus La Familia. HitReg going to be starting on that defensive side. I had a mega brain fart there, like full dyslexic. I read the word DEF as ATK. Don't judge me, all right? I'm okay though. I'm here. I'm mostly alive. So all's good. We're gonna get into this matchup. Endless HitReg. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can bring. La Familia, of course, we had the pleasure of casting some of them earlier. So hey, let's see how it comes out. Thoughts, opinions, and Ascend again. A comfortable spot for all of us. So I'm looking to see how it all comes together.
Yeah, we've seen La Familia play, right? So we kind of have an idea, especially on Ascent. We've seen them on there. They definitely know what they're doing. And on the side of HitReg, I mean, we haven't seen them play, so not too sure what they have to offer, but hey, they've made it this far, right? And hopefully they choose that little bit of a Terminator Sage that's behind you. Maybe they have that AirPod in there, who knows? Maybe that's what it'll take.
Can't look at my own picture without laughing. The AirPods actually kills me. Like, it pushes me way over the edge. But I gotta stay cool, calm, and collected. Otherwise, you're just gonna see me laugh at this picture this entire stream. But getting into it, I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup. Endless, of course, we are progressing in the ladder per se, right? We're getting up to some higher level gameplay, and I'm looking forward to seeing what these two teams have to bring. La Familia is fully warmed up, having played a bunch of matches, as is HitReg. I haven't been following too much HitReg tonight, but being here, it's a marvel on its own. They're going to be putting up a good fight, and I'm just curious to see how it works out. Ascent in our last matchup looked pretty even for the most part. So are we going to see some of that? Are we going to see some early dominance? It's going to be cool to see. But you know, we talked about it time and time again. Ascent is very, how can I say, simple and comforting in the way that it's laid out. Very familiar style, kind of like that Dust 2-esque of the Counter-Strike days in a way. So it's a nice mix up, having just watched 3 Sight, Armageddon and trying to wrap your head around that. So looking forward to it.
And on top of that, I mean, we've seen how aggressive La Familia can get, right? And they get aggressive early on, and now that they're starting on that attacker side, they're gonna maintain that. And ultimately, earlier on, pulled through near the last couple of rounds. I believe it was 13-9 that they won. So it wasn't necessarily a blowout by any means, but when it came crunch time, they held it together. They played together as a team, and they pulled through. But this time, they're going to be playing against a completely different team. First time matching up in this tournament, as it is basically a single elimination. And HitReg looking to battle it out, and I believe they will have what it takes to put up a really good fight. Again, like we keep saying, they've made it so far. There has to be a reason, and they've bested all the teams they've played thus far. And I mean, will La Familia be the team to stop them, or do you think they're going to continue to stomp through? I think this time I'm going to try to go with the team that we haven't seen before. So I will go on the side of HitReg. I could regret it, but again, it's all about having fun, right? And I'm going to pick them today.
No regrets, Endless, okay? Always stick to your gut. Stick to what feels right. And as per usual, because we're a duo, I'm going to go with you as well. Let's see what HitReg can bring here tonight and how they're feeling. I'm looking forward to it. Looks like these guys are more or less settling down in lobby, trying to figure out the server fiasco as to where they want to play and make sure everyone has the most ideal ping. By the way, guys, if you have any solutions for ping, Endless is looking for some solutions to his problems. He lives in endless lag territory. He'll go for it's a disaster. So if anyone has any suggestions, things that work, drop it in chat. For those that are in chat, of course, and tuning in, as always, thank you so much for being here with us. If you haven't already, for those that are new, as we build up some viewers again, be sure ! Giveaway. Steel Series Arctis 7 is up for grabs here. Thank you to Agogi for giving us that. And of course, Agogi bringing in a $100 prize pool as well to the table. So nice sight to see. Gives a bit more incentive to our teams here tonight. If you're gonna sweat, might as well sweat for $100, right?
Well, why not, right? I mean, put yourself in a good tournament atmosphere and have that opportunity to win some money. And hey, all the more for just team practice for some teams. And I mean, for those that don't know, Drink Control, they are one of our biggest sponsors here. And on top of that, for those that don't know what they are a meal replacement. You can use code GLG10 to get 10% off your order. And every little bit you use that code, it helps us because they give us even more stuff to give away to you guys. And I mean, at the same time, I mean, it's it's like cereal, right? They have like the cookies and cream, they have the fruity flakes flavor, they have so many different things. And why take a break from gaming to eat when you can just continuously game while eating, well, technically drinking at the table?
Why not continuously continue to game while you drink while you continue to game? Like, holy cow, my mind has been blown. You too can continuously continue to game. Say that 10 times fast. But in all honesty, guys, I mean, it's a cool thing. It's a nice thing to have. And of course, it means the world to GLG. As we are patiently waiting, let's talk predictions, what you're thinking, Endless. For you and Ascent, given the vibe you've seen from La Familia, and this is again no judgment here. Let's just throw it out there, have some fun together. How do you think this match is going to pan out? Do you have any expectations from La Familia given what you've seen so far, or do you think that Hit Reg is going to send them for a wild spin? I'll go first and say that I think it's going to be an interesting matchup, but La Familia is going to pull away on this attacker side. Attacker for me is a great side to start, and I think La Familia's playstyle tends itself to that side of the map to begin with. So I think they're going to pull away on an 8-4, but on the switch, in typical Ascent fashion, I think Hit Reg is going to have some answers back. So it's going to be a tight matchup across the board.
Hold on. So it sounds like you're kind of going back on your prediction. Now you're going back to La Familia's side, and I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna say it's gonna be a close game. I think Hit Reg is going to win this 13-11. I think La Familia has a good amount of fight in them, but ultimately I want to stick with my pick with Hit Reg, and I mean they have that Reyna on board, so I'm excited.
Oh boy, I've recently been adopting some Reyna, and I can say it makes me really happy, and it's such a satisfying agent to play. Of course, Ascent lends itself so well to Astra's kit. I'm not surprised to see Jimmy going back on that Sky. Hyunso as well on his good old Sova Odin situation. Cryptic as well, comfortable on that Raze. Feeble delivered really well on Cypher. So familiar picks coming out from the likes of La Familia up against a very nice composition. I think the first Sage that I've seen here tonight, Endless.
And I also want to point out for those that watch The Office, okay, Michael Scarn. That's his hit TV show. And he's playing the Reyna, so this is like a little bit of a James Bond style gameplay here coming from Michael Scarn, and with that Reyna in hand, I feel with the insane amount of heals, and on top of that having a Sage on the team, not necessarily a Sky, but the Sage does quite work, and on top of that with the walls that you can place on this map, we've seen some crazy things happen, but let's see if Hit Reg can pull it off.
You know what? I forget who I was talking to yesterday about the similar thing. Reyna with the Sage is a very, very slippery conversation. You don't even have to use your heal to begin with, right? You can get a Sage heal and then save your dismisses for other frags. It's just basically one extra charge. So all things considered, I love that combination, that setup. We're gonna see how it pans out here as we are live. Scolio gonna deny that long A push right away with the wall and buddy up with Michael Scarn towards short here. We all know that Raze satchels do a good amount of damage to structures, and that takes down Sage walls very effectively.
See Michael Scarn with the frenzy up close towards short. Does he choose to peek this, as he will peek into two members of La Familia right now? As you can see, Michael Scarn getting one, instantly dismisses, able to fall off, and now his teammate double up with him. Gonna go ahead and play close together as Michael Scarn looking to get another in this potential one and done angle, but he does have that dismiss, which makes it extremely powerful. And does he continue to clear this corner as Jimmy's still here? And it doesn't look like he's gonna clear it. And that is the sad mistake there for Michael Scarn, as right now, after that peak, they're looking to take short by a storm.
And on that note, too, in a 3 versus 3 scenario, they are well situated. Scolio is just shooting at the wall there. Hyunso picks that up with a beautiful frag with the Ghost now. Tone coming out from above with the Frenzy onto Feeble now. There is activity in Hell. Raze lit. I think that's Cryptic there. Chloric now has support from above. Got Recon Dark going to clear out and push them towards Jenny, and they've heard that. Now, with 16 on the clock, they got to make the move sooner than later, Endless.
One enemy remaining.
Hyunso getting one.
10
Down
seconds
to a
left.
1 versus 1 with
Spike
only
down.
22 health, and Tone has a frenzy and 3 kills for Tone here. making it an extreme start down to the wire for HitReg.
All things considered, that was really well done. They pinned them. That dart was pivotal to push them and get them towards Jenny, trickle down the time, and really force the plan. So HitReg, all things considered, a good showing in tone with that beautiful 3K. He's going to buy out full armor Spectre and $500 to spare in the tank, and we're going to see what is probably going to be a very strong round number 2 out of HitReg, considering the money they picked up there.
Right now, you have that early wall landing towards A again, which forces Cryptic to use the paint cans to deal some damage to it, and I don't know if that was the play. I mean, wasting a paint can on a wall?
I don't know why he didn't just satchel it. What was the logic there?
I'm not sure, and on top of that, I mean, the nades in this game, especially from that raise, just deal so much damage if used correctly, and it was just wasted on a wall, and it didn't even break it.
Yeah, you can see it's just, yeah, wasted kit. And they're going to fall off of it, so they didn't really make use of that for a push or anything, so no value gained. I mean, no harm done either, and to a certain extent, albeit they could have used that for applying some damage. I would have much rather them use the satchel. Like, that's, in most cases, a wasted kit, unless you're getting really aggressive with a showstopper or something. But on that note, they're going to walk right in here, and Tone is going to spot them, smoke out there, segregate them, gets the spam out, but they're going to push onto sidewalk here. He is pinned.
Oh, Final trying to fight Vivo there with little to no health, but finally gets that win. And look at the side of La Familia, all extremely hurt, but they do have a Sky. Will they choose to heal up here? Surprisingly, nothing as of yet, and they're just going to keep their health as HitReg looking to retake the site together as a team, as Chloric getting hewn steel, and now Jimmy getting taken out, but he does get Final.
One enemy
down
remaining.
to a 1 versus 3 for Cryptic, and that is where that nade really could have come in handy to at least delay that defuse, but unfortunately it was used way too early on.
Yeah, you can't do much of the 3 versus 1 unless HitReg picks up that round number 2. Kind of to be expected given the weaponry on their side. And this is the round now that matters for La Familia the most. Their save is now going to come into fruition with a round 3 buy up here. Minus Fivo, who's got 2,900. I'm expecting him to contribute in some shape or form. I don't think he's going to just hold onto a classic full armor. We'll see if he gets a Bulldog. Oh, no. Okay. So he goes... Oh, wait. He had 2,900 and full armor. So he's fully equipped down to a whopping $0. And this is the matchup or the round that really is going to lay the foundation for the next 1 or 2 rounds.
This is where they build that momentum, and if they don't capitalize here, this could be a very dangerous situation for HitReg to just start building a little bit more of a padding towards their lead, as right off the bat, Final with the Spectre in hand, and Scolio getting one as well. So now down to a 4 versus 3. La Familia looking to get aggressive even more, but things are just completely falling apart as Final getting a huge 3K here with a Spectre only.
That's a quick denial of weapons and a quick 3rd round picked up here, and that's going to send La Familia to a save scenario. I mean, Jimmy could probably buy, and the rest of the team is going to go light here. So they're gonna save heavy and get back into it on round number 5. Given the situation, it's so far HitReg is coming out swinging, man. Very, very good showing with the 3 early rounds in their names.
And on top of that, I mean, most of them got to upgrade guns without having to buy it up this round. And La Familia on a save, so they do have the range in their advantage here. Can they capitalize? Recon Dart gonna go ahead, reveal Final up close mid, but he has dashed out. And look at Michael Skarn. He's up close towards short. Now this Owl Drone needs to be broken by Scolio. But I think it does tag Michael Skarn, which is not a very good scenario, but the dismiss comes in and it alleviates him from any sort of damage being taken. And just like that, down to 1 member in Slip, and he gets taken out instantly. Flawless round from HitReg.
Superb job here in HitReg now on par for what's looking like a very strong 5th round to Endless. This is again a repeat of round number 3. La Familia now going to invest fully into this and buy. Something's got to change. They're not really getting any kind of traction. They're getting finessed super well. It's, for me, this is going to be a bit of a cascading effect back and forth. It looks like HitReg is going to pick up the win, force a save, rinse and repeat by the looks of it. So
I mean, what HitReg has been doing so far is just getting that Sage Wall up early in the round, which forces La Familia to, instead of breaking it, which I'm still surprised they haven't decided to really break it, but instead they're just trying to push into that mid or even B site, as right now, Hitreg just absolutely getting the best of them. And now put themselves up again in a man advantage, forcing La Familia to fall off. Scolio getting that trade onto Feeble. Still has a res in hand, but is pinned here, so needs a little bit of help from his team. And the peeking comes in perfectly from Final. And Scolio stays alive. And 5-0 early start for Hitreg. And on top of that, La Familia yet on another save strive.
Good, sir. We are off to it one more time. And as I said, this is the save yet again. So rinse and repeat. And we're going to be hoping that La Familia has something here. I would like them to maybe take a tack pause and have a conversation and determine what they're going to do next, because it's you know, kind of stale at this point. They're just falling apart every which way possible. So.
Well, right now they're playing with one entrance to A, right? And that's short because they're not doing anything with that wall that goes up. They're not breaking it. They're not creating enough presence there. And even then, I mean, I would assume they would be hunting the orb, in which it doesn't really even seem like they're doing it. But finally, they are attacking this wall. Wall is down. So that long A is now a complete possibility. But will it be enough? As right now they're on another little bit of an eco here with sheriffs in hand. And look at that Odin coming in. Jimmy in a very good spot. Otherwise, he would have gotten spammed down. But they do have 4 ults to work with.
Or ults are going to be critical. They got to use that this round. There is no reason to hold at this point endless. Information getting cleared out at market, as Cloric is going to play the passive point there, spamming away with his Odin.
Scanning ahead.
And going to scan up close. They destroyed that, and he's still going for it. He's connecting in all the right places, doing lots of damage. Cypher's so lit too. And with that, Hitreg has basic full mid control, and they're going to go right through market here.
Once again, they're going to go towards that B side, and Jimmy able to get that opening pick, but Cloric once again with the Odin, just a little bit too much, as Final gets Yunsu as well. And just like that, they have that man advantage. Michael Skarn getting feeble as well, and La Familia is completely falling apart with only 2 members left in sight. They're able to get that bomb down, however, but this retake is going to be very difficult to prevent, as I mean, Slip able to get the best of Michael Skarn. Not sure what happened there, but he dropped down to logs and didn't look at sidewalk.
Oh, he swings through it. Unless he goes for the peak, doesn't get much out of that one. Thankfully, Scolio comes out from the wing. That's Cryptic, Showstopper 1, and the frag on the second. Now 9 hit points against Michael Skarn at sidewalk, and he gets denied, and that goes to Hitreg. Quick, easy, and almost painless round number 6 in the pocket here. La Familia falling apart by the seams.
But see, this was a good round for La Familia because they were on a save, right? So despite having light guns and mainly just sheriffs, they were able to get 3 guns out of Hitreg's hands. And on top of that, now, I mean, they can finally buy again, but they really need to start winning some rounds. And it looks as if there is going to go ahead and be a little bit of a pause here. I believe it might be a tack pause from La Familia here, as they are down 6-0. It's finally time to buy up again. But hey, they're down 6-0. They have to start doing something, because it's not going to be easy on that defensive side.
It's, yeah, to say the least. And I had an odd feeling. I thought truly that the attack side was going to be really beneficial, that they're going to be coming out swinging, but it just seems like they can't get any traction at all. It's just been an absolute landslide. So once they switch over, to me, it's going to be a continuation of just that, just an absolute slap fest of kills, and they can't get any traction. And it's hard, Endless. You can try any strat, anything you want to do realistically, but when you can't get your tires digging in the mud, you're at a standstill, and you just continue to hemorrhage rounds away. So it's going to be tough, man.
It's not going to be easy, but I mean, every time we've kind of seen a little bit of a dominant side, or for example, dominant defensive side, it usually returns the favor when the team swap sides. And I'm not sure if that's going to be the scenario this time around. I mean, we've gotten the chance to see La Familia on that defensive side. They are good, but will they be, 10 rounds good, depending on how this half ends? And right now, it's not looking good whatsoever for the side of La Familia. And I really hope they can start to string along some rounds, because I think they're going to need it.
I think so too. And you can see Cloric is setting up for his textbook dart to get some information towards main. No one is there to receive that. They've dropped the spike pretty much very far into heaven. Or heaven. Wow. Top short. Heaven is the opposite side. Hello. And they're grouped up looking for a pick. La Familia can open it up. it's going to be in their favor. I'm wondering at this point, is working to pick the strat endless, or is it just better to W key, use the utility, and get onto site?
I think working the pick generally is relatively good, but right now Hit Reg is giving them their respect and not over peaking. But Cryptic and Jimmy getting the 2 opening picks that they needed. First time it's happened so far this game, and now they put themselves at a good advantage to take a site. But look at that, they're still relatively spread out. They're gonna go back towards that B site. As you can see, the bomb is falling back, and Tone, I believe, hears that. Is gonna go ahead and call that for the team as Cloric making his way towards market, and he has that Odin in hand, so this could be very dangerous if they all line up.
I've got your trail.
Going to be an absolute slap fest here. This is massive. La Familia are finally in the crowd. You see Jimmy is going to go huge endless and pick it up. Swinging. Stevo finally on to final. And it's down to toe against 5. This is it, man. I'm happy to see La Familia finally are awake.
They're gonna get this bomb down. Tone finally able to get one, but at this point, he should just be trying to get as many guns down on the side of La Familia as possible, because he knows their economy is hurting. Not necessarily to try to win this round, but to try to get as many kills as he can and try to prevent any of them from saving their guns, holding them true in sight. But right now, the setup from La Familia, very, very passive, all playing together with a proper crossfire going. So at best, Tonehall really in a position to get one more before falling off.
If he can hunt it out, it'd be ideal, but he's gonna get swung on by Cryptic. He tries to go on it, but slipped from the behind. Doesn't even give Cryptic a chance to pick that up, and that's finally Endless La Familia on the board with the 1.
One round, and they did it in a very convincing fashion. I wonder if that tactical timeout was really discussed, or if they really just sat down and figured out, okay, we really just have to start going together, as they've gotten a lot of opening picks that round. I think they got 2 before fully trying to commit to a site on that B. And by then, I mean, the defensive side is already quite spread out, and Hit Reg really couldn't adapt after that.
And we're going to see a nice slow round one more time from La Familia to no shock. They want to work this map a bit more before they commit to anything. Spread out across one more time, and the standard default that we've seen them exercise time and time again. Jimmy, tickling death, or Jet, very much so down the eyes of that scope. Pushed up in mid now. We're going to follow him and be patient and see if we can get some information on Pizza here and push right through.
Michael Scarn always playing up close towards this short. Does have the Empress available. Wonder if they're going to use it. But right now, you can see the tripwire coming towards short, and it looks as if it's just a little bit of a bait to see if they will shoot it, as they do know it is there. As Fio's trying to work some sort of presence up close. And it's not really going to work in this scenario, as Michael Scarn just going to play passive, wait for this push, as now the dismiss comes in, and Tonho gets a second as well. And now Scolio getting one, and La Familia once again completely falling apart, down to 2 members. Gonna go ahead and get this B site, however, get that bomb down. But this is going to be one hell of a hold for La Familia if they want to win this round.
Massive situation for them. 2 versus 5, holding on to site. This is not the play. The showstopper as well. I mean, why hold it? Michael Scarn gets the 1, dismisses away. Cryptic though on sidewalk gets 2. With 3 more alive, can he do it? Not if Cloric with the Odin in the wings is able to bring that one home, and that earns Hit Reg round number 7.
And that is why the Reyna is just so useful. I mean, the showstopper was heading her way, and that dismiss coming in right before it lands just allows for her to get out of that situation. And on top of that, not even losing any sort of health. And gonna go ahead and continue his barrage. And right now, La Familia find themselves yet in another situation where this is their buy round, and if they lose this, they're on another save regardless of that loss bonus. As you can see, Cryptic force buying all the way down to 200 credits with just a Spectre and full armor in hand. This is going to be difficult to try to rewrite the situation.
And one more time, this is again La Familia repeating history. I don't understand Endless. I'm kind of coming short as to why they're doing this type of play. They're continuing to spread out and work picks, and it's not working. So something's got to change, right? Either we need to group up more with a 4-1, pull a fake and push. I don't know what it's going to take. Go for a fast aggressive. They got to mix it up at this point. Like, don't take it the wrong way, but there's not too much on the table to lose, you know?
There really isn't, and you gotta be asking yourself, you're down 7-1, what can you do differently? Instead, they're currently playing every single round exactly the same in terms of play style, and they're not really adding any randomness factors in, right? They usually you would be thinking, okay, maybe we should try something a little bit faster or a little bit slower, but in this scenario, their pace is roughly the same. They're just waiting for Hitreg to overextend, and right now, the amount of discipline coming from Hitreg is just incredible because they're not overpeaking. They're not allowing La Familia open up the round in any certain way.
And we're going to patiently watch and see at this point what La Familia is going to do now. They've driven the clock down to 30. They've basically had themselves down to B side. There's no more opportunity to go back towards A, albeit they've kind of shifted. And it looks like the likes of Hitreg are going to be doing a full retake opportunity here and not contest. So I like the discipline. I like that they've already made their mind up as to what they're going to do. And we'll see with 17. They got to get on site and make the magic happen.
They really do, and here, I mean, they got 11 seconds left on the clock, and this is when they're fully committing to a site. So this is going to be a little bit delayed, as now the Hunter's Fury does tag one, gets the bomb down, and they do not have enough time. And I believe that happened the first time around in their favor, right? I mean, I think they did that to their opponents early on in the first match we casted.
Yep, definitely. And you can see... Yeah, go ahead, sorry, Endless, go ahead.
It's just reversed onto them, and I mean, you got to be thinking, you did that to your opponents before.
Yep.
You should be aware that that is a possibility, and I mean, unfortunately, they just took way too long.
Yeah, and you can see as we watch this replay now, Slip gets the better of that Hunter's Fury from Chloric, and Scolio finishes it up. So this is teetering on basic double-digit 11-1/2 if this kind of trend continues to happen. But we see the wall, the wall down, and the stars getting placed as well. Finally, it looks like a 5-man grouping towards A, but that wall going to be a bit of an information seeker.
Yeah, now the Satchel gonna go ahead, break that wall, create some space and opening and possibilities for the side of La Familia. But right away, they're just all looking to fall off. And Michael Scarn, being up close cat in that cubby, can hear some sort of rotations away. But it could just be a fake, as now you see Hincio just ready to owl drone in. Spots final. Go ahead, clear outside, and they should have no issues taking this ace site right now, but the issue will be holding it because they're on an eco.
They've got that bomb down now. This is La Familia in the driving seat. Alas, they've got site control. Ooh, that shock dart, massive Endless takes Jimmy down to 51. Cryptic getting aggressive, jumping up. I like it. Happy to see that he's trying to do something about this round and open it up. Reyna, Lear as well. Feeble is holding close, goes for the swing there, and he gets it. Supported by the suction cup. And now Cryptic is looking for more. 3 of Hitreg are on the table here still.
Your duty is not over.
And the Rez gonna make that 4 Endless. Here they go. Scolio, Rez, and a kill tone.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I was sitting there thinking, oh wow, La Familia, they really pulled this round off. I mean, they've gotten all those opening picks on this post plant and a retake attempt from Hitreg. But that res came in and Scolio just absolutely popped off. And on top of that, Michael Scarn was the res. So had Michael Scarn have taken any damage, being Reyna, the overheal could have come in at any point, which just makes it all the more difficult. But look at Scolio right here as this replay comes in, just absolutely popping off with Tonho as well, getting to himself. And 9-1 Strive. I don't know if this is going to be possible for La Familia to pull out of, but right now it's looking very, very grim.
I mean, miracles can happen, right? It's a big run, a massive run to get back on, and Final is holding the angle. Oh no! That's not the play. He misses it. The drone comes in. He dashes right out of the picture here. He's going to go get situated in heaven, though. Scolio is continuing to do his part. The top fragger here. Feeble has a response. Keeps it even now as we patiently wait with that wall broken, but there is a smoke. Feeble still from short, pressing on to Final, and that's the neural theft as well. Endless, they are leading the charge in terms of numbers. We're going to see what they can do. Oh! Hello! Knock, knock. As he picks up that frag through the wall there, Hyunso is onto site, taking out Big Boss Scolio, who is a massive impact player in this matchup, leaves it down to just 2 members of Hit Reg.
And see, that's really not what you want in that scenario. I mean, losing a player through a wall, and on top of that, I mean, Hit Reg now still having an Odin in hand, so I won't count them out yet, but they put themselves in a good situation here as Hyunsu able to get one, but Cloric with that Odin, like we were mentioning, able to deal a lot of damage, knows one is hell, but stuck in a 1 versus 2, and he has to work fast.
Patience is a virtue here. He's going to try and go through. We want to work quickly, but effectively, Cloric now is going to joust with Slip up close and personal. Mouse one away. Oh my goodness! The pre-fire is so big. Does he have the time?
He has it.
Clutch.
Oh my goodness. And we get the double-digit 10th round, and Cloric's pre-fire comes out on top with, oh my god, 0.33 seconds on the clock.
Listen, Strive, I mean, we thought this was going to be a close game, and so far it really has not been, as Hit Reg just absolutely tearing apart La Familia right now, and 10-1. Can they potentially end this first half 11-1? And if they do, I just don't see how La Familia can bounce back.
I don't think so too. I mean, when you're down 11-1, the breathing room is next to nothing. Pistol rounds is you know, but nothing but a breeze in the air, and you blink twice and you're already down to 12. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's going to be an interesting situation to see what La Familia is going to do. They're fighting, obviously. They don't want to give up, and I appreciate that, but they're just getting outclassed here by Hit Reg, it seems.
They're getting completely torn apart, and I mean, with Hit Reg being on that defensive side, look at this crossfire coming in from Michael Scarn and Tone. Able to get one, but you can see Jimmy trying to flash out, and Cloric. We've seen what the Odin can do, especially on Market Door. Michael Scarn able to get one. Final getting one as well, and now 3 versus 2 situation. Cloric holding these stairs, gets Jimmy. Doesn't know if Evil has lurked up towards sidewalk, and now it's stuck in a 1 versus 2 situation. Evil still has to get bomb.
And we're going to be patiently waiting now to see, and no, Feeble is just out-spotted by Scolio. And yeah, we talked about it. 11-1.
I don't know, Strive. I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy I picked my prediction the way I picked it, because Hit Reg is just completely outclassing La Familia right now. And man, you gotta just think, right? No matter how good of a team you are, and when you start losing like this, it's got to be a little bit demoralizing. I would imagine. Right?
Dude, it's so tough.
Like, yeah, and like being at the top of what you're used to playing, and then playing another team, then just getting absolutely destroyed. It's like, man, what do you do?
We've both been in those scenarios, I was gonna say, right? Like, it's tough. It just absolutely mentally drains you, and you feel completely defeated. You don't know where to start or how to begin, and what looks like, you know, what was in a closer game might look like a bunny hill, ends up being half of Mount Everest to climb. So we're gonna see if La Familia can capitalize on that, as Cryptic taking a lot of damage from behind. You like to see it. Michael Scarn comes around from the behind. Cloric again frenzies the meta for this team, as it looks like Hit Reg are pushing right on through. Feeble responds, but the trades coming out there from Cloric. He gets a 2-piece combo, but down to a 3 versus 2 swinging. Hyunsu has an answer, and down to only 1. This is gonna be the likes of Scolio and Cloric up against Hyunsu in heaven. And you can't compete with the frenzy, my friend. And we are sitting on a very healthy match point for Hit Reg.
Listen, after watching Cloric play this match, it just seems as if any type of gun that has an insane amount of bullets, regardless if it's a pistol or a gun, he goes with, right? I mean, why go with the classic Ghost or even a Sheriff when you could go with a Frenzy?
Yep. And like, you look at it now, they're gonna buy up all the way. Spectres, Phantom on the side of Cloric as well, as he is leading the charge down to $0. But I mean, who cares at this point? Hyunsu gonna try and pick it up though. Oh.
Able to get one, and now, I mean, it seems as if Michael Scarn was able to heal, or get healed for that matter, a little bit, but they're looking to regroup here towards this mid. Do they know when it's going to be market? They're going to be able to figure out that there's a tripwire there. Feeble by his lonesome, trying to hold this. Already down a member here. As Cloric looking to just push completely through. Recon Dart doesn't go quite as far as he wants it, as Hyunso able to get one. And evens out the situation. Hyunso continue on getting another, but Michael Scar now gets it and also gets that overheal. And this is going to be a free site for them to take, and that's all up to this post plan.
I'm gonna say endless. Like the synergy from hit reg is just so beautiful. Scoldio pinned out, he calls for it, Jet comes and smokes off market, and he gets him in sight. Like you can see the unity of this team is just so well organized, and you know the score 12-1 speaks to that. Now in a 3 versus 3 scenario, we're gonna follow the likes of Michael Skarn watching on sidewalk closely here. He gets pushed in from behind Cryptic, but a response leaves it down to the lonesome Raze, and that is it, my friends. A very, very huge win for Hit Regis. They take it home 13-1 in what was a very, very tough game, man. Like that's really brutal. But Hit Reg are just so good, dude. So good.
Listen, Strive, I mean, I know you kind of went into the future in the past, right? It's never really worked to the point where you kind of came back with information to be like, okay, this team's gonna win, this team's gonna win. But this time around, you predicted a Terminator Sage, right? And that is exactly what HitReg brought to the table. Yeah. And they did not use that Sage as a typical Sentinel that you would imagine. They used it as a Battle Sage. And I mean, the rest was history, right? He just absolutely dominated the game. The wall just posed such a huge thing for La Familia to deal with. And they never really utilized it. Like they never broke it instantly. They waited till it was fully rised up and set up, and by then it's a little bit too late. And I don't know. I just feel like La Familia beat themselves out of it as well.
I think so too. But I think I'll attest this entire thing to one or two factors. I'll say the first one was the level of control of mid from Hit Reg was impeccable. How many times did they exploit market? I can count it on more than 5 fingers, at least from what I remember. They absolutely took full dominance of it, and the collapse through market is pretty disgusting. Because you get out on site, you're basically clearing out or seeing so much more than versus coming out of one narrow chokeway. You have an opening towards sidewalk, you have an opening towards stairs. You can take a look at CT towards main. So that choke was critical, and when they did it united. It was never 2 guys or 1 guy lonesomely lurking mid. That's not the play. The play is to group and push together. And I think I will lend that to 2 of the critical factors among many, including just really the one round that Scolio popped off on that retake, which I thought was going to be a bit of a landslide. He went absolutely berserk, and that running, I think it was like a striding, he counter strafed and one tapped Heaven so nicely and got on that diffuse. And that .33 diffuse as well that we saw, which I thought was going to be a for sure round turnover, it just completely fell on its face, man.
I mean, Cloric with that Odin, we've seen it time and time again. Any Sova with an Odin, really. I mean, sure, you still have to be able to use the gun, but hey, he used it to a T, and he shut down so many rounds for La Familia, which really seemed in their favor at certain points in the round, but right away, he comes in and takes that away.
Yeah, and you know what? That wraps it up, I think, endless for you and I for this evening. The rest of the gang are going to be back to take you guys away. This is where things start to get a little bit juicier, if this wasn't juicy enough, which it was, 13-1, of course. There's a lot more games to come here tonight, guys. As always, be sure to follow the socials. GLG, Endless, and I on Twitter are also there and available. Stay in touch with our doings if you haven't already. Be sure to get it on that giveaway, ! giveaway. Drink Control, as always, is there. Use that code GLG10 and keep yourselves feeling healthy and fine. And we're going to come back to you guys very shortly with more games, so don't go too far, guys. Stay tuned. On behalf of Endless and I, thank you so much for tuning in and supporting. We're looking forward to seeing more of you tonight and next week and beyond. So with that, we're going to sign off, wishing you the best.
Here we go.
Invincible.
feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. Yeah, I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on my test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, like I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now when it come on and we pull out with the action, just people the feed, those they don't get it like.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out. Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pit of Valor on this wonderful Wednesday evening now. But I am the Doctor, being joined by Vincent here on my side, and we are super excited to be hopping right back into all of the action here. We're in our semi-final matchup now, and it is going to be between Rock Bottom and Hit Reg, so this should be a super fun matchup.
Yeah, I love it when we get to do this little start the day and then hop in here at the end. It's a lot of fun. It's basically like we get to skip all the meat and potatoes and we just get right to the calories. I mean the bread. I don't know. That's probably a bad sandwich. I didn't think this metaphor through, but regardless, I do enjoy it.
You went to
Doc.
Olive Garden. I get it.
Yeah, that's true. I had the infinite breadsticks. There we go. You've brought it back. I appreciate the help. No, but we are here for semifinals and grand finals. Despite my stupid analogies and metaphors, what isn't stupid is Goji Gaming, who are our wonderful sponsors tonight. What they have done has allowed us to have that $100 renews available here for the winner tonight. And by the way, running a giveaway for a SteelSeries Arctic 7 headset. Like I said earlier on, that's a really nice headset. We're going to be actually getting, I think that's going to be run. No, okay. I don't know when that's going to be run, but it's exclamation point giveaway in chat to find out more information and get involved with that. And of course, again, a huge shout out to Gogi Gaming. But two teams prepped and ready here for the semifinals, Doc. It's going to be Rock Bottom and Hit Reg. What are your thoughts? Do you have any ideas coming in about what this is going to look like?
With us heading to Ascent, I do think that we are going to get some pretty standard compositions. We're going to see Jet, we're going to see Reyna, we're going to see Omen, Astra, and we're going to see Killjoy is probably what we're going to see. Could be some surprises where we see Sova, obviously. Totally forgot about the Sova. 100% guaranteed pickup there. So I do think it's going to be pretty standard play, and it's going to be whichever team can fully execute that just a bit better. Because, I mean, what we've been seeing on Ascent for the most part are just the same compositions, and it's just the better team wins.
I think you've hit every single box on my checklist, that's for sure. I was just doing the checks along with you, and you've hit them. Rock Bottom, by the way, a team that's been here quite often. I want to say the last like 3 or 4 weeks I've seen them in the Pit of Valor, and they've kind of been improving little by little, and now I think this is their best showing as of yet into the semifinals. I could be wrong about that. I did not triple check, but they also have picked up some big firepower. Former Penguin sledding player Hyun on this roster. I don't recall him being on this roster prior to this, or at least 2 weeks ago when I was last casting in the Pit of Valor. So maybe that happened, or maybe it's just standing. I have no idea, but that's definitely a heavy hitter that I'm on the lookout for the rock bottom side. Hit Reg though, I have a lot less knowledge about these players. I don't know any of them at all. And so that, I mean, we talk about it all the time, Doc. We're like, hey, that just means that surprises abound. It means that we don't know necessarily what we're going to be met with, but it's going to be a whole lot of fun, especially as this is still the best of one stage, and anything at all can happen in a best of one, particularly when we show up on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, this is, like you said, the best of one. Winner here does find themselves in the grand final position, playing in that best of 3 for the $100. So this is, the last hurdle before you really get to play Valorant. Like, you need to win one more solo queue game, basically, to be entered into the tournament. So if the teams can put it together, if they can get something done here, then they've earned their spot. And so, I mean, they've definitely beat some really solid teams to get here. I was just looking at it a little bit. HitReg was actually the team that beat the team that beat Agogi Gaming. So they did take it over La Familia to find themselves here, whereas Rock Bottom took it down against Rise Gaming, the Down Bad account, the Player One Fitness. Like, they've played some really strong teams as well. So this should be a pretty even matchup. Ascent does kind of, benefit that the map itself is fairly even. So I don't think we're really going to be seeing too much volatility here. Sage, I don't know how I feel about Sage on this map in particular. I know that people love their Molotov strats and their wall plants, but I think you can get away with Ascent without the wall. I think you can just molly it.
Well, I don't necessarily think that it's a necessity, but I do know and think that we've been seeing some very effective usage out of the Sage, and the wall in and of itself can be so powerful, and I think that's really what you tend to look out for. And another interesting decision here on the rock bottom side is Hyun going to be on the breach. I think I like this breach. That said, the times I've seen this player on this map play the breach, it's been hit or miss whether or not it's found great effect. So we'll have to see whether or not Hyun can be making that improvement over the course of the day here, as Astra's for both sides is pretty standard, but it's going to be the Reyna jet as opposed to just a jet on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally a huge fan of Breach whenever we see it. I think it's a criminally underrated agent in a lot of situations. There's just so many things it can do. It's a very versatile usage of abilities. So I love seeing it. I think the ultimate's really great on this map in particular, too, because it just completely covers whatever site you're going to from pretty much any angle as well. So there's like on B, there's like a slight sliver you can't hit if you're coming from the defender spawn, but whatever, it hits 90% of the site. So I think it's a really great agent on Ascent specifically. So I'm super excited to see how this works. It's on the defensive side first, which I don't think is where it really shines. So I do think once we swap the half, it'll really come together.
I actually think that it can be very strong on the defensive side, but regardless of the thoughts, that's a nice shot by my Authority. Really just making a statement there early on. Speaking of those flashpoints, doing good work, though not good enough. Toneho with the fragments, Authority to get back involved. Kalork with one back the other way, leaving us even, but not for long. As Scolio takes back the only player sitting on this A site and opens up for HitReg to push through.
Yeah, Spike is going to be going down here. Matt's pushing the smoke, though. Does have that classic. Sees a little bit of people, but can't quite hit the shot as Kalork with the frenzy comes out ahead. Here comes Shrouds, not able to hit the shots either. Scolio with a nice headshot classic.
Very nicely done there by HitReg. The split was a bit disjointed, you would say, Doc, but it worked out well enough in the end, despite some nice shots by Authority, in all honesty.
Yeah, the ghost there really came clutch. It was just too many people with too many angles coming at them. You can only do so much with just a pistol, and unfortunately for them, they're gonna have to do more with a pistol once again, as we do see 4 Spectres on the side of hit reg, plus that Bulldog, which is it's a little aggressive, right? Because it's 2,100 credits, whereas versus the 16 of the Spectre. So if you lose, you're out an extra 50 or an extra 500 credits.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit more expensive, but I also think the extra range and the burst fire could give you an advantage with it, so it's not all bad. But, well, right now, it's all bad for Rock Bottom is they're not home, not here at the A side at the very least. They're going to give that up for free. Aftershock could find some value. The spike gets planted, and the spike planter gets away with it, so Hyun gets no dice there. Spots out the Sage on the wall, but it's Toneho who's got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Looking to maybe close this out with a final frag. The player spotted out here is Hyun on Catwalk, so seems to maybe be short-lived, though. Toneho doesn't actually check the right angle, or maybe will in just a moment.
Oh, they didn't. They just barely died. They saw it at the very last second, so it is going to be a stolen away Spectre. But maybe they get more. They're peeking it. They're peeking it. They're peeking it. They get it.
Nice try. Nice try is all I'll say. And, well, talking about a way to farm a Cosmic Divide pretty quickly. That's going to be already pulled up and ready for Toneho, who has that prepped and ready. So, with being the only ultimate on the board, I would be curious to see if this can be utilized in the coming round.
I think it will be. I don't think it's going to be too much of a concern here, but it is that bonus round time now, and they're pretty broke on the side of Rock Bottom. I mean, if they are able to win, they're going to be in good shape. If they lose, it's less stellar, but for now, it's up to them making these right calls. You can see here, it's just the one member currently defending the B site, and they're W-keying it into oblivion.
Yeah, apparently no Cosmic Divide at the moment. None necessary. It's just the player sitting back in Boathouse is getting run down by a couple, and it's Toneho who's been absolutely fragging to take down Matt in the back of that Boathouse. 4v5 now, and there goes the Cosmic Divide. So rather than using it aggressively, it's a defensive Cosmic Divide, and well, it can certainly be effective. This might just force a save, though it looks like the defense wants to go back in here. Rock Bottom are inquisitive at the very least.
Yeah, I actually really like this Cosmic Divide more than using it to take the site, because the one you use to take the site is much more angled, so it offers a lot more opportunity once you get past it. But Hijinks can go into the smoke, into the Cloud Burst, can't win the fight with Final, though. Michaels gets taken out by My Authority, and Shrouds with 2! They line up perfectly, they get the 3rd! There's only one member left. Where are they? They're sneaky. Oh, they're dead.
Man, talk about a close affair, though. Rock Bottom, they nearly took too long to get into that site. That Cosmic Divide kind of forcing them to be a little bit more tentative in their approach. And from there, I mean, they barely got in at the right time, but Shroud's doing a wonderful job picking up 3 kills off the back of that. Just truly impressive stuff.
Yeah, we can watch Hijinks die here, and then they just get a perfect lineup. Final jumps up as Shrouds is shooting, and then just gets mowed down.
Very well done. And I mean, Hyun finding the kill on the backside as well. Certainly not too shabby. As Hijinks wanted to take that duel, ultimately doesn't net much of anything though. As this is going to be a bit of a problem for Hijinks. This use the dash to get out. The Nebula covers off the potential for any sort of follow-up, but still, Shock Dart's available, and well, those do damage. So I've been told, and massive damage to Hijinks, who's had a bit of a tough time here in the middle area for the first 30 seconds of the round.
Yeah, we do see the Gravity Well coming up here as well, trying to delay some time. It's a late Nano Swarm coming in, though, so definitely a little bit of a mistiming there. The Sage Wall is going to go up to give him a different perspective on life. Matt's here in the hell position, gets 1, and that's all they're good for.
I feel like Matt could have been a bit more patient on that one, gotten something a little bit better out of that positioning, but regardless of the fact it's Hijinks who's now coming in late on the rotation as Caloric gets sprayed down underneath heaven, but that's not going to matter with the heal, and Toneho takes Hijinks through the smoke as Shrouds comes in and somehow found 2, dinks on the 3rd, out of bullets though, and that's the problem. Caloric is putting him down. no more anything from Shouts that round, but boy, did that look very close.
Yeah, super close. I mean, Scolio down to 10 HP after the Phantom Dink, and it's situations like that where you're shaking your head, you're like, if only I'd had a Vandal, maybe it would have happened, but...
Yeah, if only, yeah.
Yeah, it still looks super duper close, and the running out of bullets is just, you know, a cherry on top of that unfortunate Sunday there. Shrouds already showing themselves to be an absolute monster on this defensive side. I'm super interested to see how the rest of this map goes. This time, though, they're on a classic again, so yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how that evolves.
Right here.
Well, and it'll do just that. It is an evolution over the course of the game, and it's just 3-1 at the moment. Surprising as that is, it kind of feels as if Hitreg has kind of stolen away this opening from Rock Bottom. They had such a great retake in the prior round and just couldn't make it happen in the round after. So either way, one kill going the way of Hitreg already. That was off the back of the Bladestorm. The second to follow up in similar fashion, Hyun Falls. So 2 players down already, 3 left alive here as Rock Bottom look to retake here at B.
Yeah, it's a pistol save, so they don't really have much to lose here. So no reason to hang out, as we do see the smokes and things coming up here. That destructo wall plus the sage wall makes that basically a no-go zone. With just the pistols, it would take way too long for them to break those down. So they do go for the long rotation. I think they're just playing for exits at this point, so they should just be chilling. I don't think Hitreg really should go this way, though. Realistically, I think they should be a little more knowledgeable about where they put their own walls and get out that way.
Well, I mean, the other thing is, like, they already know that this is a cleared area, so it just goes to reason that they would want to move into a cleared area. And of course, both of those Rock Bottom players, they're going to die to the spike in order to make sure that they get the cash into the next round. Makes a lot of sense when you think about it. And that's going to be Rock Bottom trying to fight back from not quite Rock Bottom. I mean, they're certainly down a bit, but it's not too far gone just yet.
Yeah, I mean, earlier in the night, you and I saw a matchup that was exactly like this. It was on Bind. It was 4-1, and yeah, the half ended up 9-3, but you know, it could be different this time. It's a different map. It's a different timeline. It's a different world, and that's a huge flash. But Tonaho still hits the shot.
What an incredible shot that was as well. As I mean, talk about an opening. Rock Bottom, this is the round they really need to make something happen, right? And, oh, that's a great way to do it. Aftershock through the wall. Hyun finds it and Maithority with a double kill. Headshots both directions. And Scolio tagged yet again, making things difficult. Double swing on Cat. Good for just a 1-for-1 trade as the Jet has to dash away straight into the waiting arms of Maithority.
That's a round to pick up. They do keep most of their team alive as well. 3 members here. They're in pretty good shape because they were able to carry those 3 rifles into this current round. So as we grab the scoreboard in just a second here, you can see it is a bye round for Rock Bottom. And so, I mean, there's a bit of an economy built up for Hitreg, so it's going to be a full rifle round from both teams. But the stakes are so much higher for Rock Bottom, I feel, because if they lose here, they only get 1,900 credits, which for the most part will keep them at a buy level, but it's not like uber buy level. They might have some half armors in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it, right? Like, it's not an ideal scenario, but that is certainly ideal. Hijinks, nicely done! Lines 2 of them up, he knocks him down with the Bladestorm, and, well, talking about opening picks, that's 2 opening picks heading the way of Rock Bottom, something we've yet to see very often from them.
Yeah, they're able to put themselves in a very great position right here, because not only do they have this advantage, they have all these ultimates that they really need to whip out. They can, so I don't think they're really going to need them this round, as we do get the lining up of that Cosmic Divide from Hitreg. This is the one I'm not a huge fan of that I was talking about earlier, because look at how much space it actually gives to like the attack, or defenders if they're like ahead of it, right? Like Seeker was still within the wall. All of the boat hosts with the button was in the wall. Like if they had been any kind of forward position, they would have been able to see, hear, shoot all of that was on.
I mean, I think there's a counter argument there for sure, but I totally see your point. And well, Doneho doesn't care about your point because he's just taking frags. Caloric the same, getting chain flash is Toneho, but Caloric has done a good job of holding off that aggression. The problem is the push on the side is still here, and well, that's going to be all she wrote. As Hyun does a wonderful job of cleaning that one up. This time through the wall as Rock Bottom. They take some names and, well, put themselves back onto this scoreboard. It's 3-4, just a 1-round deficit, Doc.
Yeah, and it wasn't terribly expensive for them. They lost 2 players, but one of them was the Jet that hadn't bought anything. He was just using the ultimate, so not really the end of the world there. And as we come into the next round, they're able to keep rifles in hands. They're full armored. They have the operator there for hijinks as well, which I actually hadn't realized it. The 2 knife kills last round were their only kills this game so far, so that definitely slipped under my radar. But looking at the other side, it's still a full rifle round here from Hitreg. They had a little bit of that bankroll built up. They're now on a couple rounds of loss bonus as well, so they're coming in mostly kitted out.
Indeed, mostly kitted up. That's a good word for it, I think. Resurrect available. Should they so want to use it. Both shock darts being used there very early on as well by a Sova who has a Hunter's Fury prepped in addition. We saw that Hunter's Fury take a big frag in the form of Main Authority getting a kill last round on the Rock Bottom side. So, we'll have to see. That can be utilized to great effect. But it's slow, methodical at the minute. Hitreg, they've taken control of the catwalk area, and now they're looking to eke their way towards A main. It looks as if an A split is going to be on the card.
I was going to say, look at the mini-map, because you could see all of the utility in the tree room there, just completely built up. It's all being used now, though, so it's all gone. Everything's gone and destroyed. The Lear's up. The Empress is popped here. They're charging onto the site. It's a free retake. It's going to be a 5v5 version. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. It's the huge ultimate. It stops the plant. That's huge. They're pushing now aggressively. The lockdown's coming in as well, but Toneho hits the first shot.
The other thing about it, right, is that the Hunter's Fury comes in, and that just denies the lockdown, allowing for everyone to swing in and then meet their maker. Rock Bottom fall to pieces, despite the usage of all 3 of their ultimates in that round. No res needed at all for Hitreg, as they simply looked better. So we're going to see it once again. You said it yourself, right? Denying the plant, that's big. Actually gets the chain stun on 2 of those players, but Toneho somehow still finds that kill onto Shroud. So that opens everything up, and the Hunter's Fury comes through in order to deny not only the idiot opportunity for the Killjoy ult, but anything else really as well, as everyone hits their shots to close that round down. It's 2 rounds in the lead once again for Hitreg. Is Rock Bottom. They're gonna have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and Clerk that last round was actually the only one without a frag, as Hijinks gets aggressive through Garage, gets a kill, and gets out. But yeah, Clerk was the only one that didn't get fragged last round, and it was because they were doing, utility duty. They took out that lockdown, which was huge. Lava Burst actually going to pick up the kill on the Michaels.
How is Hyun finding so many aftershock kills? I mean, listen, I think it's a very powerful ability, but like, I mean, you really gotta sit in there for a long time in order to get killed by that thing. Like, it's by no means, it's a slow moving target. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's quite easy to dodge.
See, you think that, but clearly there's something we're missing. Maybe you just gotta hit him with the fraction first.
I mean, Hyun's making it wide. We'll just put it that way. He's increasing the range.
30 seconds left.
As we continue on in the round, it's 3-5.
Out of charges.
As we do watch Clerk take out the turret there. Recon Bolt destroyed. They see the faraway player. Do they expect the close? They don't! And Shrouds is able to get the frag.
10 seconds as well, Doc. I mean, this is very, very late. Are they even going to be able to get this? No. No time at all. The spike he got taken out by Hijinks, and somehow Hijinks continues to find that frag even whilst very inaccurate landing. That's the most inaccurate time, I believe, is whilst you're landing. You're even more accurate while in the air than while landing.
Need a drop.
Tough life out there. They've brought this back quite nicely, Vincent. Rock Bottom's back within 1 round, and it's a reset for Hitreg, but again, they've built up so much economy that they have 1 weak rifle here, and it's a Stinger, which I don't think is terrible on a sense. It's definitely not that great, but it's not the worst.
I mean, I certainly think you would have liked the Spectre if you could have afforded it, but I don't know. It's certainly not the worst thing, like you're saying, and regardless of how it goes down, this timing is solid. Nice job on the flashpoint there, and just allows for Hijinks to have an opening frag going their way. I mean, ever since you mentioned Hijinks having a little bit of a slow start, has been finding openings left, right, and center. So I guess all that was needed was a little bit of a call out.
Yeah, it's kind of funny though, because the call out was like when they had the operator, and I don't think they got any frags with the operator.
Nope.
But now that they have rifles again, they're doing a really good job. They're playing aggressive in these spots that Hitreg simply isn't expecting. We saw the garage push last round. This time they were just chilling in mid gate, like in a bunch of Astra smokes, like not really doing anything. Just somehow hits the shots, wins the fight. We are gonna get the resurrection here onto final. Shrouds is in a great spot, but they get a little help.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, help indeed. So Hijinks has a second for them in the round, has a Blade Storm prep that they want it. It's the Blade Storm on the other side, though, first being called in. And so despite the resurrection, it's still a 4-on-5. The push, though, goes up onto B, and nobody's home, at least not here for the moment. So there's 10 seconds left, but plenty of time to get that plant down. Swing from Hijinks is unsuccessful, as the retake needs to come in. 4v4.
That was an odd position there from Shrouds. Authority's only able to get 1. Are you kidding me? That was perfect flank position. Bork's gonna get another one. Now it's down to this 2v3. The heal goes into market as well. Did they see it? They get the shots, but not the frag. Shrouds. Oh no! Tragedy has struck.
I mean, that looked so good for Rock Bottom. It was their timing that was so very off. They needed to push that together. Somebody just needed to take control and make the combo. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Now we're all pressing W and then push in at that point. Unfortunately, Rock Bottom, the push came from Authority a little bit late. The push in to the market area was a bit delayed, especially from the initial push through CT. Like, everything just not working out for them as Rock Bottom, again, taking a round, but then immediately losing the next. It's kind of been a trend that they've had thus far.
Again, they do hear that updraft audio cue, so they do put some shots into the smoke, but it is going to be recognized, and Rock Bottom does fall away quite a bit. So a bit of an investment there that I don't think really panned out the way they would have liked, but they also didn't get too much information right. Like, they saw 2 bullet trails, and that's about it.
I mean, lots of spamming, but there was meant to be a player anyway that early in that direction anyway, regardless. So Hijinks now, this is a bit of a problem. The timing pretty good on that swing, and Trouts is there to support. So despite being vulnerable, Hijinks finds 1, Trouts with 1 as well, but it's Michael Karn who's found a double kill coming up through market, or rather not market, my apologies, garden, as Hijinks gets another. So the 2-pronged push and attack here, one of those prongs falls to pieces. A majority takes, or Authority rather, takes the kill in this site, but it does leave 2 alive, and that's 2 very split players. Tonho knows where 1 is, but Hijinks hits that shot beautifully. 3 frags in the round, and like I said, Hijinks continually stepping up in this game.
Hijinks sat in that cubby the entire round after the updraft play. Like, they ate a single shock dart, and then the perfect flash came through from Hyun and just really blew him up. And then they did get a little bit more damage down, but it still just wasn't enough. Hijinks hitting shot after shot after shot after shot, and it worked out so cleanly, and it put him in such a position at the end there that even knowing Hijinks was there. Tonoho couldn't know if they were left or right at that point, and they just lost the gunfight. Hijinks already done a 5 HP. What happened?
You are divided.
He must have taken some spam damage up through middle, if I'm not mistaken. But, well, I mean, his aggression is going to net information at the very least. And Matority tries but fails with the Hunter's Fury to find much of anything. Does a bit of tags, but that's going to be short-lived. But that being said, it's all about timing, and Matt has a good timing. Unfortunately, can't find more than one off the back of it. It's a one-player disadvantage for Rock Bottom. As Hitreg have the sight, and Hijinks has the frag, recovering very nicely. Still with 5 HP. Now the retake is very, very doable.
5 HP means that you got to hit every shot, and that's certainly a way to start it off. Gets the headshot, makes it a 3v2. The HP bars still favoring Rock Bottom, even with this 5 HP player. Using the bait technique, Final's going to get the kill, and no trade. That's terrible. My Authority finally going to pick up the frag, but now the heal's coming through from Scolio. They know exactly where they are. Can't get the first shot, gets the 3K, goes for the 4K. Can't they quite get it? No, as My Authority cleans up.
Nicely done there from Rock Bottom. What a way to recover the half to a even scoreline, 6-6. I don't think I would have expected that, considering the 4-1 start Hitreg had, and like you were talking about. I mean, 4-1, that's, you know, looks not great on paper, but is very, very recoverable. And Rock Bottom did just that, as they have put themselves in prime position as they move towards the attacker side in order to really step up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that last round there was so much off the back of Hijinks. They literally started the round at 5 HP and was still able to hit shot after shot that really turned the tide of that round. And the biggest hit shot they hit was that knife hit jumping into Secret onto the Reyna there, and that blew the round wide open, because that was a catwalk position that, had Hijinks not been able to win that, would have been completely under control on the side of Hitreg, and there wouldn't have been anybody on Rock Bottom at that point that could challenge appropriately.
Yeah, well, and also left 2 low HP players in the clutch potential as well for Hitreg. So a lot of things going well in that scenario. Good setup here. Swing, not so good though. Not from Michael, who's gonna go down to Hijinks, and Hijinks gets away. In addition to that, now the rotation comes in, and look at the pull. That's such a great rotation. Beautiful. Despite that fact, though, Tono and Final both find kills. This is huge for Hitreg, as now they have the advantage.
They only get him down to 22 HP. Final is getting some healed up, but Hijinks is a madman. Still peeking corners, still hitting shots. Finally gonna fall to Final, but it's now Matt and a friend versus the world, as it is a 2v3. HP on Final, not amazing. 37 Shrouds here. Gonna try and get the peeker's advantage. Can they hit the shots though? The answer's not quite yet. They're still trying to peek though. They have to fall away, but it's still outnumbered, outgunned, and outmanned as the alarm bot pops. The nanoswarm just buying more and more time.
Last player standing.
Oh, nice find though. I don't think they know. Now they should. Trout's in a tough position to really do anything at all. As Final gets a triple kill and defuses Calorix. So, well done to Hitreg, who pick up the pistol and give themselves that 7th round. Rock Bottom, I mean, they start off very well. It's a good scenario. They get the opening pick, but unfortunately it falls apart in the closing stages of the round, as this time they're not able to close things down. And what is that, Ares?
It's the veteran's weapon.
I have not seen these.
So it's like a drum-fed bar.
It's a Tommy gun. That's what it looks like.
I mean, it's an LMG. It's a bit beefier than a Tommy gun.
Yeah, that's true.
Still does the same thing as if you get that shock dart. I think it bounced a little too far to be able to land onto Hijinks here, but the Cloudburst is there. It's a shorty. What are you doing with this shorty right there?
I mean, maybe could get a dash, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it's a bit questionable at best. But nice shot for Final. In addition, this is looking to be the round for Hitreg, though Rock Bottom has got the spike plant, and that's pretty nice. So all of that aggression towards B was all a ruse. And so I guess we figure out what the plan was with that shorty. There was no plan, at least not for him to get out alive.
It was a distraction.
Yeah.
So now we got the Marshall here on final. Earned it from the last round. Tonaho just keeps murking people though. 2 kills that round, 4 left alive on the side of Hitreg. But I mean, this is very similar to the first half, right? Like they're healing up, they're making sure that everybody's in a good spot. They should be giving the ultimate points over appropriately, and it actually unlocks the Blade Storm there for final.
Indeed it does. That Blade Storm, of course, we know how effective it can be. We saw how well Hijinks utilized that to great effect, open rounds up for Rock Bottom on the defense. And with now this 2-round lead, we'll see what Hitreg can do with it in their hands. It's not much with regards to ultimates available for Rock Bottom, but weaponry-wise, they're looking quite strong. Owned, in fact, in the hands of Matt, who's having a bit of a slow game at the moment at 3 and 10, but might be the turnaround that he needs.
Yeah, I think they were kind of waiting for the Ares spam to come through and then just trade back with the Odin, which theoretically should win out. But now that that didn't happen, I think it might end up being a bit of a liability. I mean, the weaponry on Hitreg right now could very easily overwhelm the Odin if, you know, properly mistimed or properly timed, however you want to phrase that. But for right now, you know, we're watching Rock Bottom very slow. The Blade Storms popped on Hitreg. So we'll see how that comes into play, because it's also the Marshall that's backing it up, not something super crazy.
Oh boy. Nicely done there by Michael. And not only that, but gets out with his life off the back of the dismiss. Though, I guess you can't get away with it forever. Mate Doherty shock dart just hunts you down no matter what. It's 4v4 as Rock Bottom have returned the favor. But look at how spread right now they are at the moment across the map. There's a couple of players sitting up towards A main and a third joining them very soon. And there's one lurker for Rock Bottom in mid. All that lurker needs to do is find 1 kill, and that could definitely pull some rotates. And, well, doesn't even need to do anything. Look, there's nobody on A for this push, Doc.
Shrouds is in a huge flank position here. There's 10 seconds left, so the spike has to go down, but Shrouds needs to be a bit quicker. By the time they get there at this rate, everybody will have been dead, basically. Vulnerable pop's gonna go down. Shrouds is able to get 1 kill on the flank. The shock darts are coming in, but 30 gets another one. The spray down coming through from Matt, just being a distraction. Shrouds has transferred over to the window, gets a 2nd kill for themselves. And so now we're looking a little bit scary for the side of Hitreg. They get a nice headshot there. Clerk falls, or Clerk gets the kill, excuse me. And so now it's 1v3, just gonna take the Phantom and run. I think that's the right call.
Probably for the best. You know, in general, though, Hitreg, you know, losing this round
anyway
makes some sense. This was the bonus round, right? And yeah, that final kill was, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I think so. Regardless of that fact, there's going to be full weaponry available for this Hitreg side. Is Rock Bottom. This is kind of key for them. They need to win a couple rounds in a row here, Doc.
Yeah, and I do think that was a pretty okay round for Hitreg, right? As the bonus, they did take out 2 members of Rock Bottom, and you can see what that's done to the economy. Both My Authority and Hijinks, basically it's 0. My Authority, they were wishing they had 100 extra credits so they could, you know, get a little bit more armor. Especially, I did 600 credits, so they were 300 short, excuse me. But it's yeah, it's a bit of a difficult situation because you're largely not going to win that round unless you just full-on body your opponent. So just doing as much economic damage there is the right call. And so they did some. We'll see if it's enough, as it is 8-7 now with both teams on a full buy.
And this is an incredibly close game. I mean, very little between these two sides is aggression for Hitreg towards B. This is solid stuff. But the Owl Drone is well placed. It's just going to find that information out early doors and force back to 2 players playing towards the site. And look at those rotations moving in as the catwalk pushes through on the defense. And that shows mids wide open. 5 players running straight forward onto the B site. Instead, gets stalled out for just a moment based on the gravity wells, and well, now the push is here, but nicely done by Final. Met and frag. That's Authority with 2. Nicely done. What a great couple of shots to go through, and Matt comes in for more. This time, that Odin doing work. As HitReg left with 2 players left alive, and Matt, who needs headshots when you've just got a bullet hose?
Yeah, when you throw more bullets than your opponent does, it's probably going to end up in your favor, and the Odin does exactly that. And so Matt able to pick up a bunch of quick frags at the end there with that Odin, and is really coming into a little bit of their own here on the offensive half, which is, I don't think this is what you expect from a lot of Killjoys, but I mean, this series of events right here was great. I mean, Authority 6 shot there onto final. Toneho does trade onto Shrouds, but Authority again transfers over super duper clean, gets the second frag there, and is able to get the spike down. And then it's just Matt cleaning up, spring cleaning, and all that.
Get out of my way.
It's time to keep the entirety of the map cleaned up, as it is that time of year. And Blaze-Storm being popped here by Hijinks. Well, look, again, there's a propensity right now for Rock Bottom just to walk into wide open sites. And it's a bit troublesome if you're a HitReg fan, I think. But regardless, it is going to be the retake to come in. But there's a lockdown available as well. Now, granted, it is against pistols, but I think it would be perfectly fine to use it.
Yeah, I think that this is like a really awkward retake situation too, because you're seeing how spread out Rock Bottom was. They were kind of expecting like the deep flank through attacker side of spawn, and that never came. So now they have to do this front to back fight where it's a 5v5. They only have so many people on the site. The knives are out. Michael's gonna pick up 1, and that'll be it. HitReg as it is tied up once again.
That it is, and I mean, if you look at this, right, Rock Bottom have kind of put themselves in a great position when it comes down to the ult economy, right? Like, number one, there's no way that Caloric is gonna have. Well, I say no way. It's just one away from the Hunter's Fury. But if we just see Matt use the early lockdown play, there's no Hunter's Fury to deny it, right? That'll clear out of sight.
Let us hunt.
You have the potential to use that Rolling Thunder very effectively, as well as the Cosmic Wall, and on top of that, the Hunter's Fury to deny a defuse.
You should
so many tools in the toolkit for Rock Bottom, and there is one of them coming out immediately.
Definitely a good start to the round. You can see the rotations already coming through though, and there's not on the site. They're playing it a little bit slow. They're waiting for the Killjoy ultimate to fully proc, and it ends up working against them as Scolio gets that first frag, drops the spike in the middle of the doorway as well. Hunter's Fury is going to pick up another kill. Cork falls. It's a 4-on-4, 4-on-3 as Hyun is able to get one. Hijinks picks up a second, and a second for themselves.
Hijinks has been incredible throughout this game and continues to do so. Hyun closes the round, and it makes this a 10-8 scoreline. Rock Bottom with a 2-round lead, something we've seen, I want to say never, but it might have happened once. No, not at all, actually.
Not in this matchup anyway.
No, that's, yeah, for real. It's been nothing but the back foot for Rock Bottom and tied games. Now they finally take a taste of the lead. We'll see if that can continue.
Yeah, this is going to be more than likely another 1 round for the side of Rock Bottom. HitReg coming in with just some shambles, right? You know, 3 Spectres, which, I mean, we've seen Spectre magic before. I can never really count out the rounds that are just Spectres because they're so scary. The one-tap ability can really wreck your day. And yeah, it's got the 2 Spectres, but even the Spectres are pretty good in a lot of scenarios. Like, if you're over here in Market, it's really easy to catch somebody off guard with that SMG.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It can be quite simple, to say the least, as long as you find the right timing, especially, right? Like, it's all about whether or not you catch somebody with their pants down, and, well, Rock Bottom, that's exactly what I was talking about. Rock Bottom's pants on the ground, and, well, HitReg seems to be pushing the issue. 3 kills in the blink of an eye, as they push through mid is very successful. Nicely blinded by Hyun, but the re-aggression from Toneho is even better. Suddenly, HitReg back in the driver's seat as they've got a 4-player advantage.
I did tell you that it's just magic, right? Like, you can never count it out. 5 HP, you definitely can count that out as we do get the Thrifty on the board. So that's it's just magical. There's no other word about it. It's just magical.
It really is. And I mean, like I said again, it's all about timing, Doc. It's all about timing. They found the right timing, and no one was ready.
Yeah, I mean, being ready, it's a skill. It's practiced, right? For us who are perpetually late, it's tough out here. But they've made it through. They have full rifles now. They can tie it up within one if they can just win this rifle round, which, I mean, in this second half, Hitreg's been struggling a little bit with that. We're going to see the Hunter's Fury here from Chloric, and it's just going to find Bubkis.
This is nicely done. Rock bottom. I like this is a bit more. Basically, they're just kind of setting this up more normally, right? It's not something fast, not something loose like they've been playing the last couple of rounds. And it nets that open side off the back of the Rolling Thunder. Cosmic Divide potentially to follow it up. We saw how effective that could be at stalling off a site. And here it goes. That's going to be stalled off. And what a shot that was from Hijinks. I don't think it actually got that kill, but it looked like it connected.
There's still a lot of HP left, and again, Final with the knives, diving in and out, but Hijinks gets the better of him. And Authority's able to pick up a second frag there. Hyun picks up a third. This is looking quite dastardly. Scoldio's able to bring one back, though, bringing it back within a little bit. Gets the resurrection off as well, but is it enough? Chloric's on the Madman spree, gets 2 before falling to the turret. And so now, oh, Matt with 2 to close it out. 11 for Rock Bottom.
Yeah, that round crucial indeed, as it not only really resets that economy that Hitreg were wanting to put together. I mean, yes, you have 6,000 credits on the likes of Final, but 2,600, 1,800 for Caloric, and even less on some others. It's just not an ideal scenario. And beyond that, you take a key loss. It's 1 round now away from match point, and Rock Bottom, again, I just can't say it. Well, I can't say it enough. They're using their ults so effectively, and they're doing a good job of not overusing them. So they always have some tool at their disposal in the next round to turn the round on its head. This time it's going to be Hijinks with the Blade Storm available. Though, in fairness, he doesn't really need the Blade Storm in order to make a huge play, as we've been prone to see, Doc.
Yeah, my biggest concern right now is that they're buying things on the 11th round. So you can see here that they are very much poor. Like they bet it all on Dogcoin a week ago, and now they're just in shambles. They're in the tough spot. But I think yeah, like this is what you do if you're playing for the win, or if you're just out of the game, right? Like if you're just mentally checked out here, you're just like, you know what? Heck it, let's have fun. But if you're playing for the win, this is the call you make as well, because this is obviously the best potential if you win here and start the comeback season. But if you lose here, you're only getting a second round loss bonus, and they're gonna be at like less than 3K on a lot of these players.
So counterpoint, if you're playing for the win, do you not just save and get the full weaponry the next round? You half buy here with whatever you can, drop a couple of sheriffs to give yourself a chance at victory, and then full buy against the match point and just win 3 rounds in a row?
That's playing for overtime, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess. Though, I guess my thought process, right, was like, okay,
like win the overall
just,
game.
We're just better. So we're gonna take the better strategy on the long term and whatnot. But no, I get what you're saying. And actually, I didn't realize how many kills came through that wall. That is unreasonable. Hitreg just got shot through walls like 3 times in a row right there. That's frustrating.
You might as well not have walls in Valorant. The only thing they do is obscure vision, realistically. So it is kind of tough sometimes watching the teams, you know, try and hide behind these walls when it's you know, rice paper, wet rice paper, even sometimes when you have like an Odin. But this time somehow Final had the operator. They had 6,100 credits, I saw, and so this is an interesting buy. Keyword is int, but we'll see if they can get it done. if they really believe this is the way to get back into it, then I'll believe if they believe.
I mean, it's not impossible. Let's not. Okay. All right.
That's a hell of a start right there.
Okay, Hijinks. I mean, listen, I did key him up. I was like, listen, Blade Storm's available, and Hijinks has been doing wonders. But that's a lot of that's a lot of players. I mean, listen, Hijinks, you're doing wonderful things, but that's a bit overkill even for you. But it's all a ruse, and that's why Hijinks was so aggressive, because all the push is onto this A site, and lockdown available as well. Nothing is here to deny this.
No, you have to shoot it, but it's in such a nice angle that even that would be tough. I think you have to. You've over-invested already. You might as well just not lose it. Oh, the one player detained. W key, thirst, fiend, get him! No, rock bottom. They're playing it smart. They're playing for the win here. They know the dire straits that Hitreg are in this situation, so they play for these frags, they play for the round, and they get the win.
Yeah, and I mean, Hitreg, honestly, they should be feeling good that they're going to be able to save 4 guns, because that's a blessing. Something they probably shouldn't have gotten away with in all reality, as or down to it. It's going to be a good buy for both sides in what could be the final round of the game. 3 rounds in a row necessary for Hitreg to push us towards overtime. But like you were talking about, that is a big ask, and I can certainly understand why a team would want to avoid it. But this time, there's no avoidance. No maneuvers capable of pulling Hitreg out of this cauldron, as they are going to have to do it all on their own.
Ahead.
Just click heads, forehead. This is do or die for Hitreg. This is their potential last round in the entire tournament. We're still in the semifinals. Best of 1 is the name of the game right now. They have a full buy here with just half armor onto 1 member, so this is all they get. Everything here is superfluous as the first shot goes wide.
1 second as well, a bit wide in addition through that nebula. Hijinks once again opening this up and knocking him down, but Caloric on the site does trade Hijinks out. It shouts to get the final kill on him though, and it's still 1 player advantage to rock bottom. Is the retake going to come in?
This is doable. They have the operator. It's a 1-shot weapon. You just need to hit your shots. If you can get 2 kills out of this operator here and now, it makes it a 4v3 in your favor, and everything can come together at that point. But they need to go quicker. They need to be faster on the pace. Everybody here from Rock Bottom knows the job, gets the shot. Matt gets 1, can't get 2, but Strauss trades it out. Now it's just a 1v3, and they don't even know where everybody is. The flanking position here from Hune as well. They've no idea. They don't know. They can't know. They get the first kill, can't get the second. Strauss gets 3, and 13-9 is the final score.
13-9, and man, that was such a close affair up till the very end, where Rock Bottom simply walked away with that one. It looked so good from Hitreg. Whenever they were kind of bringing it in one after another, they kind of would answer back every time Rock Bottom found a round, but then it was Hijinks who continually found opening frags, no matter what, no matter the situation, able to pull it. Not to mention what incredible calls coming through from Rock Bottom. How many times did they just walk into a straight up empty site, either based on a good call or a great fake?
Yeah, I mean, there were so many fakes, and a lot of it was off the back of their duelist players just really having a good game from the middle onward. They, took a bottom fragging Jet, who's at like 0 and 4 at one point, to ending near the top, and I'm sure that we might have a screenshot of the game. But no, I mean, even still, like, they completely turned that whole game around from the duelist perspective, and Hijinks absolutely popped off towards the end there, carried the team in a lot of different situations, and really sold the fakes that were so effective.
Yeah, I mean, Hijinks and Matority obviously pulling up the big weight when it comes down to it. Though, I mean, listen, Tonho had a pretty solid game.
Yeah.
Really didn't put a foot wrong. Unfortunately, the rest of the team not quite stepping up to that caliber. I think that, to be honest with you, I always kind of feel like I have to say it, but Michael, if you're gonna be playing it if you're gonna be playing on the Reyna, you have to be fragging on the Reyna, and going
Yeah.
7 and 17 is just not enough. I just didn't feel like the Reyna got very much when it came to the usage. But again, everybody has their off games. That's just the difficulty when you're playing Reyna. You make yourself a target of that sort of thing when it comes down to it. So unfortunate for hit right, but listen. Back to the drivers, like if they go back and they just look into the mirror, they're like, okay, what could we have done a little bit better? Honestly, I think if Michael's on any other character that has high utility, this is maybe he could get the same frags and it's still a different game. I'm
So-
not even exaggerating on that one.
So I do agree with you. I am going to say I was very confused because my name is also Michael, and I got confused because
Yeah, get good.
Yeah, get good. I'm just a scrub. But scrubbing is what I'm going to do in just a second because we are going to take it to a short break before the grand finals gets started. I do need to scrub out my drink control container because I went ahead and used code GLG10 at checkout and got myself some delicious meal replacement there. Just like you guys home and Ken, it's not a personal code for me working here. That is a public code that everybody at home can use. You could even tell your stepsister about it. You could tell your mother about it and get them involved as well. But like I said, with that, we are going to be taking a short break. So stay tuned where we will return with the grand final matchup here between Down to Flank and Rock Bottom.
Dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are once again in the Pit of Valor Grand Finals here between Down to Flank and Rock Bottom. I'm the Doctor, joined by Vincent here, and this is it. It's a best of 3, and that is all that separates one of these teams from that $100 prize pot, generously sponsored by Agogi Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about it at the very opening of the show, Doc. I mean, $100 on the line. You love to see it. This time, it's a best of 3 as well. We just saw Rock Bottom take. I mean, realistically, was a close game against Hitreg, but ultimately they kind of took control near the end of the game. Obviously, my sights set on the likes of Hijinks and Authority, whether or not they're going to be able to take this Rock Bottom squad over the edge. But this Down to Flank side, they've got some heavy hitters of their own, Doc, and I don't think we need to count them out just yet. They have a whole lot of players on the roster right now on Battlefy, so I don't actually know who's going to be in game. I'm not going to make any assumptions just yet, but I do know that Kraken, for example, is pretty decent. And also the Bigson himself, how you say that name, I have no idea, but we're gonna roll with it no matter what happens and see how it goes. I'm excited.
Chat will correct us anyway. I have full faith that Twitch chat will let us know that no matter how we say it, it's wrong and it's our fault for being wrong. But what's fun to me, Vincent, is the map choices between these two teams. We've been seeing a couple different maps here tonight. You and I have worked on Bind. We've had Ascent. We've had some other funky maps in with the casters from earlier. So I do get the word from production in my ear that the map choice has been decided. And just like magic, we have our first map.
We do. Ascent, a classic of the scene, though that's just map number 1. Map number 2, though, I'm curious to see where we'll be headed, and it's back to the sandy streets, the teleporters of Bind, to move us along into map 2. And should we need it, we do have a map 3 prepped and ready between these two. And oh boy, am I ready. If we hit Split, I am so excited, dude. I never get to cast Split, Doc. I don't know what it is, but Split just never comes up in the map pool whenever I'm casting. It never does. I've casted more Icebox than I have Split. Seriously. It's incredible.
Yeah, me too. And I'm sure there's a ton of reasons for it. I do wish that we saw more Split. I don't hate the map. I don't hate playing on the map. It's definitely not my favorite, but I also really like Haven. So I think I'm just broken when it comes to like my map pool. But actually, when I was playing Counter-Strike, I loved, I think it's Mirage, the map with Heaven and the mid. Yeah, anyway, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just a sheep, but that's our map pool. This is a really interesting one too, because we're getting 2 very solid maps to start with, both Ascent and Bind. They can very easily go one way or the other. And then we also ended on Split, which is so one-sided that you can really run away with it. And so as we head into our agent selection here, I do want to introduce a special guest for you, chat. We have brought on a 3rd caster to join us here for the grand finals. There's 3 maps, so we need 3 casters. So I want everybody in chat to say a big warm welcome to none other than Seymour.
Lads, I'm happy to be here. I'm excited. Best of 3, Pit of Valor 41. Special thank you again to Agogi Gaming. $100 on the line for these 2 teams, but we're going to minimize it a little bit as we hop into Ascent. We look at who's going up against each other. We already see dueling Astras, Silvas on each team, separating the 2 of them. A Breach on one half, Viper on the other. Jet on one side, Raze on the other. How are you guys feeling about this?
Okay, so the first thing I see, Seymour, is Kraken is playing the Viper, baby. I'm so excited for the Viper. I love it. I want more of it. I think you and I, Doc, talked at the beginning of the day about how like there's some of these tier 3, like approaching tier 2 type teams that just they've just ignored the Viper for so long. And I'm so glad that we have Down to Flank, down to Viper. That's what I'm happy about. I love it.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of it as well, because it kind of goes into what we just talked about on Ascent, the map before this, where we had Rock Bottom versus that other team. where we saw the Sage
Hit reg.
wall plant. Hit reg, there we go. We had the wall plant Molotov like setup because we had the Sages, but we didn't really have Molotovs. So this time, down to flank, they're going the opposite route. They don't have a wall, but they have lots of abilities that can really blow up that diffuser, the planter, whatever you want to call it. They have nanoswarm, they have snake bites, they have paint cans, they have shock darts, they have hunter's fury. Like, all of these are so problematic to dodge around when you're trying to defuse.
Right, and beyond that, right, we now have the extra things to dodge around, we'll just say, right? Because the Astra, obviously with the gravity wells, is going to make life very difficult for Rock Bottom, and on top of that, you've got the Viper with those Viper pits and everything like that. The snake bites can be incredibly difficult to contend with. I'm just hoping that the lineups are going to be absolutely on point, but it's down to flank on the attack here. It's Rock Bottom on the defense.
Already, you see, Authority gonna set the sights on Thumer. He's gonna get hit with the ping from the drone. Shutdown from Rice, though, is it's catwalk denial from the Rays. 100% is gonna force these attackers to take the sights all the way to their mid, though. Rice, first blood's gonna be drawn on a hijinks as he's gonna cross himself into that catwalk and take these players down. It's gonna force them out in the market.
Spike down B.
But market.
Look at that snake bite. That's huge. That's eating up so much space, delaying so much time.
That's so well done, though. And in addition, right there, like down to flank, they've gotten themselves in a solid place, and now Rice, just what is he doing?
Rice, he wants more. 3 for himself, first blood and third. Into this mix. Shroud's now low on 8 HP. Rice on 15. The one-on-one's gonna go the way of the frenzy. Pistol round is absolute chaos with defenders on top of it, as they are gonna take out on that, eliminate all the attackers, and draw first blood.
So I love what down to flank does right there, right? They use Rice as kind of the information gathering tool, so to speak. They get the info in mid, and because Rice is just an incredible player, he gets a kill off of it anyway, right? Like, he's just looking for info, and he's just found a kill off of a guy jumping. Really well done, and then beyond that comes in for that flank. It really works out beautifully, and it sets them up well to take that opening round.
It did a ton of damage too. It wasn't just the one frag. Also dinked the other player that was bouncing right in. Oh no!
Boomer says hello. Rice says goodbye. Rock Bottom down to 2 now as Rice takes another one. Spectres galore here as they're pushed to their advantage. They're gonna lose one of their SMGs though. As you see the fault line trying to do as much damage as it can, but Shock Dart and a Spectre to close on out. 2 rounds in a row as expected from the victor first.
So I know you really like that skin line, Colin, but it hurts my eyes. I wish we had the Tesla one instead. That one's so much better. But yeah, let's take a look at this replay again. The dash forward is nicely timed. I love the idea coming in from hijinks, but the fact that it took so long to pull the gun up after dashing forward is really what did them in there. Plus, they dived headfirst into an SMG, which is just not exactly the way to get ahead in life.
Taking that back.
Well, I mean, here's the other thing, right? Like, playing that round aggressively, that's exactly what you want to do. Though I have to be honest, Seymour, I got to be with Doc on this one. That I just can't stand those things.
I don't know what you guys are saying.
They're so ugly. They just it's just lines. I don't know.
I never said I liked it. I never said I liked the Minima skin. I don't know where all this hate's coming from.
Really?
I could have sworn.
I could have.
All right, Ben, check the logs.
My bad. Sorry, Seymour.
I thought you said you liked them. Maybe we're just thinking of
There's slander in this chat right now.
Apparently, I mean, listen, it was not meant to be. We didn't want it to be that way, but I mean, look. There's 50 seconds on the clock though, and Rock Bottom still haven't done anything in the round. They're just grouping up towards A. That's it.
And dying.
They don't have a spike at all. So you're gonna see their Sova back up, pick up the spike. Group up majority of them towards the A side as well, but with the Sova pushing towards where the X is, I imagine that they're still indecisive but where they want to. That's the troubling with 30 seconds. Showstopper. It's gonna slow this one down phenomenally. Posters pushes the aggression as well. Spike down once more. I have no idea what Rock Bottom want to do here, and it seems like neither do they.
Okay, that's just it. They don't know what they want to do. They were
10
everywhere and
seconds left.
nowhere at once. I don't know where they were looking, but it was just not the right direction, Doc.
So, as we see posters, quick when I skill there on the here. I think what the goal was actually one of their highlights from the map before this on Ascent, where they used misdirection to get onto the site for free, get a plant, and recover that way. But Down to Flank never gave them the opportunity to rotate, never gave them the opportunity to get actually onto the site for free, and that's the difference between Down to Flank and Hitreg. Hitreg was rotating very early in the attack, and so it was very easy for Rock Bottom to find just empty sites. This time, though, Down to Flank much more disciplined in that round there, and so they do end up getting a free round. But we're on a save again here for Rock Bottom.
Not what you expected, but hijinks, frenzy in hand. And also not the weapon of choice. Once again, gonna dash onto the site with a flourish of energy. That is gonna be a big kill with that frenzy too. Going up on top, taking down Rice's life, and First Blood traded instantly. You can see it's forcing the aggression onto the A site, and Down to Flank, they're okay with that. They're giving this up. They're gonna play for the retake.
This is what they were trying to do last time, and it works this time to a much better degree.
Right, but I mean, look, they took heavy losses to get here, and they're a player down, and lots. Well, okay, posters. That's unreasonable.
Just stomping back in here, Down to Flank, one by one, as expected from the rifles. It's what more. I mean, you got Hyun here. You do have a fault line. Maybe gonna take this player off of it, but they're gonna stick it with an iron gut. Comes out with 24 health and the defuse, and if Hyun can go away with this Vandal, it will be huge in the next round, and he does!
Oh, that was a sick shot. That was so nasty. And I'm actually curious if that Valor burst actually, like, works. Like, I remember there was a thread on Reddit today about the Haven wallbang to the B site with the Odin. I don't know if you guys saw that one. It's from A short at the bottom. You hop up on the box and you shoot up through the map.
Yes.
So that's kind of what the vibe I got from that lava burst, and it did damage, obviously, but like, I don't know. We've seen a lot of kills from that one ability here today, specifically from Hyun, so I don't know about that one.
Dude, his aftershocks are actually cracked. Like I just want to watch that guy do aftershocks for the entire map.
Posters. Oh, he's gonna lose out on that, even with the crosshair placement. Has Kraken behind him for that trade. So it is going to even up the life count for both teams. And Rock Bottom taking a heavy hit on that Astrolo as well. And Kraken's going nuts here. You got the follow-up from the paint cans to delete Shrouds inside Garage. And it's going to stomp out Rock Bottom's attack once more here, only down to Hyun.
And the sheer amount of utility that Down to Flank have, that's what's so frustrating to deal with if you're Rock Bottom. Hyun does find a kill, but this just kind of seems like one of those kills that you walk away with and you're like, oh, well, I mean, I guess I'm not dead, which is fine, but you're not loving it. And beyond that, I mean, snake bite after snake bite, you follow it up by the paint shells, not to mention nano swarms. Like, there's just so much to contend with. Plus, you have gravity wells. Like, what did Down to Flank not have?
They have a lot going for them.
I haven't conceded a round. That's what they don't have.
They don't have losses. They only take W's. No L's here.
No L's to be found.
13 seconds. Hyun.
10 seconds left.
You take a look at the minimap. Nobody is pushing this because it seems Down to Flank doesn't want to lose out on another player unless Bigson is going to have a big chow here, and he does. Hyun drops at the end there, so no rifles. Moving along to the next round from Rock Bottom. We can take a look at their eco because it must be booming with stonks on their loss bonus.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
They're middle. They're up like 60%. I'll give them that. They bought Dogcoin at 0.4 instead of 0.3, but they are. I do kind of like what seems to be the thought process. I do notice that the timer has stopped though, so that signals to me that we're in attack pause. So we will find out in just a second from our lovely producer, Net Control. We also have Will Fade You as our observer tonight. So wait, did I get those rolls backwards?
No,
you
got them right. Look at you. No. What I do love, Doc, is that all of your comparisons for any sort of economics are just Dogecoins. Like every investment is just Dogecoins. Like bad, good Dogecoins. I love it. It's great.
I was actually stuck in a loop the other day on when I was queuing for competitive, and I kept on matching up with a guy named Buy Doge again and again. And every single map I would get with them is just at the start, it's just never sell it. Never sell it. And
It makes sense.
To this day,
did you buy?
Did I buy? I did not buy, but to this day, I hear he still has not sold.
I bought. I haven't sold. Hold. To be fair, not financial advice, by the way, but crypto is a wave in general. So do with that information what you will. I remember I bought Bitcoin. Yeah, not financial advice. I bought $50 worth of Bitcoin 4 years ago. It's now quintupled in value. So, you know, we're chilling.
What he's trying to say is just educate yourself before you do it. Bigson is going to be looking for control of that catwalk, but with the entry, HiJ's going to come out with that first blood over top of down to flank, and they're down 2 players now, so that's going to give up the plant to the A site. You're going to be looking at 5v3 for this as well, and with all of the utility that Rock Bottom has with all 5 players up, along with 4 ultimates, it's looking like a really good lockdown.
Yeah, but the lockdown available for the defense makes this somewhat winnable, and there it is, that lockdown thrown out.
It's going to force Hyun's Rolling Thunder along with the rest of his util just to keep this back. You see the op from Rice. If you can come up with a kill, maybe it's gonna stumble over on the site, but with the time ticking, every second that passes is gonna shut this attack down, or this retake down, as Rice not gonna land those shots, in fact losing his life. Poster comes out with 1, and you're just dropping these rifles on these exit kills, but losing their life, a plethora of players in this map. Only 2 come out on top of it. Rock Bottom's Breach and Killjoy. But a big round to put themselves on the board.
Yeah, finally get a round on the board. They only keep 2 members alive, though, which is pretty tragic for their economy. They do have enough to buy here since they did have the max round loss bonus for 2 rounds. So they've that saving grace, and we're obviously going to see HiJinx rock the Blade Storm right now to try and save up for that operator. But it's also Rice Bulgogi had to reinvest too. They got so aggressive with that operator sheriff combo that they ended up losing in the end.
Get out of my way.
You know, I also am not sure what the idea was behind the lockdown play. If you're gonna be playing with that lockdown, you want to defend it well, and it just kind of felt like, it just kind of felt like Down to Flank kind of gave it up with ease in that area. I'm sure it wasn't like purposeful or anything, but it definitely was a bit of a question mark for me.
Well, let's see if the lockdown's going to be a little bit better for Rock Bottom here, as they're going to initiate it to get onto this A site while HiJinx pulls the Blade Storm to take down Thumer. He's going to give up the site control as Bigson has anything to say about a 1-for-1 trade now. They know exactly where he is. You imagine he's going to drop, and he does. With a Nano Swarm just to put the cherry on top. Another bomb plant at the A site. And the post plant's being set up with the Cosmic Divide.
But a key kill onto HiJinx, who had the Blade Storm available. So even with a player disadvantage, Down to Flank still are in this.
Exactly that. But Shroud's taking out Kraken. You can see Rice a little bit indecisive on whether or not they want to. It looks like they're going to set up for a pinch throughout Garden. With that door down, installing this even longer. Posters going down as well. All up to Rice here, maybe to come away with this Phantom, but time's ticking. You're about to meet the full wrath at the end of this catwalk. How much damage can you do here? Hyun's up first. He's first down. But you don't count for Shroud. In the middle of the map, who did take down your teammate, and that's Rock Bottom. Another round. He combined 2 in a row.
Yeah, this is fairly similar to what we saw last map as well, where we had My Authority popping off on the side of Rock Bottom for the first couple rounds, was so far ahead of the curve for the long time, and then once they swapped sides, it was up to HiJinx and Matt to really, turn the corner there. And so, they're taking a couple L's early on. They didn't have that great early game from My Authority this time, and so it's putting a lot more pressure onto the other members of the team.
Well, and beyond that, right? Like Down to Flank right now, they're actually, I feel like they're taking a really long time on these retakes, actually. Like it's only not worked out for them like once or twice, but I think the longer this half goes on, Rock Bottom are going to make adjustments. And I'm a bit worried for Down to Flank in that aspect if they continue to be so hesitant.
This is the mid setup that we saw from Rock Bottom at the start of the game in their pistol round. With a little bit of a difference is My Authority and Matt setting up for that garage take. But if they're shut down by Throomer, this is going to be the same exact outcome. But Throomer's going to throw some shots down range. Hijinks to open this up with the Cloudburst, but still Throomer through that smoke, sprays on through. First blood on that crossfire, and it is absolutely going to stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, look at them completely fall away. They're so stalled out, though. Snake bite not going to work out, though.
Nope. Come on in, Shrouds for one. Side controls trying to be picked up by the seam as Bigson. Beautiful headshot onto Matt. My Authority in a 1v3, now a 1v2, as he has come away with a couple kills, but extremely low. Only so much you can do with that health pool. Finally, down to flank. Find their footing again. 6-2.
And you know, beyond that, right? Down to flank, what I was talking about on the retakes, if they don't need to retake, who cares, right? They did a wonderful job of just setting up these crossfires in key positions across the map. We saw it work out very well where Throomer was able to pick up that kill despite the fact that Kraken was fully blind by the flashpoint from Hyun. It made it so much easier to control that market area, and despite the fact that it eventually got taken, Throomer just set up another crossfire later on towards B.
Oh, I love this play right here, using the Viper Pit. Never mind. It doesn't matter. You're dead. Oh, but Kraken gets the trade. The martyrdom.
Snake bite.
From death, I still got you. That's what Kraken says.
Junkrat.
Some... wrong game out here. But same concept.
Man, we're labeling all of the games that have that mechanic that just aren't this game. We got martyrdom. We got Junkrat. Like, we got everything.
From the setup, though, from that equalizer, very quiet after the bells ring. You see Shrouds almost side by side with Posters. Owl Drone to lead them in, and Posters gonna actually fall off this angle as they know exactly that. My Authority gets out of that Owl Drone expecting the aggression, which is not to come. Getting rid of this door, beautiful from down to flank, as if they plant on the A site, that's gonna give them a faster retake, but that's not gonna be the case.
Look at how the rotations are gone. They don't have anybody to be.
30 seconds left.
Bogey with the double dink. Hyun definitely not feeling so great after that one. Matt's trying to W key onto the site with only 20 seconds left. This is not what we'd like to see from Rock Bottom.
Still sight being locked down. Bigson's all the way back, being quite the quiet little mouse.
One enemy remaining.
2 for his name, all up to 1. Shrouds goes down, and that's down to flank for a 7th. They are leading this with quite the heavy hand, up by 5.
They officially win the half as well. 7-2. Best case scenario for Rock Bottom now is 7-5. But they're on Sheriffs this time. So we saw a magical round in the last map, but that stalled out offense from Rock Bottom is a problem that they've had a couple times now, where something doesn't break their way and they don't like respond appropriately, and so they're getting onto a site with 20 seconds left, and anything at that point just ends the round.
Yeah, and worst case scenario, right, for Rock Bottom, I mean, they've just not been able to make any of their plays that were working well for them on Ascent last time out work for them now. And I think a lot of it has to do with how down to flank are really just kind of outbraining them when it comes down to the aggression that they're pulling out.
See if these Sheriffs have any authority. So far, it's not so good. As the full swing comes out, and the full aggression from down to flank. Flawless round. The Thrifty not gonna come out with anything. 8-2 here, guys. Rock Bottom. I mean, Vincent, I want to hear from you. What do you need to see from them for an 8-4 half?
Well, I mean, they have to stop being so passive with their plays. They're kind of waiting for down to flank to make mistakes, but down to flank aren't making any mistakes, and they need to be a little bit more dynamic with regard to saying, okay, this is our play, we're making our play, and we're going to be hitting the site. Maybe that's what they're doing. They're gearing up for this fast A aggression, so maybe, just maybe, we're going to see an adjustment.
Yeah, it's been a site they haven't really interacted with all that much, because they do kind of keep getting caught in these odd corners that they're losing the gunfights. Rice Bulgogi has been a huge part of that, you know, top fragging there for the down to flank squad. And I mean, they WQ'd the site. It's a 5v5 retake.
Posters actually got nipped at the toes a little bit, but you're talking about Rice. Rice with Kraken. Beautiful deep shot onto Matt to nullify the advantage here. You do get the trade from Hijinks, but Poster keeping their front foot forward, so that is going to be a life advantage too down the flank, only by 1. So they do have ults as well as Rice with the showstopper in the back pocket. Hijinks, love that play from them. Pushes up to heaven to maintain some control of this, to split the attention of down the flank. Now 3v3. Hijinks really doing it all right now. Can he get a 4th with the classic? No, he cannot. Thumer now split by the Cosmic Divide. They know exactly where this is. On that, you do see the Hunter's Fury doing so much to keep him out of it. Hyun just waiting for that wall to go down to put the nail in the coffin. Thumer, last one alive, not able to get it through. As Rock Bottom give themselves a 3rd here, and that's not what you want to see as well, both going down.
It took so much, though. I mean, look at what it took. I mean, Hijinks is
just to remind you of what
this is yeah, this is a little bit further back than we had anticipated, but that's okay. I'll bring you back mentally at the very least, because Hijinks had to get 3 kills right there in pretty massive fashion. Had to get aggressive. Realistically got away with one. Trade never came through. He got a bit lucky. Like, there's so much things that needed to go right for Rock Bottom to take that round, and that just goes to show you how much they're struggling, I think.
Hijinks has the Bladestorm propped, ready to take this A site, as they are all set up for this. It is going to be quite a chaotic take for them, but Poster realizes that, gives up the site, and once again, we're going to see down to flank trying to get this with a 5-on-5 retake. Plan's gonna go down too. Love this. Love this spot.
Everything's used. Everything's used. There's no ultimates left except the Hunter's Fury on down to flank.
They all pressed their ult button.
Oh, Posters walks in now. You see the follow-up. All players of Rock Bottom just dropping 1 by 1. Now pushing through the Cosmic Divide. They clear out heaven, or hell, rather. And Shrouds left alone in wine. They check every angle. They drop every angle. I mean, down to flank, that was picture perfect.
Yeah, that lockdown was pretty nice. I mean, it got 2 members detained as well, which is not very easy to do. Most players are acutely aware of it, and in that situation, if you're trapped in hell position, your hope is that the rest of your team doesn't just die and they can somewhat defend you while you try and get your life back together. And that wasn't what happened there for Rock Bottom. Their teammates just melted away and they were caught with their pants down.
I just had a flashback to I forget what's the movie where the witch melts or something.
Wizard of Oz.
Was it Wizard of Oz? That's what I was thinking. That's that. Yeah. That was the flashback I just had. That was basically the entirety of Rock Bottom just melting away. I love that terminology. They just, like, where would they go? Nowhere to be found. And I mean, 9-3, a score line down to flank. I think they're gonna be loving it. They've got to be. And despite the fact that Rock Bottom had such a good ascent last time out, they're struggling here.
Full frontal attack here from down to flank. They're already taking control of the courtyard. Viper's wall to split it. Oh, Astra Shrouds is in for it right now. Gravity well to give it away, but what they don't know is the follow through is brilliant there, as they do get a 1-for-1 trade out of it. Shrouds not coming out with nothing. And from behind, you do see Rock Bottom setting up for this retake. 3-on-3. Rice tagged up along with their Sova Vixen. Matt's still coming out with 1 on top of this. Okay, Thumer is going to trade out 1 more 2v2. Sheriff and a classic in the hands of Hijinks and Hyun. Now the fault line is going to completely stun Thumer. Vixen's found his way around. Shockdar's not going to do enough. Hijinks, beautiful shot with that Sheriff now into the site. They're going to take the angles and a headshot to close on out. Rock Bottom give themselves 4.
Okay, so Shrouds actually was huge there. You getting the kill and just getting the 1-for-1, right? So impactful. It allows for Rock Bottom to keep that 1-player advantage. And then this, I mean, obviously the retake is just pretty at its best. I mean, fault line and everything on point, the flash point to follow up as well. And of course the shots from Hijinks, everything working out well. But I don't want to, the callback to Shrouds in that position, absolutely key.
I was going to mention that Rice Bulgogi's pistol rounds were insane because we had the first pistol round where they really popped off. They had some really nice plays that second pistol round, but Hijinks coming in with that Sheriff just completely wiped that thought from my mind. And that was the Hijinks we started seeing in the second half of the last map as well, when they also played Ascent. And that's literally what carried them to this position. That last map was fairly close, and Hijinks was able to push it over the edge. So that's the type of Hijinks we need in order to carry this map forward and actually get into a much better winning position. But man, that's a huge ask, and he's gonna need a little bit of help here.
It's like the Sheriffs of down a flank don't have as much authority as Rock Bottom right now. It's everybody falling simultaneously, only down to the last two Thumer. Left alone now, 1v5. Can you do any damage? Hijinks is going to drop, so it's a Spectre out of their hands. But Thumer with 50 health. Most likely looking for damage control right now. How much can you do to Rock Bottom?
He got the better Sheriff, at least. I mean, that's the positive.
Oh yeah, skin diff.
I mean, skins equals wins, so I have been told by Riot themselves. So
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. CC Hyun's gonna go for this challenge. They have a crossfire with My Authority. All utility for this Astra, but it's not gonna count when you don't win your gunfights. My Authority's gonna put his foot down, and Rock Bottom 5 on the board.
Yeah, they only lost one member too, so this being their bonus round, they don't really need to over-invest, which means they should be able to carry some really nice weaponry into their next round, their full rifle round. My Authority full sending it with the Odin. Oddly questionable, but as a Sova player, I guess it makes sense. You don't want to buy up to go to the Ares because it doesn't feel like as much of an upgrade, but going to the Odin, I think, is maybe an over-investment here.
I mean, is it an overinvestment? Potentially, yeah, but is it going to matter? Well, that's yet to be seen, though. Hijinks taking an opening frag is certainly a nice start.
The Hijinks we've seen again and again. But this time around, you see down a flank. Are they going to account for Matt in hell? The Nanostorm not going to land on there, so Matt's sitting pretty over here. And they haven't even checked it. Finally, Matt makes themselves known. They're going to lose their life for it. Find a trade from down a flank, but they've lost 2 players now in count for the spike going down. So now the whole reset up for down a flank trying to come into fruition, except shock darts not going your way, positioning not going your way. Hijinks on a flank, My Authority in front of you, stuck between literally a rock and a hard place. Seal Poster gets 3 before dropping. Unfortunately enough, for down to flank fans, is Rock Bottom are starting to find their way to the top.
Comeback season. That's all I gotta say. I mean, Rock Bottom, they've, winning that pistol, now winning the first gun round, that should give them 7, and then we're talking about 2-round game.
No, that was the gun round. That was the 3rd round.
Yeah, exactly.
Now they get well. All right,
they should get 7 off the back of this pistol, right?
They got Sheriff Magic, right? We've already seen it once tonight.
It's not been all that effective in this game.
Hijinks doesn't have a gun. Hijinks just has knives. So I mean, the deck is stacking up a little bit. Oh, that is. Ooh, that's not what you like to see.
Now Hijinks doesn't have knives.
No? Hijinks doesn't have any life.
Dead.
Pancan, My Authority is forced off of his angle. Rice actually going to keep on pushing in. Sheriff galore here as maybe some authority gained for this squad as they've been recently deputized on Ascent. Down to flank now, looking to keep some control over to the side of the map. But I don't think they've actually caught My Authority here as he has been quiet on the site so far. Posters gonna have to check this corner. Odin finally making some racket, and racket they do. Now Rock Bottom only down to 1 with the trades. Down to flank site control. Krakens allocated themselves a Phantom. Spike goes down for the setup. Hyun down to 24 health, has quite a bit of utility.
Nice poison orb there. It's the only option for smoke they have at the moment. That wall is too far away.
All the way down to 1 health from that ZK.
I think we just classic caster curse right there. That's what we've done. I think the blame goes to Doc.
Yeah, I'll hold that. I listen. The Sheriff Magic is fun to watch. It might not be fun to be on the receiving end, but we got to keep chat entertained. And if that's the way the script goes, then who am I to argue with the screen?
Right there.
We can only give chat what they want. We have to be respectful.
Fair enough. I mean, I take your point. Though we definitely did cast curse them on that one. Oh well.
Say Livy.
Early gunfights though. Hijinks comes out with a big kill. Posters as well, checking their flank. So Hijinks no longer for this world. Rock bottom down 2. And out of that aggression, you might lose out on your Sova, but that's about it. I would take that as a W in my books.
Well, yeah, I mean, what does Sova really bring to the table outside of information? Because, I mean, like, once the drone's used, once the shock dash are used, you get the replenishable owl drone. No, that's not true. I got it backwards. The unreplenishable drone plus the replenishable recon dart. Those don't help you kill people. And you need to kill people to win the round.
I feel like you forget that there's a person controlling that keyboard 100%, but you find the equalizer there. My authority under Rice. Spike goes down nonetheless. The post plants are gonna be here. Posters lockdown. We're gonna see the Venn diagram on top of it as Matt drops their lockdown inside. Garden's gonna overlap this whole point. Minus Hell. Hunter's Fury to locate this thing, clear out the corners on either side. Posters trying to get into the site, but you cannot. Filmer stuck inside Hell, detained of all need. The Viper's snake bite. Delaying this defuse. The setup is there, but Hyun now getting rid of Kraken. There should be plenty of time to get this.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that was a valiant effort, surely by the Viper, but ultimately not quite enough. And it does still allow for Rock Bottom to continue to walk back into this game, round by round.
Round by round.
Yeah, but I was just gonna say that, like, I really loved how Rock Bottom used their lockdown so effectively. They got the, and in addition to that, there was nothing to answer it. I mean, that's the part of the issue, right? Like, there was no Hunter's Fury on the other side at the time, so, or rather, he was already down. That was the problem.
Yeah. I was just gonna say that I like the lineups, but all Molotov lineups feel so weak when there are multiple members of the other team alive, right? Like that time they had 3 alive. So even if you sacrifice the first player to get it to halfway, you send one player to try and kill the Molotover, then you get one player to get it to halfway, and then you use the other player to get it to the other halfway. And so it just mathematically is almost impossible to win that even on a time.
Matt hasn't made a noise on Heaven right now. As soon as he decides he's gonna make himself known, we're looking for him to take some kills. Matt opens up on a posters. Hunter Fury on one side, Showstopper on the other. Kills traded back and forth, and who's coming out on top? It's gonna be down to Flank now, up 4 on 2 with the spike plant with these post plant positions. Hyun inside the site, looking to transfer, but nobody home to answer the call. Thumer on the corner, swings wide off that aggressive flash. And on site here, Bigson to put it down onto Shrouds. Beautifully played from down a flank, start to finish.
Hyun looked like he literally got pistol whipped coming around that corner.
A little bit. The poor guy. And I mean, here's where Rock Bottom, I called it a comeback, and I think it was, but the problem is now that, I mean, where are the tools? The toolkit's straight up empty for Rock Bottom. I mean, yeah, they've got the potential Rolling Thunder here on the back of Hyun, but it's gonna, on the defense especially, this is a lot harder to use. Your timing's got to be perfect, or you got to be able to take it on the rotate. So it's gonna be hard for Rock Bottom.
And I do want to point out real quick that this is actually Rock Bottom's map choice here on Ascent. If they can't close it out here, then they are going to be going on over to down to flanks map to find afterwards.
Matt's going to stop this before it even starts. Does take out Kraken. That's going to be a lot of utility out of the hands of down to flank, taking out your Viper. But you look at Posters. Posters found their way into the spawn. As down to flank, getting free positioning out here. My Authority going to come out with another one, but now Rock Bottom down to 2. You see Hijinks set up with a crossfire onto Shrouds to even us up. But with this plant going down and the Jet Astra combo, Gonna look to retake the site in pure fashion. They're gonna have to clear out garage beforehand, though, as soon as this recon dart goes out. Rice in that corner, patiently waiting, set up with my authority.
Player standing.
Hijinks, though, ready for it. Binks in the next one, up 1 for 2. Hijinks steps on in, takes control.
If there's anyone that you would want in the scenarios for Rock Bottom, it's absolutely Hijinks, is it not? I mean, this guy has been absolutely popping off all the time. The retakes, particularly on B, we've talked about it at least 3 times this game already, not to mention the prior series. And I mean, just keeping Rock Bottom in this game is Hijinks multiple times.
Yeah, they lost a lot, I think, there by losing Kraken first. You know, they had the Viper's Pit available, and that could have been a really good tool to delay that retake situation. It's not something we've really seen too much of, because we saw them attempt to use it in the first half, and then they immediately got shot in the face. So it'll be really interesting when they do get a chance to use it, if they get a chance to use it, considering, you know, we're halfway through the second half here, and
Turrets
they just might not get the chance at this point.
A lot of utility from Rock Bottom to stall out this attack onto the A site. But Matt's still here. No nanoswarms, no turret, no alarm bot. Poster's gonna be the first one to wrap around the corner. Opening up with the Rolling Thunder as well for Rock Bottom to get this retake. Site control here. 4 down a flank. Spike going down. There's Rock Bottom biding their time for this. And once again, you gotta look at Hijinks still on this board, pushing from market. Looking to check all the corners exactly like last time. Drop down at 28 health. Getting a little bit dicey for this player, as they're going to keep this ice to garage. They have an understanding that there could be a player from down the flank all the way back here. And Binkson on the left instead of the right, checks the wrong corner. Gonna keep their hand forward for it down the flank. Now up 2 players. Binkson still here to raining terror from behind, but the answer back from 2 players from Rock Bottom is gonna bring it back to a 1v3 now, with Thumer taking down Shrouds. Hyun on 15 health and not enough time to get his defuse. Let's see what you can do. You cannot take any guns out of here. He's gonna put down a flank on match point.
Oh, I just got smoked.
Match point.
Oh, man. Beyond that, right? Like, I talked about how Rock Bottom, how hard it was going to be for Hyun to get big value out of that Rolling Thunder. And it's all about the timing. And beyond that, the timing was just off so far from Hyun on that one. All it was a slight inconvenience to down the flank, and otherwise they just were easily able to push back onto the site. And if you look at the money, it's devastated for Rock Bottom. I mean, they gotta have some weapons, but it's not ideal.
they got baited by the bouncing recon dart, and Hijinks just punishes them hugely for it. But like you said, not amazing. You can see Hyun on a Sheriff. They do have the Cosmic Divide and the Lockdown, though, but they're competing with the Cosmic Divide and a Viper's Pit, equally strong in area denial. And I would probably say even better, to a sense. I think Viper's Pit just brings a little bit more than the Lockdown as we've seen it today.
Another one bites the dust. My authority this time opens up all of market. And with that Rice, hitting the full wrap around. Uses the Boomba to clear out garage. B site for the taking. They've yet to clear out Shrouds. He's gonna make himself known with this judge. Viper Pit as well to just put the cherry on top. Posters, you gotta finish those, bud. Luckily you got Rice alongside you with that crossfire, and now Hyun, the Iceman, the Breach. Certainly completely different from the Iceman, but looking to keep his team in here. 1v3 showstopper, watching both angles. And as soon as he shows himself, Kraken is going to put that one down. 13-8. A set goes the way of down a flank as they lead the series 1-0.
Man.
All right. We are going to say goodbye to Seymour for now, but don't you worry, Seymour fans at home. We'll get more of him in just a couple minutes. But Vincent, that game, was it as close as the score kind of showed us? It didn't feel like it to me.
No, I really was buying up on the rock bottom stocks there in the middle of the game. I thought that comeback could be reality. They looked so very strong, and I remembered back to the prior Ascent map that we saw from them, and I was thinking that they could put some of the same things into effect that they did before. They just weren't able to do that, and in part because down to flank really just made life miserable. The amount of utility that was available for them with that Viper truly was sometimes too outstanding. And so 13-8, I think it's a really positive look at the score line, considering that I think in reality, if it weren't for those, that 4-round run, this is a more accurate 13-5 type score line.
Yeah, and I mean, if we look at the scoreboard itself, it's so funny because, we talked about Rice Bulgogi a lot, really popping off, getting some really fun kills. They weren't even the top of the scoreboard in the server. They were beat out by Posters the Killjoy and OK Thumer the Astra, who are not duelists for those of you at home. And I mean, the next one down is Hijinks, but like, it's just insane what is happening here in a victory for Down to Flank.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what it is, and like you mentioned mid map, it's a map that this is not their pick. I mean, yeah, everybody plays Ascent. Okay, let's not pretend that they don't. But this was the pick that Rock Bottom had, and so now as we move into Bind, it's going to be Down to Flank's pick. So I think what we need to do is give Rock Bottom a minute. Let them just take a think. Gotta have to go back and figure out what went wrong and maybe make some adjustments. So get the coach in your ear, figure it out. We're going to take a short break whilst they do just that. So don't go anywhere. Make sure to stick around. So we're going to have map number 2 of the grand finals coming right at you just after this.
Brian.
Help.
While we're still here, actually.
We're just here.
I do want to give a shout out to Bubbler Guppy for gifting a sub over to our lovely TO for the night. But love to see it. The community supporting the community. Can't thank you enough, guys. You do so much for us here at GLG. I don't know if you guys are following us on Twitter, which you should, because we get a lot of good information out from there. Plus, we can send out tons and tons of clips from the players here tonight. But if you missed it, we actually just were able to put in our bid for Twitch partnership, and that is all thanks to you. So with that, I think we are going to be taking a short break now. So stay tuned, folks, while we head into Game 2 of Grand Finals in just a couple minutes.
go.
Welcome back, everybody. Here it is, GLG Pit of Valor Grand Finals. We already saw map number 1 between the two teams here, Down to Flank and Rock Bottom. It was an 8-13 scoreline in favor of Down to Flank. I'm the Doctor, joined by Vincent here, and it's map number 2, which is Down to Flank's map pick, Vincent.
That it is, and that's where it's a bit scary. If you are Rock Bottom, you have to ask the question, right? Like, what happened on Ascent? Why was it so? I mean, again, like we were talking about before we left for the break, despite the scoreline, pretty, dominant looking for Down to Flank. And so I gotta say, not a lot of faith right now with Rock Bottom. That said, I know they have some solid players. I know that the individual plays can come out. It's just a matter of whether or not they're going to be able to put that together on this pick. And again, Down to Flank, they get to go into Bind, which is their pick now. And that's certainly not an ideal scenario to be in if you are Rock Bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Rock Bottom definitely has the players that can do it. I mean, we talked about My Authority. We talked about... Brand shutting down from the heat.
Thumer?
Thumer.
I don't know who you're thinking. Thumer, I assume. From Down to Flank? Or...
Hijinks.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Rock Bottom.
My Authority and Hijinks. We've talked about how strong those two players are and how easily they can turn it on and carry a game. And we saw that in their first trip to Ascent. Heading into the second trip, Hijinks had some highlight reel plays. Like, definitely had some really pop-off plays. But they didn't have the support system from the rest of the team that they had the map before. So that is what we need to see from the team of Rock Bottom, is we need Hyun to pop off. We need My Authority to pop off. We need Matt to show up again, because it can't just be Hijinks. It can never just be your duelist.
Yeah, that was sort of, I mean, I don't want to say that was the sole issue that we saw over on Ascent, because it wasn't, but it definitely helps out when it's not just Hijinks popping off. But let's talk prediction game here for a moment, Doc. Our favorite game to play together here. Do you think the Rock Bottom's going to be sending us to a map 3? Are we going to see a split tonight?
No, I think if it really came down to it, most teams that I know would intentionally throw the series so that they don't have to play split. Not saying that's going to happen here, but no, I mean, it's tough because, like, the Rock Bottom we got last game is not the Rock Bottom we got in the semifinals. Like, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Very different team play, very different individual play, and so it's hard to gauge what we saw there, because is it just that Down to Flank is a stronger team, is a more cohesive team, and it really broke apart Rock Bottom, or did Rock Bottom just not quite gel on that server? So, coming into this next one, if they can gel a bit better, I mean, this is Bind. I would say most teams have more practice on Bind than Ascent 1 year into Valorant. I'm sure if you joined 6 months in, maybe that's not so true. But I think at large, I think most competitive players will probably have more Bind experience than almost any other map.
Well, I mean, regardless of that factor or not, I think I'm with you. Probably not going to be seeing a map 3, but I wonder what Seymour's thoughts are, as we're going to bring him back in here as the Seymour stands in chat can get rolling. Seymour, map 3 or no?
I have to say, usually when you are talking about, are we going to see a map 3? You hear the caster like, oh yeah, they're gonna do it. Yeah, they're gonna bring this one back. But Doctor said no. He said anything but split out here. Now I have to say, it's not that
I like split. I'm saying the teams don't like split.
Well, yeah. Now I have to say that I'm on board with the 2-0 here for Down to Flank, but you're gonna have to see absolutely star power here from Rock Bottom, as they didn't look as good, like you say, cohesively as Down to Flank. And so you're gonna have to see Hijinks on that star power the whole time out, and he's gonna need some help too. He can't be the only one, because like you're saying, like Bind, it is a well practiced map for everybody out here, and when you have a player like Hijinks out there, you have to make sure that you can enable him as much as you can, as your support players in the backline tend to do. So going into Bind here, which is also Down to Flank's map pick. Things look scary from rock bottom, but if they can gain that cohesiveness, we could see this go the distance.
And I think one thing to note, and I feel like we talk about this every week, but I feel like it's also relevant every week, is just the amount of Valorant that the teams have been playing here today, right? Like currently we are, if you're checking the uptime on twitch.tv/GL Gaming Lounges, which first of all, it's right below that sub button. So any primers in the chat, you know what to do. But we've been live for 6 hours. So that is 6 hours of Valorant. And it's not just solo queue Valorant, because I feel like every time I bring this up, I'm assuming somebody in Twitch chat goes, 6 hours of gaming. I do that before I go to work in the morning. And it's like, yeah, I do too. But like, it's different, very different. Tournament play versus solo queue is just mind-boggling different.
It truly is.
Now that we're hopping into Bind for this map as these teams get back into the agent pick, Vincent, I want to hear from you right off the bat. How do you feel about these picks right now? How are they going to affect this game?
Well, I mean, we're getting, I feel like much the same, especially on the down to flank side here. And the key difference is Hyun going to be on the Raze as opposed to just on the breach. So I think that this makes a lot of sense. And I say only difference. I mean, yes, Matt and Posters are both playing Cypher as opposed to the Killjoy, but that's, I kind of call standard for this map. Killjoy, I don't think is very good here. When it comes to Vine, I think Cypher's just way better. So pretty standard across the board. The big key, of course, that Viper. I really don't think down to flank. I felt like it was decent on map number 1. It didn't blow my mind either, but it did its job, the Viper, for down to flank. So if that can happen again here on Bind, I mean, down to flank are looking to take map 2 and take the series.
I think we need more Viper's pits from the Viper, right? Like we saw 2 in the last map. One of them was immediately deleted, and the other one, I don't really remember it doing much of anything. I think it lived, but I don't think it really...
It denied a push is what happened.
All right. So it's an effective use. It's just more of one of the more boring applications. The hit is on.
Well, let's get in here. Map number 2 of the grand finals underway. Pistol round here is booming. You see full utility to keep these players back on down to flank. Stuffed out from the attack in A short. And take a look at the minimap. They're all rotating, hitting the roads right into number 5 on the opposite side. So you got to look at this Cypher for rock bottom to keep him going. Matt is going to be off that on that off angle.
I'm not 100% sure, but it seems as if down to flank, they had an idea of where they wanted to go, then they canceled the hit, and now they're going to re-hit. The timing is brilliant as it comes through that teleporter.
I feel like Hijinks either got the worst communication or the best communication to set up a pinch here, as they do take out a player on down to flank as well. Rice does open up a route. Shroud's going to instantly counteract that, and here's that pinch coming out that I was talking about through that TP. Okay, Thumer's going to be forced to check onto this, but the backup is here. Matt's holding up one half. Hijinks on the other side. That's going to be a big round 1 from rock bottom.
Even with that snake bite right at the end there, it was too late, too little, and they were just sticking the defuse. Pros don't fake, as we all know, and it looks like we're going to get another replay of this. This is actually Shroud's at the very beginning of the round, very aggressive here. This was after the Hijinks teleport, so this was Shroud's all alone, gets the nice trade kill onto Bugogi, gets the second one, and they just stick it here. They no fear, there's no peek from OK Thumer, and the rest of the team is able to come over, rotate, and pick up these frags to keep them alive and safe.
Really well done there. I mean, down to flank, just in a tough spot, right? And rock bottom put him there. So with that now, I mean, it is this second round, so it's gonna have to be careful days for rock bottom.
Well, Viper Wall to split this in half, except Starman Hijinks to cut the push off with the Ghost. So that's gonna stall out this attack into Showers right away. Still with that Viper wall up, it seems like down to flank don't want to give up on this. They're not even falling off it, so you're going to see the follow-up from this team. The open up from OK Boomer with some shots, but a big shock dart to put some spam damage down. 4 go down simultaneously. And a flawless round, barely even losing health.
Yeah, definitely really another strong round. And it's 2 in a row now for the non-choice team here. And I mean, you know, we're able to see a bit of an adaptation, and I do like that we're already seeing other members of the team pick up some slack. I mean, Hijinks, you know, able to get the top of that APC frag, and they fall away. My Authority's already there, left clicking, getting that spray down with the Spectre, and gets 2 kills because of it.
It just really well done. I think you really hit the nail on the head there. And beyond that, look at this aggression, rock bottom. Beautiful.
Firing range. Oh no.
Oh, this is the next one up. Trouts has got himself a Phantom. I'm pretty sure he spotted that leg. But nobody on rock bottom are going to be pushing this aggression. They're going to take that kill and get out with it. Is Bigson going to get caught off here? The lacking push from Bigson. Tried to catch them on the rotation, but not going to happen this time. Big awareness from rock bottom. Over on the A site. Matt blocked off into U-Haul's going to force something out of here. Down the flank. Found their way into the site to gain a little bit of control, but yet to put this spike down. They are going to drop it inside default to set this one up. And the paint can. Spike goes down before the paint cans burst. Big setup here from down to flank, but player advantage for rock bottom. Hijinks to get on site with his tailwind. Kraken backed into a corner. A full barrage of players from rock bottom, and they find themselves 3 in a row.
Rock bottom. They are. I mean, is this the same team that we just watched? It doesn't feel like it. No, not at all. And listen, I will say that the difference in Hyun playing on a duelist is a pretty key one, because I've seen Hyun pop off on this raise before. Used to play this with Penguin Sledding, if I recall, and definitely was a solid player on this raise. But regardless, it just seems like there was some sort of, you know, talk from the coach, from the captain, whoever it was, and it's turned this team around for the moment.
And as we are loading into the next round, again, another massive shout out to Bubbleguppy Peekaboo in the chat for all the gifted subs. You love to see it. You love to see the community supporting the community. Definitely give them a round of PogChamps in the chat, folks.
I actually just put that on my board of things I like to see. As a matter of fact.
Your mood board?
Big mood board out here. Rice, shots down range with the sheriff. Nobody home to receive the answer.
I hate when I don't get answered. Right? Like, you're just making phone calls and just nobody's picking up, and you're just like, why do you even own a cell phone if you're not going to answer the damn thing?
True.
Absolutely rude. Posters though is gonna have somebody. Posters gonna have somebody answer his call there. Sheriff gonna get a big kill to open up the site, but not wide enough as Matt's still locking down that tube. He's gonna swing out, find 1, find 2, almost a 3rd, except Bigson with the frenzy is gonna take his life. Rock bottom lose 2, but they find themselves another round.
I mean, listen, down the flank, they were ringing up the B site, and well, they got an answer, but it wasn't the answer they were looking for. I'll tell you what, this rock bottom just shuts down anything that was trying to happen over there. And I mean, yes, it is now guns in the hands of down the flank, but it kind of feels like this round's a key turning point. Doc, down the flank need to get into this thing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen 3 maps now of 4-1 scorelines. At least you and I have. So I mean, I'd be kind of suspicious if it happens again. You know, Ben, the scriptwriter in the background, might have better plans for us. But wow, that's a sick trade. Paint can comes out as well. But no, I mean, very pivotal round. If down to flank can't win this, they're reset again with like a shaky bye.
Take flight. I know exactly.
Authority shoulders Thumer. I don't think he understands that everybody is looking at him. As he already did have a very big first blood off the aggression that the defenders were showing on this rifle round. You have some real estate onto the site for down to flank, but you're lacking on a few teammates. Poster still doing some damage. But will he account for my authority here? He's going to hit the TP over to the B site immediately now. A 1v2 for Matt. Drops the first. Bigson shows himself, finds the trade. Sova versus Sova now. He's gonna get the spike down. TP's gonna come on board as well. Biggson's gonna have to stick this and rotate on out. He knows exactly where My Authority is. Plays the close angle on top of each other. Can whisper in each other's ear, and My Authority's whisper says, "It's free real estate."
It's definitely taking that one home in terms of round score, and it's a crucially pivotal round in probably more ways than one. Yes, Rock Bottom are able to win, and they take out all 5 members of Down to Flank, but they lost 4 members of their own, so that is quite a bit of economic damage to be done. They are quite okay with it, acceptable losses and all that, as they are able to get a full buy-in. As another full buy-in from Down to Flank, turns out when you're down terrible, you're gonna get a bailout. Is really what Down to Flank are coming up with here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, reality hitting and hitting hard as Rock Bottom. I mean, look at everything they got to work with though here, man. Like they've just done a phenomenal job in this half of using what they have to great effect and not over investing either, to the point where now they've got, I mean, a Blade Storm, a Shuri as well, and a round that is even more crucial.
Hunter's Fury is gonna clear out some corners, try to do some damage along the way. And Down to Flank's Bigson actually getting a big pick on a My Authority should leave this a little bit open for them to follow up onto the Showstopper from Rice. Show looking to keep on going. Can he locate somebody? Shot to the dark. Matt to answer the call. Another pick off of these ultimates from Down the Flames. Gonna get them that spike down for the post plant facing a short. Hijinks to Tailwind onto the site. Able to find OK Filmer. The trades are there though. They know exactly where shouts are. The hunting party on board, and Poster's gonna put that one through. Down to Flank, get themselves on board, and honestly, this is feeling like a little bit of deja vu, except the other way around from Ascent.
So true. And beyond that, right? Like Down to Flank, this should be their map. I don't know what's going on with them, but they're simply not looking to be nearly as coordinated as they were over towards Ascent.
It would seem that I cast a curse to the entire map. Last on Ascent, I did the Sheriff round. Now I'm just doing all of mine. So if, Rock Bottom wants my PayPal address, I'll put it in the Twitch chat and they can hit me up.
well done. Just making some quick cash. I love
making money moves.
Folks at home, you'd really be wondering, but Caster Curse is a thing, as surprising as it is. So you gotta watch out for those speculations.
I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe in Caster Curse.
Exactly that. Showstopper from Yan. Kraken never expected it. The gravity will keep them behind as well. My Authority is going to come out with a kill on that. And that's a Cosmic Divide from both teams. Going to split the site a little bit more. But Spike, nonetheless, going to go down. You see Hyun forcing himself in with the satchel charge. Not able to come out with the kills. Going to have to rely on Shrouds to follow up for that. 2-on-2 now as Posters getting a second one. As soon as this Cosmic Divide goes down, it is going to be a bloodbath, ladies and gentlemen. Matt is going to be the first one in. Posters gets a third on board, and Down to Flank force themselves into a second round win.
Hyun lost that round.
Oh yeah.
They had posters dead to rights, right? Like they're up on APC. They're literally shooting at Posters, do like 0 damage, and they have to fall away to reload. And then Posters gets a 3K and wins the round.
That was just devastating. Poor Hyun. Like, listen, all right, we've all been there. I don't want to say anything too harsh, but that was a bit rough. That was just a little bit rough. Poor guy.
It's tough to see, when you whiff all your shots. What is this teleport play?
Interesting.
They knew. Down to Flank knew.
They're knowers.
I think Down the Flank just made the absolute biggest brain play by not challenging those players at a TP. And now Rice is able to just follow up behind them. Another TP, but they're walking into Posters. Second kill gonna go their way. They're gonna put them down where they stand. Posters, another 3 in his books. Can he make it 4? it doesn't seem like that. Kraken gonna put that one home. 3 in a row for down to flank, and a creative TP strategy. Just not what they needed.
I mean, I don't know how they had this read. I'm gonna keep it real. This read was incredible from down to flank, but however they got it, it worked out wonderfully. And I mean, obviously, posters hitting these shots certainly helps out. No headshots there, by the way. Just great spray control. So, you know, who says you don't spray in this game? False.
Definitely false. Only had the one bullet left too. So I mean,
Yeah.
did it the hard way and still came out ahead. As we do see recon bolts being traded. It's another weird flank push situation from rock bottom. It's so odd. Poor Matt's all alone.
First blood from Matt. Even though he's alone, making the most of it. Very noisy fellow indeed. Gonna cross paths with an enemy, but still almost gets away with his life. Okay, Thumer around that Viper's wall, takes the advantage, or evens it up at least, and now takes the advantage in his own right. Down flank, get that plant down, and the Viper's pit.
It's all about this flank on Hijinx. Hijinx needs to find something here, otherwise this is all over for rock bottom.
Right through the smoke. Now they know. And actually, Kraken playing absolutely quiet. He's just keeping to the edge of the smoke. He hit the Boomba to open this one out, but through the DK. Now Hijinx down to 1 HP off of it. Is going to hop out of there just to heal up, see if he can do some any economic damage, but okay, Thumer finds a 4th. Down to flank. They're keeping this train going.
Okay. Listen. We had it. We had our moment. We're rock bottom. We're simply walking away with things.
1 second, peeps.
That is no longer the case. 5 to 4, the score line as down to flank have equalized just about, pulling us into a pretty solid position.
You could say down to flank hit rock bottom for a bit.
I knew it was going. As soon as he goes with the "you could say it," I knew we were going for it.
Just like you can say that pink grenade does a ton of damage. Down to 79 HP on Hijinx. No armor to back it up either.
Doesn't slow him down. The site is going to be open for a plant. Matt setting up for an angle on that site. Gonna lose their head to Kraken. Plant's gonna go down. Hijinx still hitting this flank, but yes, a competitor in Bigson. Bigson's actually gonna hop on this, or hop off of that flank. That flank. Prouts. Wow, I'm lost for words there with that shot. Hijinx now making some noise. He's gonna get tagged up here. Leaves an opening for Hyun to get on here. The Sheriff's raining terror, but is the terror enough? It's down to flank down to 2 players. Posters alongside Kraken. Gonna have to jump up with Shrouds on that crossfire. The distraction from Hyun's enough. Now you have to rely on Kraken, that Viper spin, which is so good here. The snake bite is big here. Takes a big chunk out of down to flank. My Authority has to fight that one. Kraken gets an ace at the end of it. Big plays from the Viper pick.
That's what we needed to see last map. That was what we needed Kraken to be doing. And we saw it a couple times where there was some sprouts of genius. And this one, it's so crazy because it's 3v1 right now. Both snake bites are used up and over the top. You see the kill happen there. It's the 3rd kill. Then they get the frag on the Shrouds. And then they just play it super cleanly around this corner using the peeker's advantage. And I mean, the snake bites, they last forever. You can't defuse.
8 seconds to me. 8 seconds. I always talk about it. It's as long, remember, as the brimstone molly, which is forever, by the way. And beyond that, I mean, like you were just saying, that was the Kraken we needed to be seeing last map. And the fact that we're seeing this Kraken this map now tells me that down to flank are not only are they not out of this, I mean, they've tied the game up, so we know they're not out of this, but there's 2 rounds left in the half, and they might be able to pull out a victory in this half.
They could get there. It's tight, right? Because I mean they're dead even now. You can see the economy on the side of down to flank is quite amazing. 7600 here onto Kraken, as well as with pretty much everybody else like hovering about a 4K average. So they have buys for the rest of the half, even if they lose at any point. Which I mean they can only lose one round before their half is over, but. On the other side, on the side of rock bottom, they're at less than 1,000 average. So if they lose here, it'll be max round loss bonus, so they'll have something to show for it, but it's a very real possibility of that 7-5 half. And so right now, they do need a little bit punchier of a defense, I think. Not as cheesy as we were seeing earlier with the 5-man teleports, but just a little bit more action, a little bit more activity.
Closer slowly taking U-Haul after seeing Hyun's shoulder. Set up for this. Hyjack's going to allow some players in. Kraken to be the first one to fall, so no ace this time around. The hunt to Shiri from afar, cleaning some corners, and the dust is settled. Poster's going to be the one to fall. 2 players now down to flank as Hyjack's finds another one onto OK Thumer. As lambs to the slaughter, you would say, for down to flank. Last 2, they know exactly where they are now off that TP, and it's just hunting time for the side of one. But they've made the right call here. Matt sitting in the site has to trigger the cyber cages so he does not get spotted by that recon dart, but I think they still have the feeling he's there.
Counter teleport to do it's sacrificed Bigson, however you would prefer it to be pronounced.
One enemy
so
remaining.
3K for Hijinks. Shrouds should be able to just close this out. And yeah, free shot in the back, flawless, and rock bottom. Guaranteed a tied half, right? So I think that's probably. That's actually probably a disappointment, in all honesty, right? They won the first 5 rounds in a row, and then lost 5 in a row. So I don't think they're super happy about a tied half here.
I know this might be like super off topic for this team, but if we ever got a live listening to Rock Bottom, I don't know if you guys remember that SpongeBob episode with the one person in Rock Bottom that was just kept on making like the spit noise, like the tongue noise.
Yeah.
I wonder if their comms after everything has to have that noise after every word they say.
Oh my goodness, that would be so unreasonable. Like you're just trying to play a video game, and that's what you have to do. But I'm gonna go with probably not to call it on that one.
Like no for 500.
No for 500. Yeah. The Kraken pops the ultimate and just walks away. It's a distraction tool.
It's an effective one. I mean, look at how many rotations it pulled.
Cosmic Divide about to fall. Okay, Thumer already taking out Hijinks. That's a pretty heavy loss for Rock Bottom. Now Matt also out of it. It's gonna be a plant on site. You spot my 30, and the shots are good through the cage. Ultimate on top of that is gonna give away the locations of the last 2. Knows they're plateaued inside their spawn, with the Roomba leading the way.
My eyes are down.
They're just gonna wait for them to pull in. Poster's gonna find another one on top. All up to Hyun. Showstopper, in fact, looking to put this one through and stop this show as it is talked about, but Rice is gonna lose their head. Hyun still in it, not for long. Posters for 3 in this last round, and you said the least they can do is tie this half up, and it's exactly what happens.
Well, listen, the show might be over there for the Rock Bottom side in that half, but 6-6, this show certainly ain't, as we've got a whole nother half to bring you with that, in addition to the fact that, I mean, what a tale of, I mean, it's a half of 2 halves, if you will. 5-0, and then it's tied back up 5-5, only to go 1-1 in the final 2 rounds. No advantage, no matter how you slice it. And down to flank, I mean, what a great job to respond, sure, but now they've got to figure out a way in order to go onto the defensive side and start out strong from the very beginning.
Yeah, and I think the mental strength here from down to flank is actually kind of crazy, because they went down 5-0, managed to pull it back 5-0, and then, stayed strong after losing that last round. So, I mean, they had the economy to do it, which is always a big, cushion to your brain, but you still have to actually use the weaponry to its fullest extent, and that's something that they've really excelled at that half. And now that they're on the defense, I'm curious what the game plan is because they're short one duelist, right? Like they have the
Revealing area.
poison instead of the jet, and so you can do some really funky things here as we see this poison wall covering bathrooms.
Revealing area.
You know, Big Sin wanted to shoot there, but ultimately not going to give his positioning away. Hijinks, Sheriff is not the duel you want to have against a classic that close in range. You see back and forth these teams go. Split kill feed is in. Shrouds takes the initiative and gives the 3-2 advantage. Now Rice off this TP. Going to be met by Hyun on this close wall. He checks it, and Rice is going to even us up now 2-for-2. Now they know exactly where this last player is. Rock bottom looking to take this round as well. You get the swing from one half that goes from the other. My Authority takes down 3, and they give themselves another advantage in binds.
Man, My Authority, talking about a player that is crucial to this rock bottom team winning this map. If they win this map, My Authority will have to be making moves. And it's moves like that, 3K in the pistol, that really pull this rock bottom side over the edge. We saw it on Ascent in the semifinal. My Authority have a great impact, and well, if this is the start to the second half for My Authority, I've got a lot of faith.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was alluding to in between the maps was that, you know, My Authority and Hyun and Matt were really kind of absent on Ascent, and now that we've swapped over to Binds, they're clearly present, and they're giving Hijinks that little extra leeway room that they can actually play around with, right? Like they have, you know, a support team. It's like when you play Lulu Cog in League of Legends, like you have one unit supporting the carry, and everybody looks better for it. I'm recognizing that may not be a reference either of you understand.
Oh, we're the FPS nerds.
I know exactly what that means. I know exactly what that means. I'm just not like acknowledging it.
Oh, cool.
I think I know.
Cool
what
guy
that
Colin.
That's me basically saying I think that I know what that means, and I don't want to embarrass myself. Big Sin right around the corner, 3 to peek into him. They know exactly where he is, and Big Sin not long for this world. Hijinks doing what Hijinks does best and taking over another site. Plant's gonna come through. We're looking at 8 for rock bottom, unless these last 2 want to step up to the plate and clutch up with what they have. They're both pushing on in through Hookah, backed into a corner. Not much to make of this session. Okay, Thumer and Kraken very low as they exit out of Hookah. Looking to do some damage. Thumer finds a head. Matt's out of play. Time's against them here.
Pinged Matt's dead body too. Like the question mark pinged it. They're like, "You good, bro?" No, I'm not good.
Schlump.
You okay? No, I don't have a head. Thumer is minimalistic camo, but nothing minimal about those kills. Takes down 2 from rock bottom. Kraken's gonna hop right onto this, and he is going out the king way.
Kraken, that's not an egg. It doesn't hatch. It just, you know, explodes, implodes. Whatever it is that the spike actually does. I feel like that's not actually an explosion, but I don't know what the lore is. Somebody in chat will help me out, I'm sure. But regardless,
it's like, what is it? Like, hold on, wait. Not a nuclear explosion. What's the opposite? When everything gets sucked in.
That's an implosion, but I don't know. That doesn't go outward.
Well, no, it goes outward and then inward and crushes everything back in.
Ah, I see. Okay, that could make sense. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about it like that. I didn't know the science. We're learning. I love it.
Well, I mean, like, so I'm gonna quote a terrible movie to prove my point, but Thor, Dark World had grenades like that, and they were like frag grenades. They popped out. They like expanded a little bit, and then just whatever was in that expansion field was just crushed into atoms. So.
Oh. Yeah, that's
very painful looking way to go.
Yeah, I don't think that that sounds very solid. It sounds pretty scary.
Speaking of Dark Worlds, down to flank, lose that on their Cypher. So nothing to be seen from those cameras. Only darkness, in fact. But on the opposite side, Matt as well out of play. Evens us up. 8-6 here. Rock bottom looking for their 9th. Down to flank, looking to nullify this lead a little bit. As the push from Hijinks onto the site. basically giving up a free plant here, playing for a retake is down to flank.
30 seconds left.
Which is something we saw them do a lot on Ascent too. They were pretty confident in their retake ability, and so they would really predicate that on like winning trades and winning duels, and then being able to just be coming out ahead. And so, you know, Rock Bottom didn't believe in the situation they had. They didn't believe in themselves, and now they lost the round. Actually, they just should have lose because they didn't believe.
Wait, what just happened?
You didn't believe.
I mean, listen, you always got to believe in the heart of the cards. If Yu-Gi-Oh's taught me anything, it's believe in the heart of the cards.
I hope Rock Bottom watched this over and realized what they just did.
I mean, listen, they of all people know what they've done. I mean, they lost it around.
I can't believe we've done this.
But I hope they watch it back and realize
what
that could have been.
Right, the breadth of their mistake. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, yes, but I mean, the worst part about this is that now this kind of gives down to flank a big opportunity if they win this round to kind of get straight back into the game. You know, and honestly, Rock Bottom were kind of taking control before that.
Yeah, and one thing that's actually crazy is, you know, Rock Bottom, I think they only lost one member, and so you can see their economy was like not great. It was like 2K average, but they basically had full rifles still because nobody really died. And the same happened on down to flank's end, but it's, in my opinion, more beneficial for the down to flank squad because they won a round, they got more credits, they spent less credits, and they just come out ahead in a weird trade deal.
We finally see the attack coming out onto the B side. Posters here. Locks down Hijinks. It's a big loss once more. Thumer holding down Hookah's good for one, but you see the follow-up from Rock Bottom is there. They equalize. 3 on 3. So we hop on board with Big Sun. On that corner, he's going to be putting a recon dart onto that, looking to light up this site for information, but not going to happen. As even the snake bite not gonna land on that plant, you're still gonna be standing tall as my authority. A 3 on 3 for this retake plateaued. From CT side, 2 players from here. And inside we go. Just after charge from Rice, right into the hands of 2. The crossfire stands good. Bigson, last one standing in that elbow. Trying to close this one out, trying to clutch this one up. But time ticking against him. Master's gonna be waiting. Binston still making this expensive for his enemy team. So he has to hop on the site. He's not gonna be baiting out this player just yet. He's right behind him. He has no idea. Shrouds takes him down. Rock Bottom find another one, even after this mishap last round.
So I think that's pretty solid overall. It was very expensive from both sides, but you can see what that loss before or the victory before has done to down to flank, right? Like, they're coming in here, they have rifles technically, they do have Kraken on that judge, half armor, but they don't have anything after this. So they lose here, they get second round loss bonus. It's still a save territory because it's less than 3K credits, so they're not in amazing shape. And even if they win, unless they keep 3, 4, 5 people alive, which that's already chalked, they're gonna be short again.
Somebody out.
That said, 2 orbs gained and 2 ults picked up for down to flank, making it third as Posters getting that kill, gets the neural theft, and it's being used. So lots of info for down to flank on this defense.
I don't like that pit.
Is it even gonna lock it down? I think there's an opening on the site, so
yeah,
very shallow. Viper's pit, and he even loses his life. So the Viper pit comes out on nothing. Something you highlighted in the pregame that we need to see a little bit more of from those Viper's pit. Not gonna come into fruition this time around. We're gonna see another plant. Not just Shuri lighting up this site. Can you find anybody at the end of it? You're gonna push them right into Rice, and Rice taking out 2 players with the paint cans and rifle. Open up this site once more with the second paint can. With the post plans 2v2. Both on site. Hijinks for the first. Duelist versus duelist here. Raze is gonna pull that showstopper. Rice trying to make it 4, but Kyun doing the smart thing. In fact, locking this down, and the showstopper still finding a kill out there. Kyun got a little bit too close for comfort, and the show is in fact gonna stop Rock Bottom's momentum.
That was such a big brain play from Rice. Oh, we get a replay of it because this was absolutely perfect. The hold on the showstopper here, just waiting a little bit, tapping the spike once more to bait him back around the corner because of course he could be sticking. You don't know. And yeah, I mean, you just bait him around the corner. He has no idea that he got knocked off the spike. He has no idea. And it's just enough time that the player was just too far committed, right? And he couldn't go backwards. Really brilliant from Rice to give it down to flank that round.
That was so nice. It's so weird that the peaking between the two rock bottom players were so disconnected that they weren't able to take out one duel.
Whoa.
We were both surprised for that, Vincent. We're like, how did you get back there? Didn't last very long. In fact, you are going to get a shot down into the gravity well. A little bit of pull combo there. Take it back to the Overwatch that we do see in the past, but nothing else but death is going to be seen from down to flank as they're all down to Rice. So we're looking at double digits for Rocket. A perfect recon dart's going to give him away. Well placed. Huge awareness from this squad, and Rice looks like he's going to be running to the hills to look to save this Phantom. He knows this one's done.
Rice is a great player. I think they're great enough to recognize that it might be a gone situation in a 1v5. So, and it's unfortunate for the side of down to flank because the weaponry wasn't amazing, as you can see the shorty on hijinks. But you know, sometimes you just gotta hold that, and that's certainly what they're doing. If hijinks gets this kill.
Oh man. If it weren't for that dart, man, Rice was absolutely going for those kills. I have no doubt about it in my mind. But regardless, not going to get much of anything out of this one. And that's double digits as well for Rock Bottom. I don't want to undersell this because, I mean, Rock Bottom, they've sort of been in control for the majority of this game, sure. But picking up double digits, that's just another bit of that pressure that is layered on top and down to flank. I mean, they're going to have to, once again, do it with their backs against the wall. Now, they do have weaponry, so there is that, and that's certainly a positive for them, Doc. They're not out of this just yet.
Yeah, they do still have some stuff to work with. They do need a little bit more because this is a bit of a shaky buy, but they are reaching that territory where you kind of just have to force with what you got because you only have so many rounds left. And so it does look like we did have a bit of a tactical pause there on the side of down to flank. And so we're heading right back into it. It's 10-8 still on the side of Rock Bottom. And they have a ton of ultimates to work with here. They have the Cosmic Divide, the Showstopper, the Hunter's Fury, tons and tons of things to help deny these defuse situations.
Very aggressive on the defense through showers, but passive on the attack here. I think they're understanding a big heads-up play from Rock Bottom not to just push this aggression, but are they gonna expect Kraken? The Owl Drone passes in the night. They have no idea he's here. Camera's gonna spot him out. Kraken should be dead to Rice here. Off of that, Matt's gonna swing wide. Hunter's Fury's gonna do the damage, and the follow-up from Matt's gonna be stellar. Okay, Thumer gonna put a damper in this push though, as he does find one. Collapse on from both angles. Somehow still coming out with kills. Oh, the Cyclone, but Shrouds is gonna win that Astra duel. So 3-on-3 now. Spike looking to get planted on default, but it's gonna be backed up nonetheless. Hijinks waiting with a judge, and judge, jury, executioner, you name it. This guy is that title. Bulldog from Big Sin. Still gonna keep him in this, still gonna keep it interesting. 2v1 as they're split with the crossfire. And even still, you see Rage just backing up, has that showstopper, has so much in their back pocket that this is most likely done and dusted. Shrouds isn't even gonna need anything other than that rifle.
That was a stolen judge, by the way. They picked that up at the end of the last round before that one, and it blew up the retake. It absolutely melted it away between getting the frag, getting the Owl Drone down, you know, denying all of that vision potential. And look at the situation now, Vincent and Seymour. It is in tatters. I've seen sunken pyro ships in better shape than down to flank right now.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, listen, the Titanic's still in better shape than down the flank at the moment. And I mean, beyond that, I mean, props to Matt last round, who just had the biggest brain play, like had the dart already, throws the cam in just in case, and just denies anything that Viper wants to do. Really well done. And I mean, Rock Bottom are looking to take this map.
Cage trigger. Hello, Rice. Big paint can there. Hyun gonna be on the receiving end of that one. The call not gonna be as welcoming as you would hope from him. Matt gonna be forced off from that start. The smoke gonna keep him divided inside Hookah. Shroud's even backed up on top of that. So down to flank, so far so good into this, even with the tattered economy that they have. But answering back Hijinks to get that equalizer. 4-on-4 now. Because honestly, with the setup we're seeing, we can get a full rotation from Rock Bottom, and they're only gonna have to deal with that one Astra. But it seems like they're pretty committed here. Even with Hijinks finding that even lesser of an advantage that down to flank has to deal with.
It's tough. There's only 30 seconds left. We've seen Rock Bottom kind of throw away these situations before. So I mean, are they going to believe in their push, or do they falter? You can actually see on the map here, we do see somebody waiting for that falter play with the teleporter, and the rotation just now coming in.
Look at that information denied from Hijinks. Recon Dart finds nothing at all. They know Bixon's in this corner, but Bucky gang, no gang at all. As Rice hoped for a kill, but found nothing at the end of it. And no gate Boomer, even though you picked up that Phantom. Only good for one at the end of the day. Hijinks for 4 to put him on map point. Look at a forced split here.
Well, listen, Seymour. You may have been a little bit premature, but at this point, down to flank truly have hit Rock Bottom. As they're looking straight down the barrel of a map number 3, losing on their own map pick. They're 4 rounds down. Now, they have an operator out here for Rice, something we haven't really seen at all this game from the defensive down the flank. As I mean, of course, lacking the jet. That's somewhat expected. And it looks like he's going to find a lot of players at long. And there's the first frag. Rice, absolutely brilliant.
Pretty sure that's the first op we've seen in the grand finals. Rice already finding a kill with it on top of that. So something you don't see every day. An op taking this long to come on out, but Shroud's the equalizer on the posters. Know exactly where he is, and they have an idea that that op is all the way in the back lines here. Rice down to 50, but exactly the amount of HP that you want to have with that boomstick in hand. As it only takes one shot for you to find your kill in the at the end of it, but he is taking so much damage. They are forcing so much onto Rice. He is not comfortable on the site whatsoever. And Hyun's gonna put that finishing blow in. Rice drops that operator on site. Cosmic Divide on. Everything out for Rock Bottom. They want to close it out here. Surrounded at all ends, though. Suddenly it's opened up. Okay, Thumer. Last one alive one more time. 1v3. Gravity Well on top of his smoke. Everything to keep Thumer off the site. We're looking like it looks like we're heading to split, guys.
Yeah. We're just about there as Matt closes up. And honestly, I want to give a huge shout outs to both Cypher players. In all honesty, I mean, both Matt and Posters had existential crises in map number 1, and they came back solid for it. Map number 2, they really had probably top tier showings. I would love to get a last second look at the scoreboard one more time, because I feel like they're near the top. The science may not back me on this one, but it's like running Jurassic Park. We don't care about the science. We only care about feelings.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could say that. I will say though, that I want to give props to Rock Bottom. Listen, we were doubters. All 3 of us. We were Rock Bottom doubters, and we were darn wrong. And I love it. I never honestly, I never want to be, correct when it comes down to those bold but not positive predictions. I'm like, it'd be cool if they come back, but I just don't see a way for that to happen. But this time it has happened, and boy, am I glad it has. 13-8 for both of the first 2 maps, but think about the difference. Down to down to flank, they absolutely kind of dominated map number 1 before there was that short little comeback in the first part of the second half. combined, it was a close affair pretty much the whole time in that second half. It was only there at the very end did Rock Bottom actually pull out the couple of rounds necessary to have that 5-round lead at the end.
Yep. And so I did get my scoreboard from production, and I was half right. Posters had the second highest average combat score in the entire server. The only person that beat them was Hijinks. Now, granted, Hijinks beat them by over 100 points on that combat score. So definitely a different level there, but Posters was on Cypher, right? It's not a duelist. In fact, the next duelist after Hijinks is Hyun, who was down 122 combat score points from Hijinks. So, Matt, I was wrong on Matt. Sorry, guys. Sorry, chat. 9-16 and 6, 133 combat score on Matt. Definitely, I would say a better game one from them. But you know what? It's all in the past because we're ending the night like we started it, Vincent, on a best of one.
That we are. It's down to a split. But we're going to take a short little break here whilst we get that prepared. Players are getting some water. You do the same. Make sure that you have that and maybe get a snack while you're at it. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes with the final map of this Pit of Valor.
Invincible.
so crazy. I just wanna be a freak, yeah. I just wanna rise to the top, yeah. I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see, yeah. You won't see that I will get it, cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious, yeah. In my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way, yeah. I got no time that I can waste, so I've been sitting in the space, yeah. Making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane, yeah. I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now when we come on and we pull out with the action, cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
It all comes down to this, folks. Map number 3 of our grand finals here at the Pit of Valor. I'm the Doctor, joined by Vincent here on my side, and the two teams are ready to go. We have Down to Flank versus Rock Bottom once again. They've won each other's map picks, believe it or not living up to their names, and we're heading to a map that I haven't cast in a couple of weeks now. It's been split, so I'm super interested to see how this goes.
I mean, genuinely speaking, it might have been a month since I've casted Split. Not that I don't love Split. Split's a fun map. I honestly think it's an underrated map, especially with the changes that they had last made to the map. I actually think it's a pretty well balanced map too. Still slightly defensive sided, but not nearly what it was at one point. So once we get down to it, I really think this map's going to be fun. But bringing back the Seymour, who has been wonderful all series. It's been a pleasure getting to cast this. The TriCast has been a fun time as we get right down to these agent selections.
I have to open this up right away. Just great decision, Vincent. You first. I mean, we've been doubters before.
Oh yeah.
Who's taking the grand finals?
Oh man, you got to put me on the spot like this already. All right. I gotta say down to flank. They've looked the best at points.
Ooh.
So I think I'm gonna have to say down to flank, but I don't think it's by a huge margin.
Doctor?
I am going to agree. And the reason I am going to agree, as we do see some final lock-ins here, is based off of the duelist performances. And, you know, Rice Bulgogi has been so clutch. You know, Hijinks is like topping charts and blowing people away, but I feel like Rice Bulgogi has been clutcher and more supportive of the team. And maybe that's just because it's the Raze versus like a Jet, whereas, you know, Raze can be a bit more AoE and a bit more supportive, whereas, you know, Jet's very solo, very individual, doesn't have anything outside of the Cloudburst that actually helps the team. So, I mean, it's just different styles maybe. But this time, we're getting Hijinks on the Raze as well. So the two can actually go head-to-head in those agent selections now.
I think this is a perfect map to split the decision because I am buying into the rock bottom stonks, and as below they are going to the moon here.
I hate to break it to you, Seymour, but you're still outnumbered. 2 is greater than 1.
I'm still splitting something.
I see what you've done there. I see what you've done. It is going to be a mirror matchup, though. Both of these teams going for the same composition. That's very exciting, especially both having a breach. I think this is going to be interesting.
Ooh, Shroud's out to the races here. Kraken's going to be forced off in the fault line. Every nook and cranny filled with rock bottom utility as Matt leading the way now onto the site. Poster's gonna peek on out, loses his life now. Follow-up from Kraken is there, but in the split in the kill feed, it is gonna be very back and forth from both of them as Big Sun finally gonna open this one up with an aftershock onto an enemy. Rock bottom down to 2 is gonna force this plant. Fault line not gonna delay this plant at all. Hijinks still gets it down, flashes for days, and the satchel charge in on top of that. I don't think there was a single ounce of utility not used in that round.
No, even the replenishables were used multiple times, and I don't think they missed is the more important part. Like, you can use all your utility, sure, you're just throwing credits into a furnace, but like when they hit well and they hit hard and everything hit. I don't think anything missed.
I mean, you look at the kill feed, right? Like the kill feed just tells you a story. Bigson got that aftershock kill that you mentioned, Seymour. Right before that, Rice Bulgogi picked up the paint shell kill. Not to mention some big damage done by the Roomba. Like you said, everything hitting, and that's exactly what you want to see if you're down to flank, and works out beautifully.
Pain
just
can
different sometimes.
Backs him up. Spectre's down range, not landing. Take a look at the mini map as you do see these players falling off of A, except for Matt, who on this Killjoy roll.
Is you know, slipped in quite deep into the alcove there as well. And I do want to point out on the minimap all of the utility that is stacked up on that A entrance. It's not very discernible, but it's basically everything that you can imagine as
Down, B.
Line them up, knock them down.
Tally up the kills indeed for Thumer.
1 enemy remaining.
Kraken looking for the full house here, but Matt off screen actually inside vents says you're not gonna see that stage just yet behind that. He's gonna be surrounded at all angles, the alarm bot as well, just to make sure that Matt is down here. It's only a matter of time before Matt has to crawl out of this hole. In fact, gonna walk right up to posters. We see down to flank. 2 rounds in a row.
So I actually want to give some huge credit as well. Obviously, a nice spray down, but it is a pistol round. So listen, you only get so much credit for those spray downs on pistol rounds, okay, guys? But I really thought it was good from Kraken, despite the pressure towards mid, not giving away that wall super early. Kind of hanging on to it. I really want to see how that usage goes throughout the map, because there's a tendency, obviously, from that player to just kind of auto use the wall in mid, and that could be an interesting differentiation tool.
Another round where we see utility on utility stacked towards mid this time, as both teams are looking to go pound for pound in this. And Rice only having a frenzy into this round. Looking like we are seeing, in fact, a bonus here from down to flank and pushing that aggression. Looking to just make sure that they can be up close and personal towards rock bottom. But take a look at Matt doing the exact same from last round. But this time, Frenzy coming up on top against that heavy rifle. Big first blood for down to flank.
That's totally worth it too. It's a 500 credit weapon in the Frenzy versus the 3,900 fully kitted up special ops soldier, basically. So even if you lose out, you won in the mental battle.
You see the Sage wall to split onto the B site. The follow-up indeed, but pushed out by that fault line. Hijinks absolutely stalled inside there. And there's actually split inside here, so Snatcher charge getting from wall to wall. The follow-up from Hyun. Thumer to put him down. Tries to transfer the second one, but the Sheriff is going to have to be the weapon of choice as Thumer does take out the follow-up on site. You see Poster hops on this wall. Another one bites the dust for rock bottom, and all of a sudden, May 30. Vandal, can they get away with it as they are running to the hills?
10 seconds left.
Gotta run away. I mean, there's just nothing available. 28 HP, a dream, and well, a whole lot of players coming out. It might not even survive.
You only need 5 bullets.
Yeah, well, no bullets were required, as death was going to be coming quite quickly. So, love how well we saw down to flank do at just holding off that push initially, and then who was it on the site just playing up close and personal? I don't recall who it was. Maybe it was Thumer.
I think it was Thumer, yeah.
It was Thumer. Got the kill, let the one player kind of continue forward, knew that the rest of the team was going to deal with that, and then focusing on the rest of the players coming in. Really, really solid job. Just kind of playing that one position perfectly.
On-site posters. On a field day here. Stacking them to the wall. Through the wall as well. Posters. Full house with Rice. All 5 down. Flawless round in round number 4. Down to flank. I talked about it in Bind, guys, but we saw Deja Vu. This is feeling like a little bit of a send here.
Yeah, and so I knew everything in the Valorant world was bangable. I did not know that box was bangable. Like, I'm sure I've seen it before, but posters threw an entire magazine into that box and, was finally rewarded with the headshot, but that's just tough luck because that's a very thick box.
Not ideal. Oh, we'll just put it that way, right? Like, it's just not ideal. Not a scenario you want to be in. But down to flank. I mean, look at this aggression, Seymour. It's unreasonable.
There's no way. There's no way Rice expects that, but he does. And he comes out for a 1-for-1. The best case scenario of Rice there is the heads-up awareness towards mid comes out into full effect from Rice. And honestly, pushing that aggression too, coming out with a kill like that, it's just going to slow down rock bottom.
They're going to bait out some bullets by tagging up the ultimate orb too, just getting for the audio cue. I imagine they'll be picking it up anyway. I do wish they would put the orbs or the points somehow on the UI. I think I saw that on the DCT updated one, but for now, we're just going to assume they took it.
Okay, Boomer takes that flash right to his face. Aftershock to split the push. Hijinks still coming out with a kill.
30
Follow up
seconds
from the
left.
Sage Wall too. May Authority is going to keep them split into one general direction.
Standing.
As now it's all up to that last one. Bigson backed into a corner and the slow orb to keep him still as ever. Econ res on a Hun. Rock bottom find around.
They did, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, listen, the econ res, like, you can make an argument both sides, I think. But Matt coming in that flank, what a key time for Matt to come in, because the player on the site, Bigson, there's no way that any of Rock Bottom could have known that he was there. Was in prime position to really make that 1v2 work by catching out a player and just Matt, the timing on that flank, so perfect.
The gravity well messed up the slow orb there. That's comical, but yeah, I mean, Bigson getting caught by that Sage Wall and not wanting to brute force it down was almost seeming like a lapse in judgment there, because if they had fully committed to breaking down that wall, they could have then pinched around the column there and been less exposed to Heaven. But because they were slow to react, they weren't overcommittal, then their players kept taking one-on-one trades with Heaven and Sight, and it eventually didn't break their way, because then Matt comes in from Heaven with the ultimate flank and just has enough to end it.
I don't like this lockdown at all. Still getting detained though. Kraken on top of it. Matt follows up with it, so maybe I'm just small brain compared to these guys as they finally hunt down Kraken. Free bomb plant. Aftershock only gonna take down May Authority to 81. So with the Sage Wall as well blocking these players off, Showstopper gonna open up a route for Rice. 3-on-3. And the Venn diagram here is Rice is going to be leading the way after this lockdown, pushing into these players inside a garage. Hyun for the trade. You have to watch out, though. They're sticking it. Bigson's going to be here. The Rolling Thunder is going to make it a time. It does, but they've already got it to half. Rice is going to find that last one, and Matt's going to fall as well. So no matter what you use, still going to come out down the flank with another round.
That's why I picked Rice over Hijinks, was that play right there. Covers the team doing the job, hits the shots where they needed to, was able to push aggressively after the Rolling Thunder, and then still come back in time to cover Heaven.
Well, and beyond that, right? Remember my praise for Matt in the prior round? Well, Matt tried the same thing, but it's Rice who read it perfectly, knew it was coming, and absolutely took that player down with ease. And as you say, Rice, I mean, doing a wonderful job here in this game thus far. It's 5-1. There's a reason for it. Down the flank, absolutely firing on all cylinders here.
IJ, so Showstopper their own on site, caught by the gravity well, and Posters nullifying the ultimate in total. The follow-up as well, walking into the site and dropping at the hands of all players. What is that? Spray transfer, Poster for 4 as he shuts this down in total.
Full blind, by the way. I just want to point that out there for those of you who may have missed the icon at the top. Posters was full blind, 100% full blind. And I know that we're going to try and get a replay of that in a second. And yeah, so it starts off, flash doesn't work, Boomba immediately destroyed. This is sick because he actually catches a glimpse of Posters and the rocket misses. So then we have Bryce Bulgogi top, gets sprayed down, and Posters full blind, continues full blind, and gets blinded again by a teammate.
That's disgusting.
Posters didn't even just kill 4, but he also killed Vincent too.
I've just been knocked on my back. This guy is outrageous. How he's done that? I mean, look, he's literally murdered the entire game. Rock Bottom, they've taken attack pause. They're like, hold on, guys.
We need
to discuss what just happened. This is unreasonable.
You guys feel what I just felt? That's what they're saying right now.
Is there an earthquake? What happened?
Posters, like, they were literally saying you didn't see what hit them, but Posters didn't see what hit them.
I mean, Poster's just is out there blindly spraying, got a blindfold on, and he's looked up and what guys? Did something happen?
What'd I miss? I'm back now.
It seems like the tac pause did the deed, though, as we come back into this round number 8 underway, and already right off the rip, rock bottom taking 2 to the grave.
And it just ends the round. I don't think down to flank are in such a position unless they get these frags.
We've seen this before.
Okay.
Lightning doesn't strike twice, ladies and gentlemen.
But yeah, I was gonna say, I think unless they like shooting gallery them,
One enemy remaining.
I really don't know what the options are here. You know, Biggerson's the only one left in a 1v5. It's looking like it is going to be the second round here on the board for Rock Bottom.
That's pretty nicely done, though. I mean, listen, after the round we just saw prior, where Posters just kind of popped off, that's the kind of round I think the Rock Bottom certainly would love to find, just for the mental game, right? Like, you know, you've just gotten sprayed down in outrageous fashion, and unfortunately it does happen, and now you get back into the game. It's a quick B hit, good picks off the back of it. As nice dodge, by the way, on that flash from Hyun. Great anticipation on that. So 5 players survive for Rock Bottom. Well done to them, but it's still plenty of cash for down to flank. If you look at the money, they're gonna have enough to buy this round and the next round should they lose this, as the operator gets pulled out for Rice Bowl Gogi. Again, not something we've seen all that often with regard to the series, but when it does come out, it has some effect.
Yeah, we saw it once, basically in the whole bind map, and it was towards the end there. It was one of the final rounds of the entire map, and they got one frag with it, and it was immediately knocked down to 45 HP. So I am curious what the setup here is. They're all the way on the back of the A site where nobody's looking to go, and I think that's such an odd position because it has quick rotations to heaven and can, you know, cheat into the site a little bit. But I feel like if you do get, you know, the mailroom to heaven play, I don't think it's the best reaction, obviously, because, like, you know, there's going to be multiple people there. You just have an operator. You're not, you know, fully set up for it.
None of us had a reaction there because it's just what OK Thumer's been doing all game long. Another first blood down to flanks away. Matt, though, losing their life. No progress towards A when it comes to that map control. Hijake's hit by
everything.
Yeah, I was trying to think about every single thing that he just got hit by, but it really says the tale when you look at the kill feed. 2 players left here. My Authority is going to do their best at splitting this aggression. Let's get that sage wall onto Albo, but still walks on the side post, just waiting for him. OK Thumer to put it down. 7-2, guys.
Man, first of all, just to be clear, it is unreasonable what Hijinks got hit by, because it was an alarm bot, a nanoswarm, an aftershock, and in addition to that, a player pushing through the smoke. So it was, yeah, literally the kitchen sink being thrown in there.
Flashed too.
Yeah, he did. It was actually a flash, but it was a team flash, by the way. So unfortunate, but it happens. But no, beyond that, did anybody else see the Posters almost got a turret kill?
Yeah, it was very close. It was 10 HP.
I was ready.
One more volley.
I wanted it, but we were denied.
Well, like, stuff like that's kind of silly, because, like, I get that you want to get onto the site and get out of sight, but, like, it really locks you down. The tagging in this game can be quite severe, and even though it doesn't seem like super high damage, you're stuck. Like, you cannot run away, it seemed like.
Look at the setup. This is really solid in the mailroom, but it looks like Rock Bottom, they don't want any part of it, Seymour. They're like, no, thank you. We're just gonna go the other way.
One
You
bit.
should run.
And Rock Bottom actually reading this properly. Lockdown to keep those players inside A heaven. It actually has to force them on back, so it will split their attention towards the A site, where you do see the rest of them, including the Spike, grouping up to set up for this push. But now the Nanoswarms, the Cosmic Divide, are going to keep them in this Posters. We've seen him in these positions before, and he's turned up big. As a matter of fact, not going to happen this time. Mac gets the better of him. Rice on site,
Spike
operator in
down
hand
A.
here. That one-shot boomstick is flicking all over the place, but not able to land on his predecessor. And Rice goes
Spike
down.
planted.
Hijinks do get that res, so we're equal on the 4-on-4, and the retake gonna be inbound here. But Poster landing right into the nanoswarm, down to 6 health already. Gonna drop this lockdown to put them to the hill, but not able to drop it as Matt gets in behind. Able to take down that player before that all gets dropped. So that is gonna be so, I guess, disingenuous to this retake. As Shreds finally finds a kill in this round. IJ takes down 3 for Rock Bottom. If you hit tab, that is in fact Shroud's first kill of the game.
Ooh, that was a weird round. Just full disclosure. Let's what are we gonna see here? So pushers ahead of the Cosmic Divide, doesn't win the trade, and then I think Matt nano swarmed his body, and this is, you can kind of tell that he's on a bit of a lower DPI or low sensitivity, because he's just, you can tell his whole arm is just freaking out, and it wasn't enough. There was too much move speed on the raise.
How many mouse swipes? Like, how many times did he pick up his mouse in that? It had to have been like 3+, right? Like,
yeah,
doing his very best. Poor guy.
Also, poor posters again. Kind of getting the worser end there for the second time in a row.
First blood this time around, though, to Rock Bottom. Exactly what you're looking for this team. Boomba, clear up close right with the Nano Swarm. Even lets them know that there are players top heaven. So with this smoke down, Matt should be making his way across into vents. We've seen pushes like this before, and Hude finding another one too. Thumer gets aggressive through garage and loses his life for it. Bigson, if he didn't die to Hijinks' gun, he was dying to those paint cans nonetheless. And all of a sudden, down to flank. Down to 2 players.
Looking like this should be a pretty solid round here from Rock Bottom. If they go flawless, it's almost expected right now.
30
based
seconds
on
left.
just the position they found themselves in. So I don't think down to flank are in a rush to push this. It certainly doesn't look like they're going to. Yeah, with the 5K operator here, they probably want to hold on to that one.
I mean, yeah, no. I think down to flank, it's actually quite crucial that they hang on to both these weapons. I don't know the exact cash values that they're working with. Yeah, that would be wonderful if we could pull that up. But regardless, we're gonna get it here in a little bit at the end of the round. But like the big issue is that with this operator, it really can turn the tide of a round, and like. I forget which of you who said it, but earlier was mentioning kind of being out on an island over a day. You can always change that up. I mean, you can always get dynamic with that operator, and that's the scary part about it. So saving that operator over, plus the additional weapon, absolutely crucial into this last round of the half. And look at this. I mean, enough money with those saves in order to pull a reasonable round out of this. Not to mention, by the way, 4 ults available.
Yeah, so they do have some ability economy to work with. We are going to be heading into attack pause as well. Possibly a tech pause. But no, I mean, this is, final round of the half. It could be 7-5, could be 8-4. And I think this is another really decently solid comeback here from Rock Bottom. I mean, they were struggling very early on, 4 in a row, reset city, gets one back, reset again immediately after, and now they've been able to string together a couple, and I don't think their game plan has really changed all that much. They're just winning these opening frags a little bit more consistency.
That they have, and in addition to that, right, like, I mean, there's been somewhat limited success, but it's not like it's been entirely bad from Rock Bottom. I mean, has had some great moments. Matt, by the way, on the flank has had some real standout plays, and we talked about it before. Matt not always fragging on top, but has been doing very well on split, but it's just not been quite enough.
Yeah,
impact kills.
That's impact kills are the term we're looking for here. and it's in support of like the carries, right? Like, you know, Hijinks has to stay at the top and has to be doing duelist things, and you can't do duelist things if you're the only one the enemy team is afraid of, because they're just gonna shut you down and then just, you know, choke the life out of the rest of your squad.
I think Bigson's setting up for a rolling thunder through heaven. But if he uses it, nobody's really set up to follow up for that except for OK Thumer on that crossfire. So it's really going to be determined on if OK Thumer lives here. And oh, that was almost some poor timing. It's a haircut for OK Thumer to stay alive.
Jumped face first into that bullet.
Wow, that would have been unfortunate. And I mean, the fact that they survived though, it still gives that advantage with regard to the ultimates, and so now they can turn this around.
Rolling thunder, but OK Thumer's not there to receive it, so that ultimate's really just gonna roll past these players. OK Thumer now met by a showstopper, but showstopper for showstopper. Trice waiting, still takes down their opposing Raze. Bigson for the second. So looking good right now. You have to get the spike down. And I think they may have just got it down, but the only thing is now you got that lockdown for the defenders. Gonna roll them on inside. Shrouds for another one to split this feed. 2 on 3 now. Rice keeps their front foot forward, and with that lockdown, detaining nobody, is gonna give them that round win.
You know, I think that I kind of want y'all's opinion. 8-4. This version of split, is that reasonable? Is that a little bit, you know, more or a little bit less than you would expect here? Because I'm personally on the side of, I think 8-4 is relatively reasonable, slightly on the favoring of the defense.
Split, I agree. Especially considering these two teams are mirroring their matchups, so moving on to Descent, it's not really like one team has more of an advantage than the other on defense.
Yeah, I think both teams have really shown some really strong defensive side stuff. So coming over to Split, where you could say that there are some really good defensive utilizations for a lot of teams to operate off of. Plus, they have some fairly nice defensive agents just set up, as we are going to go for the mid battle as we're getting eaten by the turtle. But already vulnerable on the side of Hijinks.
Walk right past them.
Based on sound.
Mouse, but what are they walking into? They're walking right into Shrouds here with a classic, a hope, and a dream. How much is that hope worth? Absolutely nothing. Kraken is going to drop him where he stands. Now it's going to force May Authority to make a big, aggressive play, but he peeks out into a crossfire, and he's going to pay for it with his life. There's going to be the bomb down as soon as they set up, and the spike is going to, in fact, be planted here. Rice gonna find the trade onto Hijinks. Throws the satchel charge at Hyun, but Hyun's still finding some value off of that. So now down to 2 players for this retake. Hyun with the frenzy. Might be able to do some damage if they lock down some headshots, but Thumer is gonna dance around it and take his life for it as Matt. See how expensive he can make it. Nothing off of that one. So down to flank, 9th round. Another pistol round is also off of that. They're looking at double digits.
They won every pistol? I know they won the first 2 on Ascent. They've won the 2 here. My memory's failing me on Bind, but I
think it was 1-1 on Bind.
Okay. That's still an insane ratio. 5-1 in terms of pistol rounds here in the Grand Finals. That's clutch.
It shows.
I mean, yeah, I mean, even though the pistol round isn't as impactful as it is in other games, other tag shooters, like this is, you know, a free 2 rounds, and if you convert the bonus, I mean, that's so big for your economy and just overall ability to continue on the map.
Oh, Matt, he's gonna be tumbled on in as they roll through their opposition onto the side. Still trading out those Shrouds and Hijinks combined for 2. And even denying that Nano Swarm. So we will be able to walk into it. Not for long, though, as Posters takes down Hijinks. Leaves it a little bit nullified off of the setup. And even down flank now, you have to fight this if you're rock bottom, because there is an exit strategy for the side of down flank as Hyun drops on down. Shrouds as well. They walk it in and they lose their lives. So that's double digits for down to flank as they take a 6-round advantage.
Scary.
This is scary. I agree. I mean, this is what we've been seeing a couple times now. You can even look to the first half where this bonus round, it was on the defensive side, so it's very different than, you know, having to be the aggressor here, but it's a trend that we've been seeing for a couple laps now where these bonus rounds are pretty bonusy.
Can you give me a definition of the term bonusy?
It's when a bonus is much bigger than you expect.
I see. Okay. See, that helps a lot.
Gravity well. Posters meeting his demise to that one. The trade's favoring rock bottom at the end of it. I mean, guys, this is not out of it until rock bottom concedes 13 rounds, so as long as they're still fragging out like this, they're looking to take this one home nonetheless. $100 on the line. Gravity Well is going to pull Shrouds into it, but not expecting him to commit. As OK Thumer are going to lose their life now. 3v2 on this post plan.
The team kind of left Thumer to sink or swim there, and they're like, nope, you're good, buddy. Don't worry about the sharks. They're there for decoration. Turns out they weren't, because they're quite vicious.
Well, you can see this retake setting up on a pinch with both of these players needing to make it through screens. As Shroud's outside. On the opposite end to push through. Big City's going to be ready for this. In fact, he is not. He's going to drop to Hyun, and the follow-up is solid onto Kraken. So rock bottom, not conceding 11th round. They're going to stay afloat for a little bit longer.
A little bit longer, yes. And I mean, listen, every round here counts for rock bottom, but the big but here is the weaponry for down to flank. They're going to have money. They're going to have the guns once again. Now that said, Bigson is struggling a little bit on cash, but he's the only one who really is. And look at where they're grouped up. 5 players looking towards this A side of the map, and boy, is this looking like it might be a devastating attack.
Big thank you to Will, our observer. Bonusy, a noun, a description for when your bonus comes with a bonus.
There we go. Coming to a dictionary near you very soon.
Posters leading the way here into the site, but so many slow orbs to keep him out of it. Mate Authority has to go big, and with that first kill, is going to stay here. Drops the spike, finds a second, make it a third, as that is quite the meal that he picks up for himself. Shrouds even to take down a 4th one, so it's all up to Rice here. Has the spike, able to get this plant as well. But what is it worth with 4 people waiting for you to drop this?
I do kind of like the play to not immediately go for the plant. You have a minute left, and yes, the enemy team knows the spike dropped, but they don't know, well, now they know, but they didn't know where you were and what you were doing with your life. And so now that they know what you're doing, they can make fun of you because you're an artist, and artists don't make any money.
Rice held in place by the gravity well. And oh boy, rock bottom are letting him know.
This guy Doc is just come at the throat of every artist for no reason in this game. Like, what is going on? But no, I mean, listen.
Clotheslined. He's just
yeah,
wiped out.
Melt already just. I mean, listen. That was a really solid hold. 3 kills there, so crucial in order to really solidify the position and look at the cash. Like I was saying before, it's all about the money, and well, when there ain't no money to be found, it's down to flank who's got to save their cash. Rock bottom looking to be in a pretty good position, but if you recall all the way back to Ascent, when Doc first hit us with the caster curse, these sheriffs, they can be effective, can't they?
Sheriff magic.
Folks, don't get us wrong. Pay some artists if you get the chance, man. They deserve it.
Yeah.
Boomer doesn't check his corners, pays for it with his life.
Yeah, toss a coin to your local artist friend. They would greatly appreciate it.
I dropped the spike.
Yep.
Now, sheriffs flooding on into heaven. Clears out Albo with that paint clan, but answer it back. The full hell of utility that is down to flank. May 30 makes it a second one for themselves. Flank struggling to get onto the site now. Swarm grenade's gonna land into that connector. And just again and again, as soon as they walk up to the heaven, it's a flash to back them up. May 30 still backed into this elbow. Looking to stand true here, because they cannot get onto the site easily. Finally, though, Poster is going to drop on down.
One enemy remaining.
Here for the cross. Hijinks peeks out. Bomb's not even going to drop. 3 in a row for Hijinks to close out that round. As Rock Bottom starting to claw their way back.
That flash situation up in heaven, I think, is a really good showcase of why you would pick Breach over some of the other flashers, because they didn't really know where he was. Like, he was sitting on that little shimmy up at the top of, you know, just outside heaven, but he realistically could have been, you know, anywhere on the site as well, and they wouldn't really have a way to know. Whereas, like, you know, if you see a curveball, you generally know where that's coming from. Paranoia, you know the general sense of direction from it, but you know, with the flashes here from Breach, it's a lot harder, in my opinion, to tell where it's coming from, and it completely shut them down. They were so stalled out.
Rock Bottom, no. 3 rounds to deficit now. This is their opportunity to turn this game on its head.
Boomer pre-firing that angle. May 30 almost loses their head. Not gonna happen though. Spike is down in market, so undecided yet what we're gonna see from down to flank. They are just looking for a mistake. With that shoulder, that should force them off of that B site.
But like, to do what? Like, they seem struggling for strats on the
That's a stop concealment.
It looks like they're taking their way to the heavens to see if they can open this up once more, but May 30 again just throwing shoulders out here. Just again and again, Rock Bottom just drawing them into a trap. See Showstopper from down to flank. Hyun loses their life, so there's the opening that you've been waiting for, and answering back. A Showstopper of their own gonna be shut down from Rice, so follow up even after that ultimate, finding value. It's gonna get that plant down. They're gonna set up for this post plant here, and that wall is gonna delay them tenfold.
What a great opening there by Rice. I mean, talk about that. Posters on the flank too.
Full flashed by a teammate though, so that's unfortunate.
Dodge.
30 still doesn't check this either, so Rice doesn't need help. Just shuts him down. Posters is chilling. Does finally pop out and get the frag, but I mean, down to flank came to play.
It's as soon as you get that post plan in, I mean, down to flank were set up for victory after that was given up. So 11 rounds for themselves. Rock Bottom just couldn't do anything after Hijinks gets that showstopper on site. And now, I totally agree. I'm struggling to see strats come out for this team, but as soon as you do see Rice make plays like that, it's like, that's all you really need.
I mean, yeah. The other thing about it, right, like, if we look at the way the play has gone down here for down to flank, it's been hit or miss, sure, but when it's hitting hard, and that's what we saw from Rice in the last round. I mean, all it takes is 2 more rounds like that, and it's 13.
Well, Hijinks opening up with the first blood into this. Slows down this attack from down to flank, now flooding back to bad habits. As you can see,
the duelists once again, right? Like, last round was Rice's turn to pop off. This time Hijinks takes first blood, and so, you know, if Rice can take out my 30 and open up the B site, then maybe we see some.
Ooh!
Nope.
These threw more than a shoulder there.
Concealment.
Shrouds, can you do the exact same thing? No. You cannot, and the res comes through, but Matt's gonna shut it down, even taking down posters mid-resurrection. So that's an ultimate off the board and their players. Matt literally killed the joy of their team.
Quite literally. I mean, that's
30 seconds
true sadness incoming.
Look at this. Mate, no! Turn the cameras off! Turn the cameras off!
Mate, are you kidding me? Come on, dude. You can't be losing that one.
Shut it off! End the production! Now, okay, Thumers on site as well. We are going to get the plant, but the Rolling Thunder lead them back onto the site, backed into a corner here. Hijinks gonna check the wrong side. Bigson still in it now. 1v1 Hyun versus Bigson. 44 health to full health. Is Hyun gonna expect the right side? He is not, and Bigson doing exactly what his name is there for and giving them a match point here. Ready for that grand prize.
Bigson might have done one thing all game, and it was the most important one thing the entire set so far. I do like the body throw from Thumer, but look at this. Like, this is insane. Hijinks, 30 HP, peeks wide left, and just... They didn't get traded. Matt should be able to win that trade because of the distraction Hijinks caused, and it just doesn't.
They should have peeked the same angle. Like, they should have just doubled down on it and taken a chance.
You should run.
I mean, in fairness, they did the second time out, but it didn't matter. What a great spray transfer that was.
Right there.
I mean, here it is. I mean, 12 rounds out now. It's time. Do or die moments for Rock Bottom.
What's this Venn diagram gonna find? Detains one player, and that's gonna be Posters. Rolling Thunder on top of that to get down a flank into the site. That's now OK Thumer looking to take some control of this site to get the spike down, and it looks that's exactly what we are going to be seeing here as Poster drops the spike. Gravity Well's going to interrupt it, so not just yet. Second time around, and again we go. Down to flank, just struggling to get the spike down, and Rock Bottom yet to peek onto the site because the utility is doing exactly what they need to do.
Spike's down. I need obscuring vision.
That said, they're out of utility for the most part now, so everything they got to do from here on out is just gunplay, which I think Down to Flank has had the better side of.
Oh. I second that as Hyun with the Spectre pushes in. Matt for the follow-up now. 3v4. Cosmic Divide as well to peek through it, and Kraken just awaiting that call to peek in. The flash is going to be good, and Kraken Rice pull 3 away from their team, and now that is a full 5 down as Down to Flank are going to be your Pit of Valor number 41 champions.
I want to see a replay of that push there.
Oh, lordy lord. I mean, what was that? I mean, yeah, apparently we are going to get a replay. I feel as if I also need that. And I mean, on top of that, just brilliant stuff. Is okay. Here we are. Gonna get a chance. Okay, never mind. We've been debated. It's fine. All right. No longer debated. This was incredible.
So Hijinks dying there is horribly worst case scenario. They do luckily have this resurrection to bring them back, but this is the play I want to see. So you see Biggest in Flash, W key from Kraken. That's filthy. Hijinks does get one, but somehow Kraken, with the very last bit of bullets in the magazine, clutches up, takes out Hijinks for the second time that round, and the rest is history.
It really was. I mean, that's just, I don't know how they get away with such a disgusting play. Kraken, of course, and lining them up like that too, a bit lucky, you have to say. But sometimes you make your own luck, and listen, Down to Flank, they definitely seem to be making up their own luck here. But listen, regardless of how it ended, we almost got the triple 13-8. That would have been the best way to end, but we were just one off. Not quite there. It's okay. We'll all live. We'll all survive. I will say, unfortunately, for our good friend Seymour, was on the wrong hype train. Yeah, hate to see that. That's so very unfortunate. But down to Flank, able to pull that back. What do you think it was? What was the one thing that kind of brought them over the edge? If you had to pick something out over on the final map, then we'll talk an MVP for just a moment and then get the heck out of here.
So the overall thing that I think that pushed him over the edge was the amount of clutchness that came together from just most of the players. I mean, obviously we can talk about, the duelists going back and forth. I do think that Rice had the better showing, but the clutch of the team really showed for Down to Flank, and a lot of it came on the back of Biggison, who 2 rounds in a row, like literally clutched and won the map single-handedly, because without either of those 2 rounds, we go into the next one. We may get a financial reset, and it's a lot closer, potentially overtime even is on the cards. But Bigson, with just nerves of steel, ice in the veins, plutonium in the brain, what more can you ask for?
I mean, plutonium in the brain. That seems a bit dangerous, to be entirely honest with you. But
Works for Cyborg,
you know what?
right?
True. That's fair enough. But he's also mostly machine. A little bit of man in there. Listen, I don't know how that works. The science, the math, it's far too late for any of that stuff. But it's not too late to talk about real fast the full MVP. You were talking up Bigson. I feel like I have to agree. That clutch at the end, oh man, it
So
almost
he's clutch. He's not my MVP.
I know.
Clutch, not my MVP.
I'm aware. I'm just talking mine here. That clutch at the end, though, I really feel like it like shoots him up a far distance, but it's got to be Rice. I feel over the whole
100%.
series, like you can't take away anything. Rice had some incredible clutches, just not quite as highlight reel as that one from Bigson. So it's got to be Rice for me.
I would 100% agree. And so with that, they are going to be taking home the grand prize here for this week's Pit of Valor is the $100 prize pool, generously sponsored here by Agogi Gaming. We do love our sponsors here. I do want to give a huge shout out to them. They've helped us out here, and they can help out you at home, chat, because they do have that giveaway going on currently as well for the headset. If you do ! giveaway in chat, just follow the link, get yourself signed up, and you may get some sweet, sweet ear kisses from that headset.
Yeah, SteelSeries Arc 7. You love to see it. And of course, like you said, Koji, just love to have those guys on board. And beyond all of that, I mean, it's been a pleasure. Absolutely had a great time. Of course, thank you to Seymour as well, who was able to hop in the TriCast here at the very end. But beyond that, we had net control on the production, and of course, Will or Fade doing all the camera work, which I mean, was absolutely incredible today as per the usual arrangement. Congratulations to Talented Flank. They put on a show. But Doc, I think that's just about it. Why don't you bring us out?
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out to our TOs for the night, Betty and Harry Beans as well, for giving us the matches to talk about here. And with that, from us, Dr. Vincent, and everybody here at GLG, we hope you had a great time, and we will see you next week. And it's all down to poor Jib in this 1v4. And oh no! With a ghost on the other side and just exploded. But here comes the defensive stage while DP is gonna get to halfway shot. But the shot from that's insane! BD picks up one as well. Now it's a 1v1. The wall's broken. They're trying to get through. The spike is ticking away. They get the frag. Is it enough? It's plenty. This was just on classics.
See, back to an A take here for Astro Crutchers. And
wow, they're bad shape.
Yeah, and we do have a little bit of a mistake here on the scoreboard. It is 9-5 in favor of Down to Earth still. But right now, Down to Earth, down to the last member in Tillo.
And then gets one before falling, but the rest of the team is exploded. Owldrone Kaz gets two, immediately gets a third, goes to the fourth, gets the shot, gets the clutch!
Is there no other way to find peace?